Okay, we're live. Hey, it's noon on April 5th, 2017. I have a guest today by the name of BibleBlitz TV. He's a young earth creationist. And he's kind of going to come in and give us kind of his reasons why he's a young earth creationist. Now, I had talked to him prior, and I'm kind of hoping for some scientific reasons, the actual science itself. We're going to see how much we can get into that. If not, we're going to talk more about epistemological reasoning why he's a young earth creationist. Because I just talked to him a little while ago, and he kind of wants to go more that route. But we'll see how it goes. But anyways, hey, Bible, welcome to the Great Debate Community. Hello.
How you doing? How you doing, Steve? It's nice to see you guys. Nice to be here, and ready for the convo.
All right. Well, everybody attack. Go for it. Feeding frenzy. No, just kidding. So, okay. Why don't we
He's all
start?
chum.
Dun, dun, dun. Well, that'd be general. Let's start at the very basic. Okay. You are young earth creationist. How long have you been a young earth creationist? Were you born one?
No, actually, for many years I was Catholic. I didn't become born again until I was 17, and then I just started reading the Bible, and then I became a younger creationist actually after I went to Museum of Natural History here in New York. I started questioning why dinosaurs were 65 million years when the Bible doesn't seem to, coherently show an age of that, that old, So then I was like, okay, so the Bible teaches this, science teaches something else, and I just kind of made my decision based off of that.
Well, which one do you think could be more empirically verified?
Definitely, if you were to do the empirical side of it, I'm sure there's much scientific evidence that supports an older Earth,
Okay.
something that's like 4 billion years old Earth or whatever.
Okay, fair enough. I definitely agree with you on that. The way to interpret the Bible, and General can kind of jump in here at any time on this. I don't think even the Bible supports a young Earth. I think that people have read that into that. But the point being is, if science is telling us something, and the evidence is completely overwhelming, just like the evidence that the Earth is not flat, just like the evidence that we're not living in a geocentric universe, that evidence, if somebody's faith in the Bible is saying come on the contrary, then the person of faith needs to reevaluate their position because the facts are not going to change to comport what they believe. So think about this: if you were living hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, back in the day of Galileo and Copernicus, and people said, "Hey, look at the Earth is not the center of the solar system or the universe. The sun is the barometric center. The Earth goes around that. All the planets go around the sun." You would have been like, "Well, the Bible says otherwise," and hundreds of years later, they would look back at you and said, "Yeah, that guy was just wrong." Can you see that you might be making the same mistake here for the same exact reasons?
Yeah, that's a possibility. I won't deny that.
Okay, good. Well, at least you have an open mindset. That's one of the first things I want to establish, because younger creationists generally start off with a paradigm that younger creationist has to be true and nothing can go against it. The younger creationist scientists have that position. They actually have to sign something saying that any evidence that's contradictory to younger creationism can be dismissed outright, pretty much, or shown why it's wrong, supposedly.
Well, I think I welcome good conversation, good arguments. The whole ideal of holding on to one's position despite what other people think. I don't think a conversation could get off the ground if that's the case.
I'm going to give you an
So
amen on that one, so I agree with you, thousandfold.
yeah, I think there has to be a give and take. So I kind of like I concede those points that there might be that it might be that I'm wrong. I concede that.
Okay, so what is your biggest evidence, you think, from a science point of view, that kind of lends you to believe that younger creation is correct?
Well, concerning evidence, I wouldn't say I have evidence. I would say I have more objections, not on the epistemology, but basically how usually different things are dated. So like when we date fossils, when we date animals, when we date every time we do radio dating, whether it's carbon, potassium, argon, or whatever, usually we use half-lives to determine the amount by which that decaying atom would decay about like what's the speed. And I kind of feel like that's kind of like arbitrary, unless you could tell me why we
Sure.
determine half-lives to be so long instead of you know
Well, you're
short
in
or
you're
whatever.
in luck. I was hoping that we kind of discuss why you um, have the position of young earth creationism and give us the young earth science, right? Because we believe there isn't any young earth creationist science, and I think you're kind of showing that you may may kind of agree with that in some way because you don't have any to give to us. So I don't mind changing the dynamic a little bit and discussing exactly what you just talked about. Is everybody else okay with that? You guys know say in the matter anyways. It's my channel. But no, okay. so okay. No, okay, I'm fine with that. And you ask a fair question. The radiometric, and you're in luck. We have a physicist in the room. My background was in nuclear reactor operations. Jade is well familiar with this. JD is pretty familiar with this. Drews is pretty familiar with this. So you're in luck. Everybody in here actually understands radiometric dating. So in a nutshell, the way we calculate a half-life is literally how much of a material is left after a given period of time. So we can test this. We can say, okay, here's a amount of material, wait a certain amount of time, how much do we have left? We can calculate the half-life. Does that make sense? Right? You don't need that much information about it.
Okay, so basically you don't necessarily need to see half of it dissipate. All you need to do is see, like, say 2% dissipate and determine the rate of speed.
You can extrapolate very easily. Right, because it's based upon logarithms or exponentials.
Now,
sorry. Well, it's supposed to be both, actually, depending on how you do your math.
I just want to ask, are there any times in which this decay rate can change? What I mean is, can external conditions of, say, the physical world at one point in history be different from another and change the way a certain atom may decay?
Not in history per se, but yes, there are one thing that I know of that can change decay rates, and that's called electron capture, called K capture. But the problem with that is it's very, very, very small. It's about 1% to 2% at most on some elements. Depends on the valence shell electrons, and it's not going to get you where you want to go. So if you have a half-life of like 5,730 years, plus or minus 40 years, if you're just dealing with 1%, you're already, just barely outside the tolerance, right? So it's not going to get, actually within the tolerance, because you're plus or minus 40. So 57 is within that plus or minus 40. So it's not going to change the dates from thousands of years to billions of years, or actually the way around. It's not going to change from billion years to thousands of years to get you where you want to go to be a creationist. So yes, one thing that I know of can change the decay rate. Other than that, no, that we know of nothing that can change the decay rate. Now, there was something called rates, where they hypothesized something called accelerated decay, or variable speed decay, or variable rate decay. They've never been able to substantiate that. It's just conjecture.
Gotcha. So basically, we haven't physically seen any of that. Now, another objection I kind of have is concerning the history of humanity. When it concerns, I know usually science goes back even before, but for the sake of this conversation, when I mean modern history, I mean not necessarily the last 20th century, but I mean the history in which man started building infrastructure in cities. Well, and when I look at modern history, I see it go as far back as, say, Mesopotamia, about 3,000, 4,000 BC, and anything longer than that.
Okay, I'm gonna have Drews actually. I'm gonna turn this one over in a second here, but I can tell you this: Mesopotamia goes back about 5,000 years. That's for which you said, like you said, the beginning of some civilizations. But we have actually evidence of civilizations existing, or at least pre-civilizations existing 10,000, 13,000 years ago. We have cave drawings that go back 13 to 15,000 years. We have statues that go back almost 40,000 years. So you can't use that as a metric. And Drews, do you want to add more than that? Because this is your area of architecture.
If I may, Steve, before Drews goes.
Sure.
And Bible, or Kale, you got to understand, Mesopotamia was built out of brick and mortar, like basically stone. That stuff sticks around a long time. If your building material was mud walls and wood, it rots and goes away. So you have no record of it. So when Steve's saying we have statues and other monuments, those people would have been living in things that don't exist anymore because they simply rotted away. Yes, they could have had just as vast a city. We just won't be able to find it.
Well, here are engraved ostrich eggs that date back to 60,000 years.
Drews, are you there? No, he's not there. Okay, so never mind. So, General, do you want to end on that, General, real quick?
No, I'm just quickly showing here on my screen that here are ostrich eggs that are engraved by humans in South Africa, and they date to 60,000 years. So you have early.
Oh, wait, did you say they were eggs?
Dating not far back.
What's that, Black?
Did you say they were eggs?
ostrich
Eggshells.
Ostrich eggshells.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we could probably stick with a little bit about what Bible was asking for about radiometric dating, a little bit, because I mean, Bible brings up a point that a lot of younger creationists bring up, and that is there are certain assumptions in even isochron dating, and that's a fact. I can't get around that. The only one that's challenged, however, so that's the only one we're going to be bringing up, is that by the young Earth creationist, is that decay rate. That decay rate hasn't changed. So let's focus on that just for a minute if we can, because Bible, if the young Earth creationist is right, if the radioactive decay rates have changed, there's something called the heat problem. Have you ever heard of that?
Never heard of, so I'm going to be listening for the first time.
Okay. Well, you can get this from Humphrey's work. You can get this from I think Snelling's work. This is something that actually is in the younger creationism literature. This actually is on ICR as a problem. It's one of 3 problems that they haven't resolved yet. They're called unresolved problems in younger creationism from the younger creationist site. But it's called the heat problem, and it's a legit problem. And what the heat problem is basically, in a nutshell, if you take all the radioactive energy that's we observe over billions of years, right? If that's the actual age of the Earth, and you're trying to shove it into a 7,000 year period, you have to account for an awful lot of energy. We're talking about enough energy to actually vaporize the crust of the Earth. Okay, so that's a lot of energy that they have to determine where, what happened to it, or how do we account for this, and they call that the heat problem. And they have one way to try to resolve it. It's weird, but it doesn't work. But in a nutshell, even with accelerated decay, that brings up a whole different problem of the heat problem. And younger creationists have not gotten around it. They say they're working on it. And okay, great, they're working on a conjecture, but we already have a physics that works. We actually have radiometric dating we know works. So they're basically putting forth a conjecture and then putting forth, okay, well, we're going to resolve the conjecture by putting forth more conjecture. See? Kind of ad hoc.
Yeah, usually, I mean, I've never heard of this before. It's kind of interesting, the idea of we were to shift all of, beginning of creation all the way to present day today, and we would shift that within 7,000 years time period. Essentially, there's so much energy, so much excess energy that it creates too much heat.
Yes.
In which case, human life on. Okay, but also, I'd just like to say that also we're determining. I mean, I think another factor that may not be included in this whole thing is the sheer size of the universe and the rate at which it's expanding. Because, as I've heard it before, the expansion of space and time is the only thing that's quicker than the speed of light, in the sense that energy would be dispersed. You could imagine that energy was dispersed almost evenly across the plane.
Okay, we're going to jump topics again, I guess, but that's okay. Drew, do a mic check real quick. No, that's fine. That's fine, brother.
Yep, just want to check see if it's working now.
Oh my God, yes,
before.
yes, yeah. You actually turn it
Yeah,
down.
okay.
I like to keep my eardrums intact. Yeah, wow.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, Stuart's here. Awesome. So I'm gonna address this a little bit. Then I'm gonna try to turn it over to people that I think are probably a little more qualified than I am, even though I do know about these topics to kind of address that. So I'm going to turn over to General in a second. In a nutshell, yes, the expansion of space-time can travel faster than C. That is true. The problem the younger creationists have is that if something is 13.6 some odd billion light years away and we see it, that means the light literally has taken 13.6 billion years to get to us. That's it. You can't get around that. There's no magical thing to get around that. Jason Lyle has proposed something called asynchronous light, but it's just a quagmire of nonsensical things. I mean, I guess General can probably tell you that. I guess if you do his math, it does work out. But I look at it more of as just kind of a tensor mathematics kind of a thing, basically a rearranging, a Galilean transformation. I think he uses. But General, how about you take this particular one and you explain it to Bible? Because you actually read Lyle's work, I think, haven't you?
I actually have. I haven't. I'm really newbie on all this stuff.
Yeah, no problem. General, have you read Lyle's work on that?
What was the specific question, though?
Oh, basically, the whole idea was he was explaining to me a concept of how to fit the universe into a certain amount of time. If it was a young Earth, of 13,000 years,
Yeah.
well, 7,000 years instead of 13 billion years.
Yeah, if the
And it
objects are
says
13 billion
I
years
also-
light away.
My favorite would be John Hartnett's work. I don't know if you know about John Hartnett, but he tried to do it he calls it a 5D symmetrical expanding universe. The problem with that is that even though his mathematical model works, there's a lot of factors that he ignores, like dark energy, dark matter, the rate, so the hyperinflation, what you could call a fine tuning involved with that. So basically, Big Bang fundamentals that are engraved into the mathematical modeling to explain. So they call it the lambda CDM model and so on, the lambda cold dark matter model of the Big Bang. John Hartnett is skeptical of all that.
And that
so
is the most common one that people accept right now is lambda CDM.
Yeah, it's most common because the evidence points to it. So there's a model that tries to. There's a secular model that's currently challenging the lambda CDM model. That is the loop quantum gravity version of oscillating universe. But the interesting thing behind that is they're looking at pulsars to try and confirm a mathematical approach to that. But so far, there's no evidence for that. So now, John Hartnett, when you look at his work, that page that he wrote, the 5D symmetrical expanding model paper, it's completely fine, but there's a lot of parameters like nucleosynthesis, how that takes place, the formation of galaxies, the formation of solar systems, planets. Like, you have to look at the macroscopic nature of the entire universe and just ignore a lot of parameters. Ultimately, he's depending it on Russell Humphrey's model, what he calls a white hole cosmology.
Yeah.
So, but there's no evidence for Earth being the starting point for the universe. In Big Bang cosmology, Earth is not the starting point.
We can bring it back down a little bit.
Anyway.
Because I think when we start getting into the technical stuff, people's eyes glaze over, right? So bring it back down a little bit. The reality is, look, we have a very simple way of knowing the age of the Earth by looking at the universe. We can say, look, if this quasar is 13 billion years away, simple math. I mean, it is literally simple math. Even flat earthers can understand this math. You know what? They can't. But we know that it's 13 billion light years away. It's literally that simple. It's just the light years go away. We end up with a unit of measurement in kilometers or miles, however you want to do it, and we have a distance. So that's very simple. It's harmonious, okay, or parsimonious, and we know it works. Now, do you understand that the younger creationist model, when they try to figure out how to fit it in their paradigm, it's a convoluted mess, and it just makes things more and more and more complicated.
Yeah.
And then and then they have to find an answer to the newer problem, and then the answer to the newer problem, and they can't even get off the first one. They're 10 steps down the line. They're trying to get 10 steps down the line, and they still haven't figured out anything. Go ahead, Jenno. Sorry. And then turn back over to Bible, please.
I'll just end it with this because this will actually bring it back home as to how simple of a response it can be. So, can you see what I'm sharing on the screen?
Yeah, I can see it. The part 3 benefits and energy use.
Yeah.
And that's not even including thorium and K, which is up to 44 trillion watts. So.
Right. So all I did was I took the most common being uranium, thorium, and potassium, and the core of the Earth has about 10 to the 24 atoms of, in itself, just uranium-238, generating 40 trillion watts.
That's a lot of power.
Now, if we take so it's twice the current rate of human global consumption. So if we take the so-called accelerated radiometric decay rates assertion, if we say that's true, something as simple as E equals mc squared that works regardless if you're a young Earth creationist or an old Earth creationist, that means the Earth would be a sun, an equivalent of a really, really hot, chaotic form of mass, if uranium was accelerated in the past. So if the universe is 6,000 years old, and we know that uranium-238 takes 4 plus billion years to decay. You're shrinking 4 billion years into 6,000 years. Therefore, the heat that's generated, the energy that's generated, put that into E equals mc squared, and you've got no planet.
Yeah. So basically, if young Earth creationism is right, all life ceases to exist. In a nutshell.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. Yeah.
I see. So even in such a case, you would probably need a whole lot more water than we have on Earth.
Nothing can. So if you're talking about, water is H2O. So you're talking about the binding energy of the subatomic particles and so on. That the radiometric decay rates, you won't even have like I'm thinking of variable speed of light and all the intricate values, that the constants that are needed to even make the atoms to be the way they are. So, if you're going to shrink just uranium in itself, you're going to shrink it down into 6,000 year framework. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
You and I wouldn't exist.
Like Bambo, have you heard? You of course are familiar with the fine tuning argument. I'm sure you have, right? Heard of that?
Yeah. Yes, I've heard fine tuning.
Okay. Here's the funniest part. If what the young Earth creationists say is true, that argument is very, very much thrown out the window, which I believe it is anyways. Because once you start messing with certain natural units, it affects everything else.
The fine structure constant.
The fine structure constant, right?
Yeah.
The fine structure constant affects all other natural units, including the speed of light, the gravitational forces, the Coulomb barrier, the electromagnetic constants. It affects a lot of stuff. And once you mess with that, everything else goes out of whack. So how can you have a fine-tuned universe if the young Earth creationists are suggesting that at a certain point in time, something like the fine structure constant has changed? See the problem they run into?
Yeah, I kind of get what you guys are saying when it comes to the fine-tuning argument. I could see how that's not really feasible in working out.
Yeah, it's a bad argument to begin with.
Been saying. You guys are, as General was talking about, those heavy elements, they need energy to amass them, I would assume, and there's just not enough time. And
it's the energy they release that they decay.
In fact, you're
that's the problem that General's talking about. It's the amount of energy they have to release to see what we observe now, and to put that in a 6,000 year period of time or a 7,000 year period of time means that there's one of the main reasons the Earth is warm is because the amount of radioactive decay going on in the center. It keeps everything hot.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
All good. I'm not very good at this, so correct me if I'm wrong, General.
You're spot on so far.
You're right on point.
Yeah. So what General's talking about is to release that amount of energy from what we see today in 6,000 years means the Earth will be like a sun. There will be that amount of heat being generated. That's the problem that you have with that short period of time to deal with.
And not just that, but if we then take into account the way the elements did form over and you need billions of years for something as heavy as iron to form, like you need a high activation energy in a supernova. If in a 6,000 year old universe, you won't even have hydrogen, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the periodic table of elements, you'll still start with quarks and gluons and all that stuff, but you won't have the building to make up the periodic table of elements. So you need at minimum 9 billion years, like I show over here on this slide. You need a minimum of 9 billion years so that you can have a maximum uranium and thorium abundance,
right,
to then make the solar system.
Yeah, because these elements were not created initially. Their Bible. I mean, you didn't have like a Big Bang, which, by the way, is not the original.
I know they go from. Yeah, and most of those elements, they don't form. They're formed from lesser elements that are usually fused together, which release a lot of energy.
Actually, no. The heavier elements, the uranium and those kind of elements, are actually formed in the death of stars in supernova explosions. Fusion has what's called a fission yield curve. You basically, after you get around iron,
he's going around it the wrong way. We're not talking about fusion. when we're talking about this release of energy from radioactive decay. That's different. You
Right.
understand what do you understand what radiation is? And what it actually is? You know, you've got alpha, beta, and gamma radiation particles, which all have slightly different properties, which I'm sure General can wax lyrical on much better than I can, so I'm not even going to go there. But basically what happens is when you have an unstable element, effectively, it loses bits of itself until it gets to the point of equilibrium, at which point it becomes stable. That's why you get uranium eventually turning into lead.
Right, but the uranium itself is created because of stellar nuclear synthesis. Well, actually, it's not. Somebody correct me. It's not stellar nuclear synthesis. It's actually because you have a star that's blowing up, and the remnants of that star will produce the amount of material, the requirement conditions to produce these types of elements. Okay,
it's a powerful enough explosion to squish enough matter into a small enough space. You get uranium.
Right. Exactly.
Please keep it at my level.
And then uranium will decay through a decay chain, like uranium 235 or something 238 will decay, and you'll have things like polonium 214, 218. You get lead, and the lead is actually generated in stars as well, though, because
Can you briefly tell us how you go from hydrogen to anything else?
It goes hydrogen is a proton-proton cycle in the sun. You go hydrogen is a 4-step process to helium. Helium will actually be converted into lithium and beryllium-7 and beryllium-8, which will decay back down, and then that can be actually start what's called a carbon-nitrogen-oxygen cycle. So you start developing carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and then after that you have like neon, and then after that you have like iron 50, and then after iron, once you hit iron 50, it no longer is feasible to fuse it together. Can it be fused? Yes, but it requires more energy to do so. So a star Bible is a constant equilibrium.
Wait 1 second, Steve. I just want to just put one point in here.
Sure.
This is fusion. This is actually what you were talking about earlier. This is
exactly
actually fusion.
Yeah. So
Steve.
Fusion is the building up of heavier elements from lighter. Fission is the other way around. Okay, so
sticking it together like Lego.
Yeah, it requires a lot more energy to fuse iron. So there's this constant balance in a star between gravity and what's called gamma pressure, which is the pressure exerted from the interior of the star of gamma rays being emitted from it. So this is that equilibrium. Well, once you start getting into the higher elements, you get less energy out of it. And when you get to iron, obviously, you won't be able to fuse it because it takes more energy to do so. And so the star loses energy, and that force of gravity starts overcoming the force of the gamma pressure. Well, what happens when that happens, Bible? What do you think happens? So the outward pressure is going out, and you have gravity trying to push it back in.
Well, now, I would think I would assume that maybe a massive surge of energy would be released.
Well, the star collapses. Gravity wins, right? And when that happens,
it collapses.
It collapses, right?
I'm guessing forms.
But then.
And then
while it's collapsing, you have a nuclear explosion.
Sometimes, though, I hear that stuff.
He's roboting a little bit. You might want to refresh, Bible. And while you refresh, let me welcome DPR. DPR, this is Steve McRae. I was the one moderating you.
It's kind of been a while since I've actually dealt with the science of it, but most of
Bible, you need to refresh your roboting on my end.
Well, am I robotic, Steve? Or
no, just Bible. Hit F5 and I'll bring you back into the Hangout.
It's robotic for me as well.
And when he's doing that, the other day at DPR, we were in a Hangout on Hogtie's channel with Aaron Raw talking about Trump. Do you remember? About 2 weeks ago? And Hogtie had to go, and I was moderating. So this isn't my normal icon, but if you remember me that way, DPR. But DPR always forgets me, but I'm not hurt by it. We go way back to Nadia's room, but it's okay. I love DPR. I do. I think DPR is one of the best ever on YouTube. I love his videos, so it's all good. So welcome, DPR.
Well, those are very kind words. I hope I can be heard.
You can, yes.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, good. Yeah, very kind words. Particularly since I've not made a video for
year. Almost.
Oh well, we did a Magic Sandwich show, and I've done maybe 1 or 2, but nothing serious for probably the best part of 10 years. So
well,
I appreciate it. But I was just talking to, and I don't know whether you want to change the topic or whatever, but I was just talking to Xbox. He was talking about or I was talking to him about making videos. We kind of agreed. We didn't have really anything left to say that hadn't been said by other people or hadn't been said in a better way by other people. And he then said, oh, well, you need to come along to this hangout because this is one of the that is making really good science videos and having really good science hangouts. So how could I refuse?
Oh, awesome. You know, well, Aaron has dropped in here many times. We've had everybody from PZ Myers come in to do Hugh Ross to Mary Schweitzer, if you know who Dr. Mary Schweitzer is. She was the one that discovered...
I have to confess I don't. I'm sorry.
Remember the whole thing on soft tissue with dinosaurs? That whole big thing?
Oh, yes.
She was the actual scientist that made that discovery.
And it wasn't really soft tissue after all.
No, it was soft tissue. It was collagen, which is a structural protein. But of course, young Earth creationists take that and run with it just to mean something.
Yeah, it wasn't what the Earth creationists were claiming it was.
That's
DNA
or cool.
This is like Nadia 3.0 room where we actually discuss actual topics in science, philosophy, and it's open. It's open to anybody that can give a good argument. We got about 600 people in the community now.
Well,
so.
I very much appreciate the invitation then. My science knowledge is not great. I try and keep up with things, but obviously, you know, unless you're at the forefront, it's very difficult to do that. And I have been referred to by someone who does know about philosophy as the Bill O'Reilly of philosophy.
Who was that? Was that Ozzy or Alex Malpass?
I don't to help, but I'm sure I'll enjoy the conversation.
Who called you that? Was that Ozzy or was that Alex Malpass that said that? DPR, can you hear me? Who called you the Bill O'Reilly of philosophy? Was that Alex Malpass or Ozzy?
Yeah, yes.
Who called you the Bill O'Reilly?
You'll.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah. It's DPR's. Your signal's breaking up a little.
DPR, you're breaking up a little bit on me.
I'm going to trademark now the no fallacy zone. By the way,
let me just.
Yeah, refresh.
That I don't open.
Yeah, refresh DPR.
That might just have something to do with being a corporate account or whatever. With so many people in the room.
No. I've had 25 in here, no problem. What happens is the first time you enter, Google hates it, and you have to like hit F5 and then re-enter, and everything's like magically better. So DPR, if you can hear me, just hit F5. It'll reset your Google Hangout and bring you back in. And while he's doing that, let's go back real quick to Bible since he's our official guest. So Bible, anyways, so as we were saying...
F5.
Yeah, F5. That'll reset your entire window and bring you back into the Hangout.
Yeah, I've just shut down a load of...
Can I present to Bible...
There we go. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, can I present to Bible just quickly the past 500 years of supernova observation that coincides with radiometric decay rates?
Nice. That's nice.
Because what we can do is establish, because Russell Humphreys and all will say that if you're having, in a 6,000-year-old universe, 500 years is actually a long time to accommodate for a change in the radiometric decay rates. So if we can establish that the supernova observations 500 years ago is consistent with today, the radiometric decay rates.
Right.
Can I spend 5 minutes on that?
Yeah, I have a problem with that. But before you do, because you're going to be on the mic for a few, Xbox, do me one favor. Can you send DPR the link to the Great Debate Community Forum? So at least when he joins that, he can easily, anytime he wants, just kind of keep tabs on what's going on in the entire community. Because that's like... Yeah, okay. And the other thing is, just to make sure he has a mic check. DPR, is your mic better now?
Yes, can you...
Oh, much better.
I had a load of windows open. I don't know how much internet it was taking up, but can I be heard better now?
Yeah, I was just asking you, who said you were the Bill O'Reilly of philosophy? Was that Alex Malpass or was that Ozzy?
Yeah, DPR, yeah. I don't know why anybody didn't speak up. I can hear you just fine now.
Yeah, you're good.
We can hear you.
Okay.
But I still didn't answer my question. Can you hear me asking the question? I'm just curious who said you were the Bill O'Reilly of philosophy. Was it Alex or was it
Ozzy? All right. I don't know what...
Oh,
Steve,
you can't hear me?
What are you doing?
Okay. Well, I just found out that I just found out you couldn't hear me. Could you?
You've gone robot now, Steve.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hang on.
Oh no. Let's see if we can get Steve back in quickly.
Okay. I just realized you couldn't hear me for the last 5 minutes. Could you?
No.
Okay, so the outside here. So when people watch this video, they'll be like, "Steve's gone schizophrenic. He's talking to himself," because they can hear him on the outside. But we had what's called the phone quake, where people just got randomly dropped. It's a Google error. So if you can't hear us, F5 and I'll reset that. But I was asking DPR real quick, and then I heard you, General. I will get back to you. So General, real quick. DPR real quick. I'm just curious, who called you the Bill O'Reilly of philosophy? Was it Alex or was it Ozzy?
It was Michael Payson.
Oh, okay. Because I was had to be one of those guys, but that's kind of funny, I thought. So, anyways, yeah, General, go ahead and take the floor.
Yes,
that's hilarious.
Don't worry, I took it very well.
Yeah, well, Bill O'Reilly went. I mean, I was never a big fan of him, but Bill O'Reilly's silence is crap. But so, I think it's funny, but you're not that bad.
I think he said it before I met him in person. I did actually meet him in person. On one of my trips to America, and I can't remember whether it was Washington or I think it was Washington. But yeah, I've got the greatest respect for Michael, and if anyone is going to insult me,
no, that's awesome. No, that's not an insult.
And it's true.
That's funny.
Absolutely nothing about philosophy. So.
Well, if you guys haven't been on DPR's channel, go check it out. He has one of the best videos of all time called Nephilim Free is Insane. It's great. You just got to go see it.
I have actually watched it a number of times, and
I watch it every so often just because I just like to laugh. And because Nephilim Free used to be my nemesis before he completely disappeared. We ran him off the internet. So.
See, the thing is, you're not an idiot.
Oh, he's pretty much gone.
You're not an idiot to the stuff. You are naive.
Steve, one moment, Xbox.
Oh yeah.
Nephilim Free is not gone. He just can't figure out how to start Hangouts.
That's true. He doesn't know how to. He does not know how to do it. Do it now.
He doesn't. People have tried to explain to him how to do it, and he can't find the button.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. So whatever. And I was willing to help him too, even though he's my nemesis. I think he's an idiot, but I was willing to show him how to do it. He won't come in here anymore. He hasn't been here in an age.
How did all of a sudden? How is it that all of a sudden he doesn't know how to start Hangouts?
Because
he's always done it in the past.
Because it used to be you did it through
G+. It changed.
Live. You did it through the G+.
Oh yeah.
And now you have to do it through YouTube, and he can't figure out how to change the encoder, even though it's one radio button. That's it.
Well, I have to say,
Tony Gallagher.
He started several.
We did a Magic Summit show last Sunday. And it was the first one for maybe 10 or 11 months. And I do it. And when I loaded up XSplit to try and check that everything was going to work all right, everything had changed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Hangouts and whatever. And it said everything has changed there as well. You've got to do it through Google Live. And it took me quite a few hours to figure out things and
I'm not gonna lie,
so,
it took me a while to figure out too. So I'm not faulting anybody for that.
Given the fact that
I can say it would have taken me hours.
It doesn't surprise me that Nephi can't figure it out.
Yeah, well,
I forgot about that big change. No, anybody who tries this though, Tanya Galaxy, spelled Tony and then Galaxy, or Galaxy Dreams, the other name. She has a video on her channel. That's like a 3-minute video. Tells you step by step exactly how to do it. That's I would have spent hours had she not explained that to me.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I'm not gonna lie. I think I did watch that video. I think I did get that.
Yeah, I think that's probably the one that I found. But I went through a lot because most of them were posted in 2005, and the XSplit update, I wouldn't say has changed significantly so much. For example, the broadcast button doesn't exist anymore. you've got outgoings or something, or I can't remember exactly what it is, and then you've got to go through to find the code to put into it, which again isn't rocket science if you know what you're doing, but if you're like me and things,
well, it's not intuitive.
It took a while to get that done. And what I don't know is whether that setting is now, if I do another hangout,
right, if it's changed
another
again.
show, whether those settings need to be changed
no,
or not.
The setting won't
it's
be.
not clear to me.
It's not intuitive, but the settings don't need to be changed. The extreme, the stream link that you get from YouTube, you know the key I'm talking about because you had to enter it into XSplit. That key does not change unless you manually go in and change it. Which you might want to do.
If I post another advert for another Magic Sandwich show, I don't need to change any settings.
The only thing you need to do is, since you have to do, you're doing it through two ways. You're doing it through Vaughn TV and you're doing it through YouTube. So in the YouTube settings, you've got to go into the streaming setting in your control panel in your Creator Studio, and change the name of the title, and you got to change the information in there. But once you do that,
yes, I understand that.
That's it.
But do I need to change the stream?
No, you don't have to do anything different in XSplit or OBS. So yeah, you're good to go.
Okay.
So anyways,
I'm sorry. I think I'm detracting you from the discussion, which sounded quite interesting.
No worries.
So,
I'm trying to figure out what happened to the Bible.
Thank you for your assistance.
Sure, of course. I'm trying to get BibleBlitz back in. I don't know if he's having technical difficulties. I just asked him, "Can you get back in?" He hasn't gotten back to me yet. So, General, you want to hold off before you do a little presentation on that?
I thought for a moment you said, "Have I got a Bible?" 4 or 5 plus the Quran plus the Book of Mormon, so I'm pretty much covered.
DPR, just go get a new coffee table. Just go get a new coffee table. Stop propping it up.
Hey, it's the pearl in his collection.
But it is kind of funny that DPR.
They're all behind me. Oh, you can't see them, but they are all over there. Different versions. I've got the New International, I've got the King James, and I can't remember. I've also, as I say, got the Book of Mormon.
What do the Catholics
and recently purchased the Quran. The Quran, I have to say, longer than I thought it was. To Surah 3:7.
What did he say? The Quran is what?
Oh, he said it was better.
I said the Quran is a much longer document than I thought it was, and I have only read up to Surah 3:7, at which point it says something along the lines that I understand what this book means, except for Allah.
Right.
I thought, well, what is the fucking point of reading this book if no one's going to understand it apart from Allah? To someone who I know who's pretty much an expert on the Quran. And he explained that there were actually different opinions within Islam about what that means. Any Muslim would actually understand. So says no one's going to understand this. Muslims are fighting over what exactly that means.
Well, like Christians don't fight over
and
what the Bible means.
In a way, it's kind of funny.
That's more of a North African Sufi tradition versus the more rigid Orthodox views that you find more in the Central Middle East. Is where that dichotomy comes in. I'm pretty sure.
Hey, what Bible did the Catholics
I don't know, but
it has more books in it, right?
I'm talking too much, and I'll shut up after making this comment.
No, you're fine.
It's a very simple comment. Look, if you've got the almighty creator of the universe who had the power to do that, why couldn't he transmit a coherent message or that wouldn't require within religions arguing over what exactly it meant, and that this wonderful creator would be able to express himself coherently, sufficiently coherently that the humans didn't exist.
Right, right. He wasn't limited. He wasn't limited by the paper and the ink, right? Like we have targeted advertising now on your computer where you'll get a different advertising than I will. We go to the same place.
Yeah.
What's so hard to imagine a Bible that everyone opens that's targeted to them?
Yeah. Let me interject.
The Quran is like the book of Proverbs. It's very sporadic, and it's like every 2-3 verses, it'll be about something, and then it'll totally change its position the next 2-3 verses, and that's right throughout the whole Quran.
Let me interject if I may real quick. BibleBlitz says, let's let me know. His internet went out. He had a message me from his phone. He's having a rainstorm right now. He said he was very appreciative for the conversation. He'll do it again, and that he learned a lot, and that he's going to look into this stuff. And you know what? That's the best thing I can get from a young earth creationist of all time, is that they'll look into it. I mean, we've already gotten certain people to recognize that young earth creation is wrong. I mean, Hunter Bailey left young earth creationism. Wayne Fillmore left young earth creationism. We have a positive effect on people, but the only way we can do that is the first thing they say is, yeah, I'll look into that. That's something I didn't know before. That's awesome. So I just wanted to throw that out
and
there.
And to not take this approach of making them feel
I wish
stupid.
I could.
You've got to leave.
I wish I could present the thing though.
What's that?
I will say
I
think you need to gauge the level of conversation to the audience that you are addressing, and you know, Steve, your math, your maths and physics is way better than mine. The same as General's, and there was some stuff there that I struggled to keep up with, and I'm reasonably well educated, and I read quite a lot, and I was having trouble keeping up with some of the stuff you say. You've got to try and gauge analogy. And okay, I made some pithy, stupid sort of comments during that, but that was trying to say, bring it down a little bit. Don't keep it up right.
I totally agree. But Drew, you got to remember two things. We have thousands of people watch these videos, thousands of people.
Yeah.
It's not just for the person we're having a conversation with, but it's actually for the people that are listening as well. I know General's okay, and I thank you for what you said about me, but it's not true. General is the person for the physics guy. I don't ever want to be thought of a person that knows physics, because I've been out of the field for 25 years, right? And
no,
so
I've heard you guys listening to you, right? Like I don't know all these esoteric details in all these scientific fields, and I don't think I need to understand them. Understand the basics of them.
But I know how to.
But I've heard plenty of people around you, Steve, that reel you back in, so you realize. I've never seen you like go so deep into something and stay there.
Yeah, I will. I go touch on it, but I really try to keep things on a level where somebody would understand. And matter of fact, PvP assistant just told me like this morning that he thinks my greatest skill is able to explain things to people on their level, and that to me is the biggest compliment I can get.
Yeah.
Because so what if I could do like matrix equations or something? So what? It doesn't do me a damn bit of good if I can't explain to somebody else how to do them.
Exactly. And that was meant as constructive, not as destructive.
And I appreciate
that.
Yeah,
you have the skill of being able to go up with the detail of information. Where like me, if I can explain things dumbed down to people, but I can't explain it to someone that actually understands the ins and outs.
For the sake of everyone here, do you want me to still present that?
Yeah, actually, I do.
Because
Is DPR still breaking up a little bit?
To communicate.
I think you're still breaking up a little bit, DPR.
Obviously importance.
Yeah, and it is an importance. So
quotes.
DPR, you're breaking up really bad right now.
What?
You're breaking up.
And I think the quote was of him saying, I understand that there are 3 or 4 people actually understand my theories. If that is the case, I don't know them.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I agree. There are occasions where you can potentially go beyond everyone's understanding. And so I agree with the sentiment. It doesn't always hold, I think.
No, I agree, DPR. You are lagging a little bit, but I think it's okay now. I don't.
Apart from turning off my camera, I don't know what I can do.
You're okay now. You're okay now. I think what happens is if everybody's talking at the same time, Then when I noticed we start getting a lag issue, so we're gonna have to like try not to do that. It's not your nothing,
Right.
yeah. So it's not DPR's fault. But anyways, I do want General to continue with this because I did tell BibleBlitz we're going to continue with this as if you were still here, because I think it's important for anybody listening later on to watch this and see it, and for he will watch this later on. So I'm going to turn it over.
Can you
to
briefly summarize? Can you briefly summarize what you were telling him before you go into it?
Me or General?
Whoever's going to go into it.
General, yeah.
I'll summarize for General, and then General can go on, because I'll put it in very quick, simplistic terms. Basically, what General's going to show is supernova over the last 500 years, and how the supernova events actually match to what we observe in radioactive decay, as the way we use from radiometric dating.
Yep. And
summary. Okay, General?
Yeah, while he does that, I have to go get some more coffee if you guys don't mind, but I will be listening. But I also want to welcome Helena to the hangout. You guys just ignored her when she came in. How rude. But anyways, hi Helena. We love you.
Hi. I'm so glad you have made it in here.
Yeah, it's about time. All right, so anyways, I'm going to turn over to General for like 5 minutes while he talks about this. And if General, if you could touch on supernova, you know what? No, I'm going to actually ask JD to touch on supernova 1987A, which I think will kind of help explain why we know the distances to certain things. But General, take it away, my friend.
Okay, so yeah. Druce, right? You pronounce it Druce, I presume. So, is that correct? I just want to make sure.
I'd like to know too.
Sorry, it's Druss, like Russ with a
Druss. Okay, Druss. Yeah. So what Druss said was pretty much that because the Russell-Humphreys model is that if you have accelerated decay rates within a 6,000-year-old universe, then surely we should see within the last 400 to 500 years, we should see a variability that would accommodate that. And I forget his name now, but he was the guy who actually proposed this. He was an Australian physicist. His name will come back to me later. But well, actually, no, he's not a physicist. He didn't even school, but he claimed to be a physicist. Anyway, now, so this is a part of a talk that I gave on radiometric decay, you know, like a introduction to it. And I wanted to show. Oh, by the way, someone can mute. Some audio coming through. So I wanted to show that Tycho Brahe, in his supernova that he in 72, he actually recorded. So here's on the left-hand side. Here's his notes where he recorded the star. He drew it. He gave it a certain name. On the right here, this is a computer generation of what that supernova may have looked like. No, this is not an actual photo. This is computer generation. But when we take into account, and by the way, this is an actual photo on the right here. Into account recent supernovas, this graph over here, it's a logarithmic graph. The V here is speaking about the how bright it is. So you have supernova 1991, supernova 1996, and then you have Tycho Brahe supernova 1572, which will match the pentagon symbol over here. And you'll notice that the pentagon symbols match the radiometric decay rates of nickel and cobalt to the 1996 and the 1991 supernovas. So you'll also notice that on the y-axis you have the brightness, and on the x-axis you'll have the amount of days where the brightness comes to a peak and then it slowly tailors off. And you can see with even the error bars associated with the ones in 91 and 96 that actually match perfectly is supernova. So the decay rates of, so when Tycho Brahe over the coming days, when he recorded how bright it was, that it appeared to him, it matches exactly with our sophisticated instrumentation, how bright these things appear and how they slowly tailor off in its brightness. And the tailoring off of the brightness coincides with the decay rates. Now, the same thing happened in 1603 with Kepler. So this is Kepler's supernova on the right. Here's another logarithmic flux analysis of the brightness and how many days it takes to go from nickel to cobalt, and then from cobalt to iron. So you have roughly 6 days between nickel and cobalt, and roughly 77 days between cobalt and iron. And again, it matches exactly what Kepler was finding. So in the last 400 years, radiometric decay rates that we observe haven't changed. It's consistent. And we should be thankful that people like these guys, you know, they didn't even know about radiometric decay rates, but at least they noted down the dynamic changes of these explosions over, you know, they were consistent with their recordings. And now we can actually use that to confirm the models we currently have. So that's that.
Okay, I'm back. I got the tail end of that. So.
And what does that tell us? What you're showing us there?
General.
Wait, what?
You said it lined up with.
Was I breaking up during that? I don't know.
No. The tail end I heard.
No, not at all. May I ask a question?
Go for it.
Yeah, sure. You can ask a question.
Thank you. Excuse me. Do excuse me. I'm so sorry. I've listened to lectures by Lawrence Krauss and others. They say that the explosion of a supernova is the power good, and therefore the distance from Earth is understood. But what I want to know, if you can explain it to me, is why are all supernovas at the same I don't know whether this is the right terminology, exploding at the same energy, creating the same light?
Well, the explosions
good question. They're not exploding at the same energy and the same light. You have a variation in the spectrum. Ultimately, though, now there's such a thing as called hyperfine split spectral lines, where now that we know that the universe is accelerating in its expansion, and it's slow, it's a very slow, gradual acceleration. But the further away a supernova, there's a reddening of the light that we have to take into account as well. And that actually, ironically, further helps us identify the type of initial star that then exploded. So, you know, M-type stars, and, you know, different, depending on how big it was, the age, obviously then how long it took for it. Hypergiants take 1 million years to live, whereas stars like our sun take billions of years.
Real quickly, General, tell them about, there's something called the Hirschsprung-Russell diagram. Are you familiar with that, DPR? The Hirschsprung-Russell diagram is basically the life cycle of a star. Different stars will have different outcomes throughout their life cycle. Like, we can show that our star, being a yellow star, is going to go to a white dwarf. We can see that certain stars on the main sequence is going to do that. We can see that there's O-type stars are going to be, you know, your larger blue stars. We can see what's going to happen based upon a lot of data points. And so each star has a different outcome of how it dies. And there's different types of supernovas. Type 1A would be something like a white dwarf sucking life out of the star, and that actually can reignite the white dwarf, and that actually will result in a supernova explosion. So that's not just one type of supernova. There's actually multiple types of supernovas. That's why you have different energy levels, you have different types, different remnants that is going to have coming out of them. So does that kind of help that question? Because if you want to look into that, look in the Hertzsprung-Russell, or just type in HR diagram.
Yes, it does. And of course, Lawrence Krauss is someone that popularizes science, and therefore, to a degree, has to dumb it down to try and get the likes of me to understand it. But what I always questioned was how it was, and I know I'm now just repeating myself, and you've kind of answered the questions. How it was we knew that all supernovas with the same energy and the same light output.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the candlestick measurement, General. I think he's using a candlestick for the difference between absolute and relative magnitude by using and Cepheid variables. That's what I think he's asking. I think that's what I know Krauss has talked about that before. So if you want to get into that, General, go ahead.
Yeah, that's just I mean, you have different candlesticks, but what's the most common candlestick that a person would buy is the analogy of what's the most common star that explodes.
Right.
That sort of thing.
It's called a standard candle.
Yeah. And then they use a lot of logarithmic mathematics to then literally, and the math is quite amazingly simple. There's a lot of cancellations in the algebra, and you can then use that one equation for pretty much all types of stars that may explode.
See, we should have invited Hugh to join us, General. He would have loved this. DPR, do you know Hugh Ross? General? I mean, DPR, do you know Hugh Ross?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
He's a very famous
astrophysicist. I'm very interested. I'm very interested in the conversation.
Okay. Dr. Hugh Ross is a very, very famous astrophysicist. He's probably almost as well known as Krauss, and he comes in here quite frequently. And we've actually got a very good rapport with him and his group, and he loves these kind of conversations.
Yeah, I can't wait till we get him for Improbable Planet.
He's coming back next month. I have to finish Improbable Planet first. Him and
have you started it?
Yeah, I've started it, but I'm a slow reader, dude. I actually want to absorb this stuff, right? I could speed read like the best of them. How do you think I got through, nuke school? But
so you got the book?
Oh, I have the book. Yeah, actually, a friend of mine actually sent me the book, and it was great. It was great so far. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
What chapter are you up to?
3. They're small chapters, though.
Oh, nice.
I mean, so I'm not that far. I read like Hazrana's book, the entire thing, Dinosaur Blood and the Age of the Earth, which I wish they didn't use that in his title because it wasn't Dinosaur Blood. But that was pretty good too. I didn't really like his conclusion per se, and I did talk to him about it. I even asked him. I said, hey, Fuzz, are you using these terms colloquially or are you using them scientifically? Because scientifically, they don't work the way you're using them. And I don't know if I know him well enough to know he's not trying to confuse people. He's not trying to obfuscate, and I get that. And he's like, no, I'm using them colloquially. I'm like, that's the only criticism I have about your book is that I don't think you made that point clear. And he took that to heart, which was kind of nice.
because imagine if Fuzz actually put the technical term on as a title, that would not sell. So
I get that. There's some creative liberty. Yeah. I mean, Fuzz is a smart dude. I mean, the guy's just brilliant. He's a PhD in biochemistry, for God's sake. I mean, how much more difficult field can
but
you
get? You're gonna love.
Yeah, you're right.
You're gonna love.
That's the problem with a lot of scientists speaking down to.
By the time you reach,
they need to be very, very clear.
Yeah,
that they're using these terms that way.
Yep. But I know the difference.
By the time you reach, by the time you reach chapters 4, 5, and 6 in Hugh's book, he starts going into Lagrange points in regards to the moon formation event.
The way I understand Hugh's argument so far is that we based upon probability, we probably shouldn't exist. We should have been destroyed many times over.
Pretty much. Yeah.
That's kind of
it's
the way.
Improbable.
Yeah, that's his argument for the entire premise of the book. But that argument. That's like the fine-tuning argument in a little way, right? I mean, we still exist.
Yeah, but it's an argument that's actually based on peer review science.
He makes some good. He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I can't fault him for that. But he comes from a concordance theistic perspective, and we have to take that into account when we're reading his material objectively. Now, you're a huge fan of Hugh. I know that. You're a fanboy. There's no other way to put it. But I mean, I get that. I mean, dude.
But I am critical of him in some areas.
I know you are.
What's the argument that you're talking about, Steve?
The argument is that.
What's the argument there?
The argument in his book so far is basically, because of asteroids, comets, cosmic rays, gamma ray burst, solar flares, whatever. He basically has said there's been extinction level events. There's been 5 so far, and yet life still progressed. There has been nothing that eliminated us completely, but it's kind of the question of is that post hoc? Because we still.
What's his conclusion though to that?
I haven't finished the book. So, well, the conclusion is the divine intervention, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure like exactly.
Yeah, I mean, he founded the organization. Well, hang on. He founded the organization.
Look at how many coincidences it has to take for even like us to be in this hangout having this exact conversation, right?
Right.
Like, it's astronomical the number of coincidences and events that had to happen for us to reach this moment in time right now. So I'm not sure how you could ever conclude.
But here's the
divine
thing: he started the organization Reasons to Believe, which has been very good to us. I'm not going to lie. They've been very, very good to us. And so I do support that particular organization. If you want to learn about theology and science, go to Reasons to Believe. You don't have to like accept either position, but their science is pretty good. I will admit. They're not like AIG or ICR, which is completely shit, obviously. They do they at least try to make things based from science, and I'll give them props for that. But again, improbable things happen all the time. So with like Improbable Planet,
exactly.
You could take a deck of cards, which is 52 factorial, if you shuffle them up and put them on a table face up. That's 52 factorial. That's literally something like 8 times 10 to the 67th power to 1. Right? That's a huge, huge improbability. But guess what? It happened.
Right.
So
right. Yeah, that was my point. We have astronomical events like that happen all the time that are astronomically improbable, but they happen every second of every day.
I take issue with that, if I may, because had things been slightly different, it may not be we that are here, but some other life form. So I just don't find that argument
that's why it's
particularly convincing.
That's why it's post hoc, exactly. Yeah, I mean we're here, therefore we're here. Yeah, Heavy, what's up, man? Go ahead.
I had a question for General. In between getting from the watching and getting into the hangout, I may have missed it. You're talking about the DPR brought up the question about how do we know that the light or the energy output or whatever from the supernovas is the same? Wouldn't you take into account redshift and use that to adjust so you can get the actual output?
Yeah, no, that's what I was getting at with the hyperfine split spectral redshift observation. You take into account now, because now we know the universe is expanding. So then we take that into account. We take into account light relativistically reddening in the continuum. The hyperfine split spectral lines are to do with light that interacts with any form of dust in the way, like material in the way. So between the observer on the Earth and the actual explosion, if light happens to interact with particles in between them, you'll have kind of like when sunlight hits the Earth's atmosphere and it turns red on the moon. It's the same concept. So when we take all these other complicated things into account, again, it's just added sophistication to the model mathematically to then even more accurately understand what it originally was.
Oh, okay.
And then you then put, implement that into the diagrams and so on. But then what, confirming what Lawrence Krauss was getting at, is that because of the accumulation of data now, you can literally then boil it down to this candlestick analogy where, well, the most common star that explodes is this type star, and then it's like a standard candle. So
right,
I think it's 9 months, if I'm not mistaken. Months period of where you have a brightening and then a dimming, and then it goes away. And then you take that and you then compare it with the radiometric decay rates of certain elements, and guess what? It works. It works for both Tycho Brahe, and it works for the ones happening today.
Just FYI, I just invited Eric Hoven to join. Don't know if he will, but he's been on before. So if he drops by, great. If not, but I think that would be very lively if Eric dropped by, because
he was supposed to contact me again.
I'm about to join you.
Yeah, well, I've called Eric out on numerous things. What's that, DPR?
The point I was making before about not making YouTube videos anymore. sort of relates to your invitation to Eric. Now, I've got no problem talking to Eric, but it has to be accepted that Eric has got absolutely no scientific education.
None.
And talks bollocks. He assumes that the Bible is the definitive work of a day. I just find it. It's a double-edged sword in a way, I guess. I find it entertaining to see his ignorance, and I also find it deeply frustrating to see his arrogance. Hey,
I could not agree with you more. I could not agree with you more. The only reason is it is entertaining, and one of the way to convince people that young Earth creation is bullshit is actually to listen to young Earth creationists spew bullshit.
Yeah, listen.
It's sad. It's sad. Like you said, it's a double-edged sword.
Yes, but
not gonna lie.
Yes, but how many people have listened to his bullshit?
I agree.
Yeah,
have
how many
addressed
people,
his bullshit?
I agree.
Have addressed his father's
how many people
bullshit?
recognize it's bullshit?
Yeah,
how many
it's just painful to see them still going on. It's a little bit like Ken Ham and his debate with
Bill Nye
guy. Yeah, Ken Ham just repeatedly says, "Well, we've got a book that told us what happened," and it's like, are you serious?
I agree.
I'm a lawyer. Okay, came into court and tried to rely on that sort of evidence. No jury, no judge would cover it at all. So it is a little bit like entertaining the idiots.
It is a definitely double-edged sword.
Could be seen as you must be cautious, I think, that you're giving them time. Deserve airtime that they deserve.
No, and
I don't know. It's hey.
I know. I agree.
It's
I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna join. Be honest. Usually you have to usually get a hold of him a few weeks in advance. But yeah, no. I like you said, it is a double-edged sword. Do we give these guys airtime? Well, this particular episode, you can't. I don't know if you can see the outside feed DPR, but it has a lot of graphics, and this was supposed to be about young Earth creation and quote unquote science. But the person who came in to discuss the young Earth creationist quote unquote science even admitted he didn't know any of the quote-unquote science because there isn't any young Earth creationist science. So I think we try to at least stay on topic a little bit. But yes,
what I'm confused about is the guy that came in here to talk about the young Earth creation science stated that he didn't believe in it to begin with. He went to a museum of natural history or science and then left believing it.
Yeah, I know. Because what that is.
How the hell do you manage that?
Because you got to remember.
Did you spend your entire time in the museum sitting in the lobby?
You got to remember, Pseudo, that
it opens up gaps. It opens up gaps that get filled with things of religion and things like that.
Right. You got to remember that these people are mostly scientific illiterate. Okay. And yes, we know people are educated young Earth creationists. Obviously, we talked to Tompkins and Anderson and Snellings and all those guys. They have real PhDs. Not gonna lie, but I think they purposely dumb themselves down and say stupid shit just because they're paid to do so. But whatever. But for the most part, the average young Earth creationist knows nothing about science, not even a rudimentary level. And so
that was going to be one of my next questions: whether he actually brought up anything as evidence.
No, he didn't.
And does General have more stuff? Does General have more stuff, or did he have?
Hang on, let me finish my train of thought real quick if I can, Heavy. Xbox is right. Xbox is exactly right. Because they have so much lacking of knowledge, they have to fill it in with something. And that's where these con men like Kent Hovind and Eric Hovind, Ham, that's where they come in. And they try to fill that gap in with complete and utter bullshit. I think everybody
and that's where we've got to be careful. We've got to be careful when replying to people like this not to overstate the position or come back with just as bad arguments.
And that's one of the things my channel's for, though, Xbox. As you know, when my channel started, it was basically just to refute young Earth creationism, but it's so diverged from there. Now it's basically how to not have bad arguments. Whether you're an atheist, theist, whatever, if you have a bad argument, we're going to be calling you out for it. And you know as well as I do, there are some atheists that just have cringeworthy arguments. Right? It's not just theists.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
we all could take
exact
apart
thing
Matt
I've
Slick's
reached too.
argument, right? We all know Matt Slick's bullshit tag argument inside and out at this point. That's not difficult to tear apart that argument. But we've got to at least be objective and say, look, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you fucking have a good argument, right? So we want people to have better argumentation skills.
Just out of interest, if I may ask,
sure.
What do you think are the I don't know, give me the top 3 or whatever worst atheist arguments?
I'll give you the one we just talked about the other day. One of the worst ones I could possibly use is the bionic dances. Babies are atheist.
Well, that's not against Christianity necessarily.
No, but it's against a theist. The argument is against.
I got some good ones, man.
Which
Sky Daddy. That's the first one.
Well, that's a pejorative. That's not an argument. That's a pejorative.
Yeah. No, but the argument the argument that reduces the God concepts to an old man in the sky in order to ridicule it is not a very good atheist.
Sure, I agree with you that. Yeah, that's
it's not a good approach.
It's not a good approach.
Right,
I don't know if that's an argument.
Though. Religion is a psychological disorder.
That's a bad one. That's really that.
Don't remember, Helena. Don't remember though the theists also say that atheism is a mental disorder as well.
Yeah, but that's why there's a lot of arguments. There's a lot of bad arguments like that. That was Forbidden Fruit's reason why he's no longer on YouTube, because he was trying to promote that, and even atheists were like, God, yeah, don't go down that route. It's.
I thought that was a shame because he kind of did everything that he was supposed to do technically, right? He brought up studies and things like that. So I think we shamed him a little too much, personally. But
no. If I could just chime in, the real thing that killed him wasn't that whole religion is a mental illness. He tried to get people to pay to watch his videos, not Patreon, pay for views. That's what killed him.
That's
and
true
he went
too.
a little weird with his girlfriend too. They're putting their personal life up on.
I remember that. Yeah, she was a little bit out there. But anyways,
she was having a rough time, and I'm not so sure he's being helpful.
Yeah, go ahead, Helena. You came up with really good ones so far, so keep going. What else do you think are bad?
Well, I came up with 2. Let's see. Can you think of a third one?
Steve, can't prove a negative or don't have to.
Yeah, that one's bad too, because modus tollens is a way to prove a negative. We can actually prove a negative using logic. So when an atheist says you can't prove a negative, I just go, ugh. And I know like people like Alex Malpass are going, ugh. You know, because I get shit on by Alex all the time, and I love it. When Alex, in the middle of the night, because we have an 8-hour time difference, he'll be messaging me, hey, Steve, I just watched your hangout. Jesus, you're an idiot. No, he'll just be like, yeah, you made a mistake here, right? No, he doesn't say that. I love Alex. But he'll be like, let me correct you on this. And he'll put like these 5 paragraphs of really in-depth things about Plantinga or something, or Kant. And I'm like, oh, God, I got to read through all this now. It's great. I love it.
The amount of time
could be worse, Steve. You could have to read a hog tie post.
Pseudo, hang on. You stepped on Helena. What, Helena?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just saying he's great. The amount of time he bothers with us.
Oh,
I appreciate it so much. He once texted with me in a PM for a good 45 minutes to an hour over me complaining about philosophy of language.
Helena, okay.
Helena, patient.
Helena, he's held me for hours like that. I'm like, well, I really need to go, but we can pick this back up some other time.
Yeah,
and he keeps going in such a way that I don't want to stop talking with him.
It's just wonderful. I feel guilty every time, but God, what a resource.
Helena, that's funny you mentioned that. But do you know how much people would probably pay to have this amount of resources we have in the Great Debate community? How many people we have with degrees, PhDs, and I know more about people than people realize. I'm not outing anybody. So if you have an exceptional amount of education and you've never said anything about it, then that's your business. But I can tell you right now, there's a lot of people that are very smart in our community, and people need to take advantage of this. I'm sorry. Take advantage of it, because you have people on the other side, like what we call the clown car posse, that sit in little isolated bubbles and think they know science and think they know about these topics and say that, oh, everybody over here are just idiots. And yet they babble about bullshit, and they're not taking advantage of the fact that we have people in here that can teach them so much. We have people in here, if they listen to our channel for about a year, they probably have enough to probably get an associate's degree at least. I mean, seriously. I mean, do you think I'm wrong?
No, I think you're right.
Okay, so maybe even a bachelor's. I mean, GMAT by now should have a degree in... Do you think GMAT by now should have a degree in biology for all we've explained to him on that? I mean...
Right. A lot of these people should.
Oh.
Like basics anyway, right? They don't even have the basics down yet. Years later. they still don't grasp
I know,
the basics.
it's so sad. But does that answer your question, DPR, about some of the bad arguments for atheists? And if you
I
want
got
to
a third one. The third one is you only believe in the religion you believe in because of where you grew up geographically. That's the third one.
I don't know how. I don't know if that's horrible. I mean, obviously, I think that you do have a more probable case that you will believe from your environment or cultural stance, but doesn't necessarily mean so.
That's true of everyone.
Conclusion.
That's true of everyone.
I don't
Yes.
think that's so much a bad argument. Hold on,
It's the
really quick.
conclusion of that argument. That's
You guys
bad.
have got to stop walking over.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a bad argument so much as it's trivially true. You know what I mean?
That's right. It's trivially true. And Xbox, what were you going to say about the conclusion? Therefore, the religion is false. Doesn't.
That's a bad argument, right? Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's trivially true because I do think that there's something to be said about that, but it's a bad argument because it doesn't lead to the conclusion that your religion is necessarily wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly. I put one on the side there too about a lot of the arguments that reduce down to being a myth book that just are the minds of the creation of men.
What don't you like about those? I love those ones.
I don't think any of them can.
There's some validity, but most of the time the zeitgeist approach where you're like, oh, look at all the similarities between Jesus Christ and Horus. That's so bad. That's cringeworthy.
Yeah, those are whatever.
Yeah.
There are some bad ones to that.
Yeah, Wolf.
Whenever you put bad arguments out like that, when you use bad ones like that, it takes away from the legitimate ones.
Right.
Okay, so what's so bad about it? For example, if you read the Old Testament and you read it from an objective point of view as much as you can, it just looks very obvious that it's written by human beings immersed in their time and sort of stuck where they are. So why is that a bad argument?
What's the argument that?
The argument is it's not divine literature.
Yeah, I think
the argument of the max of the human hand.
I think that's a pretty fair argument.
Well, I think
the argument is there. That's just stating that it's obvious. I intuit it this way. I obviously don't think
it depends to a degree whether you are prepared to accept that the old divinely, or accept that it is. And when I say every single that we have known of throughout today.
No, maybe I'm being mistaken here. I'm not saying that there's not good arguments that you can reasonably conclude.
I may be misunderstanding.
Because I do think those.
I accept.
Well, it's interesting because if you compare sort of that kind of common sense argument that, oh, read this, it really sure looks like a lot of people, compared to some of the Pal Talker arguments where when you follow their argument, there's just no way around the fact that it's impossible for the Bible to have been divinely inspired because of these properties of God. Well, that's a good argument. Right?
No. You misunderstand, I think. I'm saying that all gods are man-made, as opposed to the other way around. It is a characteristics of humankind to create gods.
See, I think to make that
time out. Hey, I need a time out.
Making just a moment ago.
Time out.
But if you compare that kind of an argument.
Time out.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I never get to talk.
Because we have three people talking at once, Helen, and nobody can hear you. Okay, so
everybody shut up.
We have a lot of lag and a lot of audio issues, so you're going to have to, not specifically Helena, but Xbox and anybody else, we have to wait till somebody's completely done talking, and then we can try to call on somebody or something, because people in the outside feed are having headaches because there's just three people talking at once because there is some lag here.
I hadn't quite finished my
sorry,
comment, and I can do it in one sentence.
Go for it, DPR.
And a very short sentence. Every single civilization that we are aware of has created a god or god systems.
Okay. So can I talk now?
Right. Yes, please do.
So if you compare those kinds of arguments that are sort of commonsensical arguments and seem to be true for sure, to some of these arguments we've been introduced to since the Pal Talkers, the degree of argumentation is, it's off the scale. When you hear a Pal Talker give the interpretation argument, for example, it's just better than the ones that we have,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
which are sort of these common sense ones, like the one that you just mentioned, DPR.
Right, and that's my contention is when it's given as a definitive answer rather than the intuition or what I can reasonably believe. That's what I was saying earlier about overstating your confidence in things. I think that's the biggest mistake that atheists make in any argument, is overstating their confidence.
Well, like Joe Sonstein runs the interpretation argument very well, right? But see, some of these nuanced arguments, Helena, are going to be above the level of most people. Let's be honest here. I'm not trying to be elitist. I'm not smarter than anyone in this room. You guys are way more smarter than me. But if I have to really work to understand something, then the average person that doesn't give a shit about philosophy or science is probably not going to be able to stand the nuanced arguments. So I try to stick with the easy shit. I'm not going to lie. When I went to go argue with Matt Slick, that was not that challenging to show him why his tag argument is flawed. We all could probably do that by now. So if somebody comes to me and say, hey, Steve, why is Matt Slick's argument bad? I can just explain it now. Me, Sokka, Xbox, any of us can do that. But the harder, more nuanced ones, yes. But those I reserve, honestly, for your room. Because, hell, you get in some really deep shit. And so I'm like, you know what? If you want to talk about this technical stuff, Helen is your girl. Because I'm not skilled enough to do so. I admit that. I'll listen to your channel and go, yeah, I have no idea. So
if you get too technical, then you lose the audience, and it's not compelling.
I agree.
Right,
I agree.
exactly.
But you like that.
I think that
you like that technical
anything.
stuff.
Applies to science, philosophy, applies to all the fields.
When we had our hangout, do you remember about a year or two ago, Helena, when we started first talking about ontological modal realism?
I may remember.
You had a hangout on it.
I do remember talking about modal realism, yeah.
Yeah, and Ozzy came in, and we were talking about anti-realism, and everybody's eyes were just like glazed over. You know, it was like, what? Yeah. So I mean, there was a point where I just kind of go, I'm gonna leave this for you guys because I no idea. I just know the very basics of it. So.
Yeah, and I think that's all.
Again, that goes back to the audience that you're trying to address, though, doesn't it? And assessing that, and assessing also what you want to achieve. If you want to appear to be a highly intellectual, I use the word very cautiously, intellectual, then it's very, very easy to be creationist or young earth creationist that you're talking to, or even the theist, into an uncomfortable position. And of course, when you do that, you're not likely to convince them. There's an expression along the lines of, you're not going to get a man to take his raincoat off if you throw rain at him. I think that there's a delicate matter about how you address, and it goes back to, I think, a point I made some time ago about how there must be kind of personal to them. There is no argument that's going to be used successfully against every individual theist or whatever. So that's why I don't criticize. That's why I don't criticize people for using different arguments. If somebody comes at you, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you, but if someone comes at you with a scientific argument, then respond with a scientific argument. If someone comes at you with a legal argument, you can answer it on that level. There's no one standard for all. That's all I'm saying.
I think there's a big difference between the way you interact with someone and what arguments you use. So, for example, if you wanted to, quote unquote, use the interpretation argument, doesn't mean you have to use it like a weapon. You know, you can present it in a kind of a third person kind of a way, and it can be discussed objectively. So I really do agree with you. I think it's very important. Oh. Pardon me. I hope your ears are all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think I've ever been interrupted by a dog with such a loud bark before, but do carry on.
There are 3 of them. I try to mute, but you never know when they're going to go off. I think one of the things I would hope that we would all work a little bit more on, and I know this is not surprising to anyone, but I just want to say it. I think that we could all be nicer and more civil. Discussion.
See, Helena is like the heart. She's the heart of our great debate community, right?
Is with that. I'm sorry to interrupt, and I'm going to step away in a few minutes' time, so everyone else will have an opportunity to talk. I'll tell you what my problem is with that is when I hear time and time again young Earth creationists misrepresent evolution and say literally time and time again, well, you've never seen a dog come from a cat. Look, I have explained this to you 20. I'm sick of doing it. Still maintaining this representation, then you are either totally stupid or honest. Which one would you like to be? Now, I think that is a perfectly fair assessment to make of them because they know.
Well, first of all, you don't have any proof.
And if they do not know, then they should not be saying that.
Okay, I've got some things to say about that.
All right, hey, Helena, can I say
First
something
of all,
real
you
fast?
don't have any actual proof that they know. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say they're not mutually exclusive. A person could be utterly stupid and dishonest. So they're not mutually exclusive positions. But yes, Helena, go ahead. Because Helena is the heart of our community. I'm an asshole to some people that come off, like DPR said. If I've explained it to you 1 billion times and you come in and you're running the same fucking arguments after 3 years, I'm not going to treat you very well. But anyways, go ahead, Helena.
Well, when you get frustrated with someone because they've been saying the same thing for 3 years, you are now in a position to have an option, and it can become all about yourself, right? There are several things you can do. You can, spout off at them, call them an idiot, or you can, think of it as an exercise in sort of self-discipline and potentially trying to convince someone even when you know it's pointless. And there are little activities you can do for yourself that don't involve screaming at someone or calling them an idiot and turning them off to the conversation.
Well, yeah, but Helen, it's kind of like masturbating with a cheese grater. I mean, you saw my video. You've seen my video with G-Man, right? It's one of my more popular videos. I was very calm. I was very trying to explain G-Man once again, about what DPR was saying, that dogs populations have dogs, right? And there's,
sorry, I'm working on the visual image.
Hey, whatever floats your boat, man. So I understand the frustration, and I don't necessarily have a problem too much with that as much as I do the arrogance of people that come in and say, look, you're all wrong. Dog, we've never seen a dog come from a cat. And then it's just to the point where they're pure arrogance. That's when I'm like, you know what? You're just an idiot. And I don't mind pejoratives. I'm sorry. Pejoratives are fine. And they're not ad hom. Let me clarify. An ad hom is when you say,
we all know.
Yeah, some people don't. I just told somebody today they didn't know what ad hom was. Go ahead.
Also, and this is something I've said to one particular person, and I wish I could remember his name. I remember his avatar, but I can't remember his name. And for about the 20th time, he said to me, well, turn into a cat. I said to him, how many times have you got to be told? Happened. If a dog cat evolution would be totally
exactly,
it would be blown out of the water.
That's actually a falsification criteria.
They must know, because I mean
no.
I told this person, and I had told him, see, this is not what evolution says, and if it did,
let me tell you though, at least in the U.S., the system here, the school system of where we learn evolution, at least for the past 30 years, has taught it in such a fashion that most kids do come out seeing evolution in that at some point a dog gave rise to a cat, or that at some point a chimp gave gave birth to a human. They do, and when that's ingrained in you when you're younger, that's a harder concept to correct.
It's just a misunderstanding.
And it does take repetition in different ways, and so I give them a little bit of a pass because
but
I was the same way and the same understanding.
But Xbox, come on! I mean, after you've been explained to it 10,000 times. And by the way, thank you, Christian Smith. He says, "Yeah, I get to watch a Steve hangout for the live for a change. Awesome." You know what? I try to have these things at different times. I do have my main one on Sunday mornings, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, which that's going to be a fixture from here on out. But I try to run these other ones kind of at random intervals because I know a lot of people at a different time zones. So I'm trying to placate a lot of people because they've already said I've had people tell me, "God, Steve, you have this hangout. There's no possible way I can make it." So at least I'm trying to vary it a little bit by the time. So I appreciate the fact that people are noticing that I'm doing that and that they can actually watch something live for a change. Thank you, guys. So sorry.
Here, Steve, and I was just talking personally. This is why I tend to give them a pass. You can tell in a repetitive conversation that you've had with the same person over and over, whether they're actually hearing you, especially if you've tried to explain it 20 different ways, not just 20 different times. But if you tried different ways and they're still not getting it, you can come to a reasonable conclusion that they're not hearing you, or they just don't want to hear you,
or they're just stupid. I mean, that is a fact of life. I know Helena hates that, but we have to realize that there are some dumb people. If you're a flat earther and you actually believe the Earth is flat, I'm sorry, you are literally not even lying 3 standard deviations or more away from norm of the
well, I never said that there aren't any dumb people.
Okay, good, because there are.
You know, I think I reconcile it by saying it takes all kinds, and so there's room for all of us.
You're so sweet, Helena. I wish I had your positive outlook sometimes.
Isn't it all? If we're talking flat Earth, isn't it all kinds and pillbox?
That's actually pretty good. Steve, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question. Steve, a couple of weeks ago, they had a March for Science, focusing on the importance of science literacy and education, and also criticizing the Trump administration for some policies that sort of threaten that. What do you think? Is that something paramount that we need to focus on as a country, or do we need something more than that?
Do you guys remember back when I said that because of the Trump administration's anti-scientific stance, there was going to be a huge backlash from teachers and academics, and this is the result of that. I hate to say it, but I was 100% correct on that. This is the backlash. This is the alternative facts are just that. They're not facts. They're alternative bullshit, and I think that this is the beginning. Have you watched yet, Wolf? Have you watched Aaron Ra's video of him going to the Texas state boards, school boards, and finding some of these bills?
Amazing.
Yeah, I've got the third top. I got the third top comment on one of them, and I think I have the top comment on another one. Watch those. If you guys have not seen Aaron Ra's videos on that, go watch them, because it's disgusting how these people have gone up in talk. We're getting some feedback real quick. I think it's Wolf. That they have gone in there and they literally have been pushing for this backdoor creationism ID bullshit. And the comment I just left was a guy, he was in a purple skull cap or something, and he was going up there and he butchered what a scientific theory was. He's like, well, this stuff is all just theory. You talk about bad arguments, it's just a theory. That's a horrible argument, right? Horrible. And he was up there doing that. And it's like, did anybody not stop and say, wait a minute, I want to go up here and say, dude, you can't say you're an idiot, but say, look, let me explain to you, the people on the panel, what a scientific theory is. It's not conjecture. It's not a guess. It is a well-formulated model that's been substantiated and confirmed by both experimentation and observation, right? So it's wretched how bad they are in Texas right now.
Yeah, Steve, I actually would agree with you on that. Like, for example, even Hugh Ross wants to push his RPD creation model into like a science classroom, and even I would disagree with that.
I totally disagree with that.
Because at the end of the day, it is a philosophical argument.
Yeah, no, and philosophy is fine.
Philosophy.
No, look at, dude, I'm telling you, you guys know me. I am fine with discussing ID and creationism in a philosophical class. I really am. Right. Because those things should be discussed. In science, no.
Absolutely.
Science,
But
there is no alternative
as far as-
science. Okay, it just isn't. It's like there's no alternative medicine. Do you know what we call medicine that works? Medicine, right?
Yeah.
Alternative medicine that works. It's medicine.
And,
So
and
yeah.
that's, and that's
Well,
the thing.
then it's going to boil down to why should I trust science and not my particular book?
Because science has
particular belief.
demonstrable results. We can predict things using models. If I say, look, I want to calculate where a planet's going to be 1,000 years from now, or 1,000 years are going to pass, I can do that because of simpler laws of physics, Kepler's law and Newtonian mechanics. I can do that, right? Science works because it has results. This is why we have modern medicine. This is why we have computers and the internet.
But what do you say to someone who holds their religion or their God or their book, their teachings over what you actually
Irrational.
see when you meet up with reality?
Irrational.
What do you say to that person?
They're irrational. And it's not the fact they have a theist position. Let me make this very clear. You could be a rational theist, right? And I know Matt Bell is probably listening to that going, yep. But yeah, no, I'm fine with being a theist. No issue with that. I know other people are a little more militant on that. I don't care. But the reality is, if you've been demonstrated something to be wrong, right, then that book of nature has to take precedent over the book of Scripture.
Yeah.
I have a
in
question.
fact,
I have a question,
to
Steve.
give an example. To give an example, look at James Clerk Maxwell. He was a very staunch Christian, but he did not at all use the first chapter, John's Gospel, to speak about how light works, because in John's Gospel, the light is described with Jesus, and so it's only in his devotions and in his philosophical ponderings that he then, with analogy, he then connected that Jesus is the light of the world and so on. But when he was doing his science, he just did his science, and I think that's what should be done in the science
Newton was the
classroom.
same
It's just
way.
to do natural observation.
Newton was a
I
creator.
think with Maxwell, it's also the fact that he has a good education. He understands the metaphorical use of the word light in that passage.
Right.
And I am pretty damn sure if you went back to the Greek, what you would actually see is it would not be light as we're thinking a light bulb, but it's enlightenment, it's knowledge, it's realization.
Yeah.
Because Christianity was founded as like a mystery religion. If you were in the in group, you knew what was going on. If you're in the out group, you didn't get quite the whole story.
Well, like Newton was
And
obviously...
in fact, he actually did.
My mic not working?
No, it is. I just wanted to quickly conclude what Trust said. That's actually very true. When you actually read his devotional diary, he actually connects it to the Greek, and then he connects it to his equations, his mathematical equations that demonstrate that, look, here's the light, ironically, light makes things like you can see in the darkness, so to speak. And in fact, it says that the light has shone in the darkness. This is in John 1. But then he analogizes that to mean, but look how beautiful these equations are. And hence it's the revealing of knowledge in a mathematical context.
Exactly.
So it's all interconnected. But notice he's thinking...
And I think that's beautiful.
Thinking,
I really think that's beautiful. It's about darkness being you're not being enlightened. You're not.
But I want to say something.
Knowledge, you're not receiving knowledge.
This is important because there's never been a creationist, and people bring up things like, oh well, there's a creationist that created the MRI or whatever. By the way, he didn't get the Nobel for that. It was actually two other people that did. But no, there's been never a history of a creationist, a younger creationist or anything else, ever using creation science to develop any theory or anything. Never once. Okay, and Newton was not a young creationist, but he was, obviously a theist. He didn't use theistic concepts to come up with the formalization of gravity, right? So he understood that there was a naturalistic explanation for things that he was looking for. He formulated it that way, and that needs to be really honed in on people because even though they were creationists or even if they're theists, they don't use that to develop the science, and that's the big takeaway. When a scientist walks into a lab, their theological beliefs stay at the door outside, right? So, but anyways,
and like Helen said earlier, when you look at a lot of these texts, you can see it from an observational point of view. So, like kinds come after their kinds, right? If you were even right now, if you go out and watch two animals mate, that's what you see, or you see a tree grow another tree. These are observations you would expect to see, without applying some rigorous standard to it, right? Like, so there's nothing in these books that make ridiculous claims that only could be made from a theology point of view that aren't accounted for. When they do step outside of that, every time we use science to test them or take a look at them, they fall flat, right?
Yeah.
The really sad thing is actually everything does bring forth after its own kind if you take kind to be a species.
I am fine with that.
Because you always belong to that family group.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how much an ancestor, an ape like or a primate being might be to me. I am still part of that family tree. So it is still after my own kind. I just get to have a few extra letters as I move down the trail of descendants.
Yeah,
and without the science involved in it, just think of what you would observe if you walk outside right now and compare it to the claims made. That is exactly what you're going to see around, is kinds giving rise to other of the same kind.
Yeah, we have so much lag here. Sorry about that, guys, in the outside feed. We are having a little lag here, but anyway, in a monophyletic clade, right, we know that the law of Meyer's law of monophyly states that a population will produce populations that of a similar quote unquote kind. In other words, dogs produce dogs. Now, how they change later on down the line, there's still going to be dogs. There's going to be a more specialized version with, as you said, some more letters attached to it for the most part, right? So when a person says, "Oh, the Bible is right, things produce their own kind," well, yeah, that's true. It's trivially true. But in the term that's used in the Greek Septuagint was actually genos, which actually meant descendant, not kind. Right? It just means that you have descendancy, you have a family, and I think that everybody would kind of realize that's kind of trivially true, right? So
yeah, that's the point. That you hit the point right on. It's the triviality. That's what I'm looking for. The triviality.
Nobody would ever expect
Steve, I need you to forget the word trivial. Forget the word trivial.
I love that word, and no, I won't, because it's really important. because look at nobody expects two humans to mate and produce a chicken, right? Nobody expects this. So why would they say, "Oh, if evolution was true, that would happen"? That's just stupid.
It's ridiculous.
And by the way, a few people came in. I didn't get a chance to say hi to them, and I know who they are because everybody was talking. But Deez is still here, so anyways, let me welcome Deez. I know Ankh jumped in, and I think that was JJ, African Goddess, that jumped in earlier. But we didn't acknowledge them, sorry. It's just really busy.
Onyx, Hilarious, and EO.
Yeah, Hilarious.
Too.
I wish Hilarious would have stayed, because he is a young Earth creationist. He could learn something.
I have a question, Steve. This is more addressing people in the United States with what Xbox brought up. When everyone went to school, because like Xbox had the last 30 years, was there ever anything in either a history course or a separate course, or in, I believe you guys have social studies, teaching world religions or comparative religion?
I didn't take any, but
I didn't either. Some schools do, most don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a real.
Who said yes?
I said yes.
Yes.
It was yes for me.
Oh, Stuart.
Okay.
Stuart, the school you went to then, was there any of this intelligent design or creationism crap going on?
No.
Hey, hang on 1 second. Save that question. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I gotta be back too. Xbox, can you moderate for like 5 minutes for me?
Sure.
All right, my Xbox.
Heavy, you were going to say something there.
And by the way, African Goddess, welcome. Oh, bye again.
Now she's gone again.
Yeah, that's okay.
When I was
Yeah, I got you, Steve. I got you for a second. See, I went to a private Baptist school, and I never learned anything about this creation.
Yeah, well then, right there, you're going to a private Baptist school. They're cutting you off, right?
When I was in high school, we had a class where we studied the major world religions, and that's all it was. We would give them all. The teacher gave them all equal time, and we just looked at their history and maybe some of the high points in their religion, like what they believe, this, that, and then we move on to the next. It was a great class. And now, as far as intelligent design, back when I was in school, many ages ago, hell, I never even heard of that stuff.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of people say that too. It wasn't such a widespread thing as it is now with the internet.
Sorry about that. Something to say. No problem.
Okay, so I graduated from high school in 2002, so I went to high school from 98 to 02.
Yeah.
We did we did a pretty thorough social studies evaluation of not just Christianity, but Islam, Hinduism, Taoism, Judaism, and in the context of the civilization too. And so it's really important, I think, to keep that. And I don't understand when I hear people who haven't been educated on these things in just basic public high school. I think they should be in school, but I think they should be in social studies class, where you can take the context of what the civilization is doing at the time, put that in the framework, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, given particular civilizations, technology standpoint, where they are, whether or not they're warring with everybody. Like it's not a coincidence that the Bible sounds like a warring primitive desert tribe, because Britain and the stories came from a warring primitive desert tribe. It's not a coincidence.
I think that's a bit disingenuous to that civilization.
Maybe what Stuart is.
They did actually do things, and they were in quite a pivotal part of the world, which is why the whole Mesopotamian Fertile Crescent area. I think that it's not it's not as simplistic an argument as that, because we have.
Okay.
I think you're being a little disingenuous. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure.
And I'm a pagan, so I don't know why I'm in this fight.
Yeah, I could have been more charitable in that, but still, the thrust of it still applies. And so that was my public school experience. And when I hear people today not getting that basic, like to not know the 5 pillars of Islam, or to not know what Taoism is.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
truth,
I mean,
just like truth to these beliefs or not, there's no denying that there's people around the world that believe these or have in the past and things like that. So I agree. This is knowledge, should be passed on.
But there's another thing. The thing I find most important about all of that, and I think you touched on it. Sorry, Stuart. I just had to put my cursor over your name. Is the fact that you don't just learn about the religions, and I really like what you said. You actually learn a bit about their culture. You learn about where people come from. I'm passionate about history. I love history. It's one of my favorite things. History, archaeology is my passion. And the one thing it's kind of taught me, and I think it was Santayana, who was a Spanish philosopher. He came up with a quote that said, those who don't remember history are bound to repeat it. And that's one of the things that fascinates me about the subject. And I think if you understand the history of things and where they've come from, you kind of can extrapolate to why things are the way they are in certain parts of the world, which is, I kind of think, where you were going.
Right. Sure. Yeah. So, and it wasn't just it's where they are, their climate, what technologies are available to them. Like, for instance, genies are also described as in ancient literature as dust devils, right? So, and that's part of their climate. You see a figure, what looks to be a figure, in almost a tornado, about the size of a man, traveling through the desert, and they attribute that to magic at the time, right? So it's not. It's what am I trying to say here? It just seems to me that it's very difficult.
The anthropomorphization of a natural phenomena.
Yeah, right. It's what we talked about earlier, opening those gaps up in people's knowledge and filling it with just our own psychology.
Right. Right.
Yeah, well, you can make a probabilistic argument for that. I mean, obviously, DPR has brought this up before that man has created a lot of gods, and you could run an argument that the deity of the Bible is just one more created version. That's a fair argument to be had. Do I think it's a great argument? Depends, but I mean, it is a legit argument.
And so when we're talking about education, especially public education, which is extremely important, the factors I feel that one that's ignored is maybe not that we are failing to equip the younger generations with an available body of knowledge, but that these younger generations perhaps aren't retaining it. They're not retaining the knowledge. Like, you learn about chemistry, you learn about half-lives in high school. It should be your junior year of high school, maybe even earlier now. And all it really takes is for the student to retain it, right? And so maybe in certain states it's available, in other states it's not available. And I know that's another large debate, but I think we're missing where the responsibility lies on the student as well as what we're providing them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I can tell you this. I can tell you, as from an American, and my sister is working on her PhD in education, and I used to help grade her papers, and I know about education a little bit. So, what I could tell you this is that our educational system in America is vastly insignificant compared to some of the other programs out there around the country. I mean, if you look at the Chinese curriculum they have, I mean, they're so accelerated compared to us. It's not even funny. They're literally teaching calculus in years and years earlier than what we would be even exposed to in the American culture. And I think that's a detriment. I think Americans tend to think our children are stupid or something, and they're not capable. And I take the opposite approach. I think the best time to learn something is when you're in your childhood and teens. That's when you should be exposed to something. That's when you're most likely able to understand something than ever. Because I can tell you right now, learning something later on in life is a hell of a lot more difficult. So
absolutely,
you got
to look at it.
I'm in IT. I've been in education all my fucking career.
Would you rather live in China, though, Steve? Like that? That would be the question raised.
Well, no, it's not really that. It's about the system. It's the fact that the way that the Chinese teach maths is very different to how we teach math, and they base a lot of it around the abacus, the Chinese abacus, and it's really effective for being able to. Children end up not having the abacus. They do it all in their head with their fingers.
Well, have you seen the Chinese method where they use
no, but
little
I'm
lines?
saying
Hang on,
fucking amazing.
Bruce, have you seen the method that Chinese use where they use little lines to do all kinds of weird maths?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah,
but I'm saying they're armed with this knowledge. You say it's so much better.
Well, yeah, but they're in school all the time. There's no such thing as summer break in these countries. They literally are studying all year round. Even hang on, Stuart, you're echoing. Even when they're out of school, they're still studying. I mean, they're immersed in the culture. The culture is to educate while you're in school, and I don't see that much in the American culture.
But
they take a very different approach.
It's a different attitude. I think while I like some of the systems and the methodology, I think that the draconian level that they are teaching their children, are they going to have good mathematicians? Are they going to have good engineers?
It might be a little
yes,
much.
they will.
It might be a little much.
They will, but what they will not have is the level of creativity.
Right.
You sacrifice.
That's going to be much rarer.
Yeah.
That's going to be much rarer.
This is why I was asking.
And by the way, you also
how much better are they?
I've studied education a little bit because I do quite a bit of it.
But you also limit your social skills too, because in China, they dress very similar. They have to wear a certain kind of haircut. There's no dating. It's basically the social interactions are much more limited, which I think is a detriment.
Depends where you are. It depends where you are and what type of you're going in China. It's very specific.
I'm not trying to be specific. I am very much speaking in generalities here.
The same as if you South Korean system, where you have the elite academic schools where they drive them incredibly hard, which is why there's such which has been linked to potentially quite a high suicide rate.
Right, and here's the thing, Drew,
but they do get a lot of academic excellence. They're breaking a few eggs to create some, good omelets.
But trust, I never went to the Chinese schools, but I can tell you, I get where they're coming from because I was immersed in that for 2 years. Okay, the whole naval nuclear pipeline, you are immersed in that kind of culture. You are literally studying 24 hours a day, even in your sleep, pretty much, right? I mean, for 12 hours, 8 hours in academics and 4 hours practical. That's 12 hours in a day that you're literally studying. And then even afterwards, you're still kind of working on things. So for 2 years, I had to do this. And I was like, oh, my God, this is ridiculous. It has one of the highest suicide rates in the military. So you're right. So but they do this all their lives. And I'm like, oh, that's just... to me a little bit excessive, but I at least understand why they do that because being immersed in it like that, I had to learn this shit, and I did learn it. So,
what is there?
Yeah, I mean, between the ages of 20 and 30, when I did the vast majority of my study, I was normally doing a full work day, which is normally 8 to 10 hours, depending on what's going on. Then I was going home, and at least 3 nights a week, I'd be studying for 3 or 4 hours a night, because I'd normally be doing 1 or 2 exams every quarter. And some of the stuff you have to, and you're right, it is high pressure, but it's about what you want to do and what you want to be.
But how do those societies view the stupid people, the people that can't keep up?
Well, it's not as simple as the stupid people who can't keep up. It's different people have different roles in that kind of society.
Right, so they accept those roles.
To stream. Yeah, you get streamed. And again, this is a horribly broad generalization, and I hate generalizations. But yeah, you kind of get streamed into what you are, and it's based on factors: where you are, what your family does, especially in China. And then, there are a lot more people electing now to move to the cities because there are more jobs for that kind of thing to do, but there's a certain educational standard. So the level you get to only at a certain level.
What most Western societies try to do is not fit people into those roles, and to rather cast a broader net to allow everyone bigger opportunities. I think that I'm not sure how you could mix those two systems.
Well, I don't think it's about draconian education. I think it's also about methodology, and to me it's more about methodology and technique.
I think I have to go with that as well. Methodology is critical.
Yeah,
but it's also exposure.
So, sorry.
It's also exposure. We don't expose kids to things until much later, except in some kind of what's called magnet schools, right? Or people that are going into STEM things. My daughter is lucky. She is actually in a good school, and she's in 6th grade going into 7th. And right now she's learning things that I didn't learn in 6th grade, like box plots. She's learning things about how to take various averages, whether it be a mean or a mode or how to do a range, domains. I mean, I wasn't exposed to that to probably, I don't know, freshman high school, I think. I don't remember. But she's in a good
12,
school.
13 would be nada, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm happy for that. But I think if you're down south, and I'm not picking on the southern people, but down south, yeah, they don't get that kind of... I mean, these are the same people that try to think that, that evolution is some kind of controversial thing. That's the level that they're teaching at. So I think that
Steve, what's a magnet school?
A magnet school? A magnet school is where they try to draw people into the STEM and the higher academics.
Oh, like this school is focusing on this type of field. Okay.
Yeah.
And Steve, you're right about the down south. Me coming out of the private school into the public, I had to skip 2 grades. Otherwise, I would have just been
skipped kindergarten, but that's because I was a genius at age like 3. So no, I'm just kidding.
I don't think
this
spoke to my intelligence. I think this spoke to the different systems. One being so much farther behind than the other.
No,
and I'm intelligent.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, it's how you get taught. It's the same. There was quite a difference between my primary school, my middle school, my high school, and when I went to university. And it was quite funny. I mean, I spoke fluent French when up until about the age of 7, and then between 7 and 12, my middle school didn't teach a second language because it wasn't very PC in those days to do that. Yeah. So I forgot all my French. Then I got to high school and I thought I'll do French. and I found it almost impossible to learn. I speak a little bit of French, but my French is crap.
No,
compared
similar.
to what it should have been.
I can read a cereal box, Bruce.
Oh, by the way, I'm really late in this. I'm really late in this feed here. I'm sorry, but I do got to toss out at some point my sponsorship from Brian Sapient from the Rational Response Squad. Links are in the video description to Atheism United, the huge list of atheist, agnostic, and skeptic humanist websites, including YouTube channels that are promoting critical thinking and things like that. Which, by the way, I am added to now. Yay! So I'm on the same list of T's, and like 30 or 40 of them. No, that's like 30 of them. I'm on the same list of T's as Thunderfoot and the Atheist Experience, and I'm like, yes. So I'm not reaching those levels. Don't get me wrong. I mean, way below those levels. But to be on that list, even mentioned with those things, I'm stunned. I'm flabbergasted. So I do got to say thank you to Brian Sapien for that. He was a great guest, and I know he's going to come back and join us again. So if you guys remember him from the Rational Response Squad, I'm hoping that he comes back and starts that up again a little bit. So, but I had to throw that at some point because he did sponsor my channel a little bit. So that was awesome. Does DPR? Do you remember that? If you're still there, DPR, do you remember the Rational Response Squad? He probably fell asleep. I don't know, but
yeah.
But anyways,
because I don't know if you want to continue down the education path or if you want to.
Well, no. My question with that is, would that have an effect on what's going on with things like intelligent design and youngers trying to get into the schools? Because I remember when I was at high school, this was like 20 odd years ago now, we had a world religions course. In history class, we actually went through some things like, now sure, some of this was like half a class or maybe a full class for kind of get through things. There's a lot of material to cover. But we went through early Earth history.
Right, but you got to remember that the down south and the younger creationists think that those are quote unquote, those are just conjecture and quote unquote theory as in a colloquial version of it.
Yeah, but see, there was a place for them. Rather than having them removed, they had their place within the curriculum.
No, there shouldn't be a place in the curriculum for all.
No, but I'm saying is by having a world religions course.
Oh yeah, but that's okay. But
you had a place for those things to be discussed.
But I don't believe that should be okay. Honestly, I don't think that should really be
just
high school
just like you said, a philosophy course.
Right, but that shouldn't be high school level. And the reason I say that, okay, let me explain to you why. Let me explain to you why, because this is critical. You only have so much time to educate people, and if you throw in all this other shit before they even actually know what science actually teaches, you're doing them a disservice. So you teach them the basics first, and then when they get to college, then let them be exposed to other things. No problem. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you say basics there, are you meaning like philosophy and reasoning and critical thinking?
No, I think those things should be taught much earlier.
Are you meaning like basics?
I'm talking about.
Are you meaning like basics and whatever theories are around?
No, I think they should be exposed to intelligent design and creationism after, like in college type things. But no, I believe that critical thinking. Like I took a course called Contemporary Rhetoric, or excuse me, it was called Fallacious Reasoning and Contemporary Rhetoric, and I got to tell you that stuff should have been taught well earlier, like 10th grade in high school. And so that kind of stuff, no, bring in much earlier. But if you don't know the basics, then you're not capable of determining whether intelligent design is a legitimate thing or not. You're not capable of rationally looking at it and say, is this a scientific thing or not? You don't have the skill set to do so.
Absolutely. You're not. You hear me say it and you see me put it in comments all the time that who else is in the better position to be making these judgments on science and things but the experts in these fields. And you coming at it as a layman, I don't care how much of a hobby it is to you, right? If you don't have these basics in reasoning, you can't make a judgment on it. You end up with dueling scientists or dueling philosophers. And
I agree.
You just, whoever kind of agrees with you, and you end up in a mess.
But the funniest thing I find Xbox...
You just got to accept you're not in a position to be making those types of judgments.
Right, but the funniest thing I find is that when you have a younger creationist that says, I'd rather believe these handful of scientists saying that the Earth is young, and I mean literally a handful. I mean, there's probably about 12 to 15 main ones, and they write everything. And then people just kind of pick and choose from them, right?
Right.
So they'd rather believe them than the hundreds of thousands, if not even millions of other experts that say, no, it's complete shit, right? And I find that to be just amazing to me. It really is.
Right, it's mind-blowing. I agree. It's one of the things I probably comment on the most. That is how in the world are you making this judgment when one, you might not even have access to the evidence that they do. You don't have the expertise, the teaching, the experience in these fields to be making the judgment about the evidence, even if you did have access to it.
Yeah, JD.
And so why are you're going with this smaller minority of people that agree over what peer review, objective people that don't know each other are all agreeing to? Yeah, it's going to always be more reasonable to take the larger group of experts, the majority consensus of experts.
JD likes to run the little argument, either all of the world's scientists are incompetent or maybe they know something that you don't.
Right.
You know, and he's right on that. I mean, they probably know a lot more about these topics than you do. This is why I defer to experts. This is why if I got a question about biology I don't understand, I'm not going to go to someone like Antonio Fletcher or G-Man. I'm going to go to Fiona or somebody else that understands these things, right? So...
Right, absolutely. And that's where it comes back down to just conflicting with, this is one of the hardest things to address, right? If you have a bunch of people you see as experts or as authorities in your life, and some say we believe this certain way, right? We believe in God, we believe in this particular God. And then you have other authorities in your life saying, well, here's reality, here's science. It's much easier to go with what everybody else around you is believing, even if it's wrong.
I think you're right on that. There is a social aspect to that. Well, they want to fit in, right? They're definitely to fit in with their peers, and I mean that as their friends, kind of thing. And so they don't want to rock the boat. I mean, look what happened to Wayne. When Wayne and I had our debate, and he realized that macroevolution was a real thing, that was the turning point for him to go, well, damn, maybe there's more to this evolution than I thought. And he was ostracized. He was literally kicked out of groups because of that. So he lost a lot of the social things, and he started up his own thing, which was cool. But yeah, there's a stigma in these younger creationist groups that if you leave them, or you realize that they're wrong, they don't want to talk to you anymore, which is, to me, strange. Because look, if somebody in our group said, I'm going to change my position, I'm not ostracizing them from the great debate community. You know, I mean, look at Eve Real.
Yeah, I would actually want to hear. I would actually want to hear more why they changed their position.
But sometimes they don't. Like,
maybe I should change mine.
Eve Real became a flat earther, right? And I tried to talk to her about it, but she doesn't want to. But I didn't say, okay, Eve, you know, you change your position to a flat earther, I don't want to have anything to do with you. You know, I still talk to her on Facebook, occasionally. So I mean,
right.
It happens.
Like I was just saying, when someone makes that, especially when they make that drastic of a change, I want to know what changed your mind.
Too, but
maybe I have some fucked up view that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Re-examined.
Yeah. Right.
I would hope like fuck that this is a long ass troll.
I have had people question the theory out there, or the conjecture out there is that maybe Eve is doing a long con. I don't know. I don't think so. I could be wrong on that. But the problem is,
no, don't worry. Some of it's personal stuff.
Yeah, I don't think she is. I really don't think she's doing a long con. It's unfortunate, but you can't save them all. You're going to have some people that want to believe in bullshit. You can't change that.
Right. They gain something from it, right? You see a lot of down and out people turn to God, right? You see it when they're hit the floor, they've hit rock bottom, they turn to God because it offers them something.
Plus, you're part of an elite group too. Yeah.
Tony, got a little bit of background.
It's better to let that. Sometimes it's better to let that rise and keep them afloat. Maybe that's the only thing really keeping them going.
No, I have no problem with that. I'll tell you right now, and I know people may disagree with me, but if somebody's down and out and they need something to hold on to and they find religion, I don't got a problem with that at all. I really don't. If it helps them,
right.
Whatever, right? But the problem I have is when people take advantage of that. If I say, hey, look at Xbox, you're really down. I'll tell you what, you come in and I'll give you some food and I'll shelter you, but you got to sit through a 5-hour lecture on Jesus. That's when I'm like, hey, there's a problem here, because I think people take advantage of that. If you're a Christian, you should be altruistic to the point. It's like, you know what, Xbox, I'm gonna feed you, I'm gonna clothe you, and if you happen to want to listen to the Word of God, fine. But if not, it's not conditional, because you do know it is conditional with some groups, not a lot of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with some of them, it definitely is.
We're not going to offer you some basic amenities unless you hear us.
And
some of them are, if you don't join us, we're not going to offer you anything.
Yeah, that's
salmon and sandwiches. That all phrase from here.
What's that, Druss?
It used to be called sermon then sandwich.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's called. Sermon then sandwich. You listen to the sermon first, and then you get fed. But to me,
it's also called soup for Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that was something.
Soup for Jesus.
Yeah, soup for some soup kitchens kind of run that way.
Yeah,
you get the soup, but you got to have the sermon.
See, I think you get the soup first.
You can't eat the soup until you get the sermon.
If you want to stick around, listen to the sermon. I don't have a problem with that at all. I think that's great. I'm hoping more organizations do that. I don't have an issue with that. If it helps people, great. But
that was something.
Heavy might actually have some insight on this because Heavy came to Christianity, I think, later in life.
Go ahead, Heavy.
Heavy. And then you moved away from it.
Go ahead, Heavy.
Thank you. That was something that came up in this group I've hooked up with. They go out once a month, set up tables, and just give out things for to the homeless. And it can be like hygiene things, toothpaste, just stuff that they can really, really use or really need. Bananas and oranges, clothing, things like that. Well, one of the guys came up and he said, "Well, what church are y'all with?" And the lady beside me said, "Well, we're the other guys." And she explained that we were atheists. And that you don't have to, we're not going to preach at you. We're not going to invite you to church. The only thing we want you to do is come up and help yourself and get what you need.
Yeah,
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, they think it's. Do I sound better, by the way?
By the way, DPR I think has to take off. So, DPR, are you taking off?
Okay, cool.
No, I think you're confusing that with a different message.
Oh, okay.
I was just remembering the horrible evolution conversation that I had, and it was with someone called Veckel, who I think you're probably all familiar with.
Yes, we know Veckel, of course.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Veckel
Good old Veckel.
I can see why you're bothered by that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't devour you.
Let me tell you, because we all know Veckel for a long while. I know DPR knows Veckel. Veckel does the approach is if he can't handle the argument or talk about it on a intellectual or adult level, he goes into full troll mode every time. Every time.
Oh yeah, he started when I posted in the chat that he was talking nonsense. He then started saying in the conversation that I was I don't know, all sorts of insulting words and whatever, and I pointed out to him and told that evolution does not say a dog will produce a cat. And I think left, but then when I tried to explain, because he was posting things in the chat saying that I was a wanker and a whatever, he just kept on trying to mute me. I mean, this is childish beyond belief.
He is full troll. Yes.
How do you deal with someone like that? And yes, there are some people I think that you can deal with on an intellectual level. He's not someone that I think that you can. Why waste your time doing it?
I guess to use a religious phrase, you don't cast your pearls before swine. But I mean, it's not even that he's a full troll. I mean, the guy's an idiot. He doesn't. Not only is he not interested, he's not interested. He's just not willing to actually learn the material he wants to be critical about. I mean, that just shows that is an individual that just doesn't want to learn science, doesn't want to be science literate. And in any case, why would we take a person like that seriously?
Right.
I mean,
And listen, here's the thing.
That's what I was going to ask. Is not keep this person, but speak of in general. When you come across people that act this way, what do you do?
There's only so much time in the day, and we interact with a lot of people. I mean, literally, we interact with a lot of people. Just not even on the hangouts I have here. I interact with people on Facebook, Twitter. How do you think I get guests, right? But there's only so much time to interact. I'm not going to waste it on people like Veckel anymore. Been there, done that, right? Veckel, I've known for a long while. Right. He will troll. He'll come in here. He'll be good for about 5 minutes, and then it goes to shit. And he knows how to work the room to get people arguing with each other. He's very good at that. So I don't have a reason to have a discussion with Veckel anymore because I know his game. So
as soon as you start doing those laughing in the background, then you know he's about to troll.
Yeah.
Some of these people only have so much to offer.
And he has nothing to offer.
That,
he has nothing to offer. He knows
And
his
see,
Bible.
here's the thing. Just to answer a question about how should we treat them. Not only should we not even take them seriously, we should point out their error through mockery and ridicule and contempt, and I hold that right.
Well, no,
yes.
Well, I mean, okay, I'm not going to be Mr. Self-Righteous here. I've said a million times, my channel, sorry to say it, is entertainment, and I am not above mockery. I am not above it by any stretch of the imagination. I relish in it. Watch my videos that I make. I mean, I basically can show shit like true empiricism to be an idiot, and I will mock him for it, right? I'm not above that, or G-Man. But at the same time, I do want people to learn something. You're not going to have them engage with them and learn anything from any of those people. Nothing. Unless you want to maybe if you want to learn about the Bible, yes, Becco knows a little bit about the Bible, obviously. But science, forget it. Just forget it.
I'm glad you added that, because it's some of the only real good conversations I've had with Beckel. Is every now and then I'll have a Bible study with someone or have them explain to me something they're talking right into.
Yeah, he's really versed in the Bible. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he is. I'll give him that. But, I was just concurring with the thought that, honestly, we should not engage with them. We should mock them for the things that they do and the fact that they are unwilling to actually form their opinion about it. And let's not forget, you can always learn from satire. It's like the oldest social study out there. So it's not really.
I don't think mocking the person, though. I don't think mocking the person gains you anything.
I don't want to mock the person so much. I mean, yes, they are stupid. I mean, that's not mocking them. That's a fact that's demonstrable. But the thing is you guys still, you guys have, Wolf, you got a lot of feedback, my friend. I'm just going to mute you because it's just, yes, okay, sorry. So the problem we run into is that you guys still entertain that you're going to get some educational or fun response from them by going to their hangouts. And I've advocated don't go in there. Just don't. Now, the other day, there was a situation where I don't know what happened. I must have clicked something somewhere down the line, and somehow I ended up in Antonio's hang. But I'm like, hey, look, I didn't come on your hangout under like a True Empiricism account, which that was kind of like bullshit that he was accusing me of doing that. But I don't ever go into their hangouts. You never see me do that. And I recommend to other people that they don't, because you're not going to get any value out of it. And so their channels are slowly dying. I got 70 to 100 people watching most of the time. They have like 12, maybe on a good day 40, and that's only because they're mocking them, right? So I don't know what value there is to entertaining to go in and talk to them anymore. It's going to be the same shit over and over again. And I got a dog barking, so hang on.
Steve, can I jump in here?
No, jump in here.
Yeah, go ahead,
so, I want to amplify what Wolf said, and I want to defend a little bit what DPR said. There is room for scorn, and I'll tell you why. When you grow up in the bubble, and Pseudo mentioned this the other day, you actually think it's legitimate controversy. And for me, someone like me, I wish people had been more scornful. It was actually scorn that got me to study these things on my own. So scorn reaches honest people in a way that kindness won't. So I have to disagree with Xbox. I understand that you're going to turn a lot more people off with scorn, but for some people, the only way you can reach them is scorn. So I just want to put that out there.
I agree. No, it's a tool. I know people that, like, look at, they don't want to be thought of as stupid. They don't want to be thought of as uneducated. I get that. I don't think anybody does. And because of that, they have looked into this thing a little bit more. Again, I hate to bring up Wayne again, but Wayne does not want to be thought of as stupid. And when he was promoting this young earth creationist stuff, we were mocking him a little bit for it. But that made him think to himself, maybe there's more to it. Now he teaches science. He actually is a substitute science teacher. And so it did help. There's different ways to get through to different people. Now, the mockery I have with the Clown Car Posse, it's just straight up mockery. None of these people are going to change. But it is what it is. It's entertainment. I find it to be fun. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to put myself on some high pedestal that I'm saying I'm above mockery. But you know what? If somebody else learns that you don't want to be mocked, then you're not going to say stupid shit like they do. Like, oh, well, we don't see a cat coming from a dog. Right?
Well, I would like to ask not only yourself, but also everyone in the room. I have a degree of, sounds arrogant, humbleness. That is to say that I won't try and talk about topics that I know. So unless you are asking me about the very of evolution, I'm not going to entertain you. to someone that knows what they're talking about. I don't want to talk about it. But these people, and this is what I find so extraordinarily arrogant of them, is these people, we suspect the majority of which have no reasonable degree of education to speak of, highest arrogance to talk about topics which I have, again, no doubt that they know nothing about whatsoever. Bloke that talks about DNA all the language is one of the most irritating come across on this sort of like hangout.
Boy, ain't that the truth. You know what's funny is, yeah, I agree. DPR, you're so spot on. Look
Yes,
at,
I think it is true empiricism. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that.
Odious.
Look at, I've been the first person to admit what my background is and my limitations. I have only a community college level of biology, straight up community college level. But I think I have a decent enough understanding that if somebody says, "Can you explain to me the basics?" I can do so. But that's as far as I go on it. People say, "Oh, you want to learn about biology? You know, talk to Steve." No. That's not my field. That I know very little about it except for the basics, but it's still more than what they know. And so when I do make a video about it, at least I have people that I run it by. I'm like, "Hey, Fiona, can you watch this? Hey, Sam, can you watch this? Say, somebody check this out to make sure I'm putting forth the right information." They don't even do this. And you're right, DPR. They pontificate on shit that they don't even have a rudimentary level understanding on. And it's fucking infurious. It really is. You know, people at least, like I said, I may not have an advanced background in biology, but I guarantee it, if you asked the biologist around, I'm not completely inept in the field. I do know at least some basics. And I find that anybody can talk about any subjects if they have some kind of basics and they don't think that they know more than the experts. Right? That's the only thing I have a criterion for it. Look, everybody can talk about any topic they want because we have a big community and you're not going to just talk about the topics you know about, but you don't want to come across as the R's of an authoritative person on that particular topic. Would you agree, DPR?
But take what being discussed when I first joined an hour or so ago, and it was about supernova. Okay. I think it's an absolutely extraordinary subject. I think it's a wonderful subject. But what did I do? I didn't say, "Oh, I know this, I know that. I've got it from Lawrence Krauss that this or that." What I was doing was asking questions to try and get a greater understanding of the subject. Why is it that all supernovae are of the same, for example? Arrogance. It's modesty. It's an appreciation that there is about the world. Understand, and even the subject that I would be very reluctant to give any advice about it whatsoever because I know enough about it. I've been doing for the last 25 years or so.
Yeah,
I just find it. Sorry, go on.
I was just say my hangouts are open to everybody, and yet none of them ever come in to ask questions. I get people in here that are just beyond educated, right? They don't come in here to ask questions. They never do. Not one of them. And it's such a travesty. If they want to learn something, like you said, learn. Like for example, General has a background in physics. That's his expertise. He teaches calculus. General, I think, would probably say that I have a decent enough understanding, but I'm not going to be able to teach it to anybody. He can. So if like you said, when you have a question about supernova or anything like that, I know enough to answer it very basically, and I think I can relate it to where the average person can understand it. But if you want to know the specificities of it, General would be far more apt to. And I know I know who to defer to for what. Right?
And exactly. And if I have if I'm making a video about something, not so much recently, obviously, because firstly I've not made videos, and secondly, Thunderfoot doesn't seem particularly willing to talk to me recently. But if I had a question, for example, about the thematic material that is supposed to have been used in the 9/11 attacks, I consulted him because I know he's an expert. In the paper, and I swear he looked at it and within 2 or 3 minutes said, "This is crap. this is crap and whatever, and explained it to me in a way that I felt sufficiently confident that I could post the video without getting criticism from the authors of the paper. And in fact, I even invited the authors of the paper that I to have a discussion with it. But I would never be that arrogant without checking. If it came to chemistry, I would probably take the months. Ontology, I would obviously go to, but I would never arrogant. So I do basically know nothing to do, and classic examples.
You're breaking up.
I firmly believe.
Is he breaking up for everybody else?
Talking. Tell you what, I'll turn my camera off.
Yeah, you might want to turn that. We all know how handsome you are, so you could probably turn off your camera and increase your bandwidth.
Is that better?
Oh God, yes. Oh yes, much better.
I don't know.
Yes, it's better.
Oh, good. Okay, well, I'll carry on. I'm not going to take lectures on science from Kent or Eric Hovand or G-Man or Veckel or what's the DNA obsessed bloke called again?
True empiricism.
True empiricism.
Yeah.
And you know they get so excited and say, "Oh, this is just an appeal to authority." Yes, it is, and I make no apologies for it, because they are not an authority. That they are. What are your qualifications? Appeal to an authority. Well, yes. What's wrong with that? Authority. They can't.
Yep, you're exactly.
They
right.
don't.
You're exactly right. And
do you think any of those people, including probably the worst culprit of all, Nephilim Free, do you think they've got any qualifications?
No.
Whatsoever, so they can talk upon these subjects? No. So why should I listen to them?
Yeah, well, it's the same thing, DPR. Like, I'll make a video. Like, for example, I made a video explaining why Ronnie was wrong, which is true empiricism, on why he was wrong with what's called ATP synthase and electron transport chain. I know enough about it to at least make a decent argument about why he's an idiot on it. But I'm not arrogant enough to think that I'm going to be right on this video without checking it with somebody who does know what the fuck they're talking about, right? That's the difference. I try to qualify what I'm saying to make sure, just like you did with Thunderfoot, that I'm putting out the right information. And so when somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about watches what I have to, video and either makes a minor point or I fix something, I at least feel confident enough that I'm putting out something decent enough to explain why Ronnie doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about or true empiricism. So yeah,
and also
exactly.
I suspect you also put out references. I always used to in my videos. So if people had a question, they could look at where I got the information from. I've never seen I have seen references, I think, in Nephilim's videos, but they're not particularly persuasive.
No, I honestly, I don't, and maybe I should. But well, no, you know what? I'll take that back. I had a video not too long ago where it's called True Empiricism 80 Style. If you want to go check it out, and I actually ran it by Fiona, and Fiona had given me some links to exactly what I was talking about. Well, I had to modify my video a little bit, but for the most part, it was decent enough where I could stick it in my video and make a coherent argument, and that was my reference. So I did put a reference in there. Yes.
Steve.
Yeah,
Steve,
and Fiona knows what she's talking.
Oh yeah.
In the field.
Oh
but,
yeah.
She would be the first to confess that there are many fields of science where she is not an expert and wouldn't even dream of beginning to give you know, or try and educate. I mean, it's just it's ridiculous.
Yeah, EO, did you want to add something, EO?
Steve, can I address DPR's point on humility? One of the greatest mathematicians of the late 1700s was Lagrange, and he was famous for beginning every response with, I don't know. Well, je ne sais pas, but the point is, you're right. I mean, we should have more humility, and what's wrong with this community is not only do they not have humility, but it's the blind leading the blind. They trust people just because of Christianity.
Well, their community, not my community. We acknowledge that in our community, the Great Debate community. I think most of our members acknowledge our epistemic limits, our intellectual limits, our understanding. We all want to better ourselves. They don't. They do not want to better themselves. They do not want to take advantage of people that do know what they're talking about. This is why they've never learned. You guys remember 3 years
Steve,
ago?
That's actually...
Well, hang on a second. You remember specifically 3 years ago, and you were in the same boat, dude. We were philosophical fucking idiots.
Yep.
Not gonna lie.
Yep. That's what I was going to allude to. Is that's when the game changed, and I think we both came to this realization about being intellectually humble and humbling, our even like we were talking about the arguments earlier. Holding back on and not overstating your position.
Exactly.
There's so much more power in the I don't know and humbling your claims.
Exactly. But it forced us to learn stuff. I mean, we dived into the philosophy, and I'm not going to be anywhere near the power talker levels, but I can guarantee it. I can hold my own in most conversations, because I learned it in 3 years.
Well, you would against me. You would against me because I'm the Bill O'Reilly of philosophy. So that's the problem. But you know, that of itself, the critical comment that Michael paid against me, made me. It also made me buy several books on philosophy, and to try and understand what I was missing, because I was obviously missing something. So, you know, it's again, it's one of those things. It's humility. I was told by someone who obviously knows a lot more than I do that I knew nothing about the subject, and I realized that I ought not to talk about it anymore until I'd actually tried to learn something about it. And again, this I think is in stark contrast to sorts of people that we've mentioned, and the devout religious, doesn't need to be Christian, devout religious, who just consider that they have got all the answers, none, just because they've read a book of questionable authorship.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how you actually reasonably reach that conclusion, or intellectually reach that conclusion, right? I believe the first 25 years of my life that it was always what people around me believed, what I was told to believe. And actually looking at it, I don't know how anyone could actually reasonably come to those conclusions.
I think that provided that you are brought up within an environment which takes those views to be sacred, that disallows or condemns any questioning of those beliefs, and all your social circle follows those beliefs, I don't think it's surprising at all to them. Would anyone disagree with that?
That's exactly why I believed. As I was saying, it took me to get 25 years to actually look back and question what I actually believed, not what I was told to believe, and not just what everybody around me believed and just took for granted. When it was questioned, when I questioned myself, there was no way I could conclude the things that I was believing. I just couldn't come back to them. It wasn't a matter of choice at that point.
I constantly have to read and understand material just to make sure that my position is actually consistent with the things I say and do. I mean, that's why I had to, make sure, like for example, in my discussion with Darwin's deity, Usually, whenever he asks me like what are the laws of logic based on, I say they're self-evident. I make sure that I've read and I understand enough within this philosophical circles to understand that it's consistent.
Right. That's what pretty much skepticism is, right? Like some people take it as doubting everything, but that's one of the most valuable lessons I learned was you don't just blindly doubt things, and you don't just immediately doubt things. You need to have good reasons to doubt things just as well as good reasons to accept them. But you should always be questioning everything, even the things you actually do believe.
Right.
But I don't know about you, but I find discovery and learning new things to be so exciting. I invited, I don't know whether you're familiar with him, Professor, and this is his true name, Professor Philip Moriarty, onto the last Magic Sandwich show, and he couldn't make it for personal reasons, but it was like catching up with him. And I've had him on the show a few times before, and I've actually been to see him at his university, and he's shown me his laboratories and what he's doing. On one of the last MSF charity shows, he auctioned a couple of things which were writing literally the size of a cell, his name, to the highest bidder. Now, absolutely extraordinary. And we were catching up on email over the last couple of days. And I said, you know, I really want to come and see you again, just to see what you're doing and what you're up to, because fascinating. Ever be able to understand what's going on, but to listen to him and to explain to him, for him to explain to me with the passion that he does, the emotion and the interest about what he's doing, it's just great. I don't see a time where say, okay, I just want to know more. I always want to discover and learn, and you know, most of it is going to be beyond my comprehension, but at least I might get some understanding of it, and that's exciting. That's interesting. Just to have settled yourself with some view. It's just so redundant to me. I cannot stand do that. Sorry, am I talking too much?
No, you're fine. Actually, but real quick in the group chat here, I'm going to give you a link, DPR. It's actually to the forum for the Great Debate. I don't know if Xbox sent it to you, but if you just click that and join, at least you'll have anytime you want to pop into the forums, you'll know what's going on in the community. That includes like all the other channels, because I mean we're kind of a network at this point. We have a lot of channels that talk about different subjects. JD has his own show, Talking Shit Tuesday. It's a pretty big network. My channel is kind of I like to think it's kind of the hub that kind of pulls it all together. So, and I'm the quote unquote owner of that forum.
Yeah,
so.
There's a copy of the link. It is.
Okay, so I've got two messages. One says that I'm breaking up, and then I've got this link that you sent. Yeah. So what do I do with the link?
Just click on that link and it says ask to join, I think it says.
What? Well, I don't do it now, do I?
You can do it
now.
Yeah, it's a Google. It's a Google Plus community.
It won't.
Okay.
It won't drop you.
Okay,
but that way
I've got you.
Yeah.
Open and.
But I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
When Hogtie Champ or Rumpus, when they talk about the Great Debate community, this is what they're talking about. If they ever bring it up, because Hogtie's in here all the time, and so Rumpus hasn't been around for a while. I mean, he was on the Magic Sandwich show the other day, but he's been kind of aloof lately for some reason.
Okay, I've got it. So get Google Plus push notifications. Do I turn that on? Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to be notified when people.
Oh yeah. If you want to be notified, but you got to join the Great Debate first.
Ask to join.
Yeah, there
yes,
you go.
I've got you.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. Okay, so let me go back there, and then you could be what you could be considered as official member of the Great Debate, which is pretty much a lot of people, like
Oh, that's wonderful. I have to say, I don't know what it means. It's all, again, it's one of these things that I have to put my hands up and admit my humility. I don't understand Google Plus and Google Hangouts and whatever anymore. But
all the people that have been around, I mean, there's a Great Debate community, and then there's kind of the extended version. That's like people like Aaron Raw. He even though Aaron should be part of the Great Debate community, he joins us all the time. He's just so busy. But we have, a wide network of people that all the people that are like either in the Great Debate community or the extended version of the Great Debate community. This includes like Aaron Raw, PZ Myers, who else? Can you name some of the other? King Crocoduck, if you know who he is. How about Creationist Cat? Do you know Creationist
yes.
Cat? Yeah, Vadim. He's
yes.
So I mean,
yes, I know Creationist.
Oh
very
yeah.
well.
Wow, I had a great time with Vadim.
I had him on the show before. Yeah,
he's fucking amazing. I just love him. So everybody that Armored Skeptic made my comment, the top comment on one of his videos the other day. I was very proud of that. So yeah, these are kind of the extended people. They know who we are. Hogtie is a big member of our community, and of course, Hogtie exceptionally well. So.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's like 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, exactly. Only it's
one person allegiance.
And again,
it's more like 1 degree.
7 degrees of
It really is like 1 degree. So.
Hogtie I would have in, and I mean no disrespect to anyone who's here now, but Hogtie again is someone that I'd go to if I was in doubt about something. His knowledge
except with how to do
extraordinary.
Except with how to do sniping with a rifle. Don't go to him for that. Yeah, it's a long story. Yeah, he was off on the courthouse effect. Hey, even Hogtie could be wrong, okay? He's not infallible, but yes, he is an extremely brilliant guy. No question about it.
You're talking about Hogtie?
He's very good at things out with, what you call them? Geographics. That's one. So if it was a matter of measuring something was or whatever, he'd be able to do that. So if you could attach a rifle to that machine, I'm sure he'd be a very good shot.
Probably, yeah. No, he does a lot with his theodolite. So yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. You see how thick and dumb I am.
No, we've talked about these things so many times, so it's kind of like we're just all familiar with this stuff at this point, and that's one of the great thing I like about the Great Debate community. You have so many different people from so many different aspects and different fields that is kind of like a melting pot of information, right? So I love that. I mean, I love to learn things. I do.
That's a pretty good analogy.
I would love to contribute, but I'm not sure that I have a great deal. Certainly in relation to science.
You know what your
that
best
I
thing
can
is,
contribute
DPR?
at all.
But you know what your best ability is, DPR? You make a hell of a good sounding board. You ask good questions.
I take that as a compliment.
It's a
Thank
huge
you.
compliment. Yes, absolutely. You ask great questions.
Actually, I was going to say that earlier when you said about being the Bill O'Reilly. I was going to say that this is the one thing with you, DPR. You ask the right questions, and you're not dumb when someone brings up these things that you don't know about. It's more that you're ignorant to what they're talking about, but you're smart enough to grasp on and ask the right kinds of questions and learn about those things.
Exactly.
Steve, can I just thank DPR? He's the reason I joined this community, because I went from watching Christian apologists to watching Matt Dillahunty to Aaron Raw, and then it was DPR's show that got me into the great community. So I'm very grateful. He's very entertaining.
That's incredibly kind of you. I'm genuinely touched by that.
So you led him to us, basically. Is that what you're saying, EO? He led you to our community here?
Exactly. Do you remember that episode, DPR, where you tore apart that idealist, that quantum physics idealist, and you kept interrupting Aaron Raw? It was hilarious, that episode.
I was just going to bring that up, where he was going, "What on earth are you talking about?" Yeah.
That sounds like DPR.
That was classic. That was classic DPR.
I'm really. It sounds fun. You'll have to remind me about it. Which one was this?
It was one of Aaron Raw and you were talking to the guy that thinks we're all in the Matrix, or we could be in the Matrix, and you kept on asking him, and he was trying to explain it, but the way he was doing it was just so confusing, and you just kept. Oh man, I'll flip that.
Tony, it's kind of funny because there is something that called the holographic principle. And the holographic principle is a legit thing in physics and science. And it is kind of that we are a hologram of information that's from the observable event horizon of our universe, the cosmological horizon. And that's a real scientific thing. But people take that and they run with it to make it seem to be some kind of weird Sims-like game. That's not what it's saying.
Yeah, that's what
it has to do with entropy.
It
has to do with entropy and information. And they because they're not willing to. By the way, if you go look at Wikipedia on the holographic principle, it's going to confuse the shit out of you. It's not well written at all. And so, I don't think anybody that's never heard of this can go to Wikipedia and go, "Yeah, I get this." No, they're not going to be able to. And so, I think they fill in the gaps with this bullshit, like, "Oh, we're living in a matrix." That's not what the holographic principle is saying.
Yeah, once you hear a little bit of like solipsism and things like that, you mix it with that principle, you end up with people thinking that it's reasonable to believe that we live in a matrix, or that we're in a dream state, or we're the dream of something else. Yeah, that's not what follows.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. We were in a computer. We were simulation. That's what it was. Yeah, the computer simulation.
Yeah, it's a complete bastardization of the actual science, but that's what I find what most pseudoscience is anyways, right? But my favorite thing was when True at Pearson actually wanted to have a debate with Arn, and DPR was setting it up, and the motherfucker shows up about like 90 minutes late, and then has the arrogance to get pissed off that the show is over. I'm like, fuck, man, are you kidding me? And he's like, oh, look at Arn, he's running away, and Arn's like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, are you talking about the true empiricism one? Is that what you said?
Yeah, this was a long while ago when True Empiricism first got to the scene, and he was calling out Arn like he was some kind of like, I'll challenge you, Arn Raw. And I was like, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of my face. It was brilliant. I loved that episode.
That one, and then just that recent one with G-Man where he calls Matt Dillahunty and Arn Raw on the same hangout, and both of them pretty much tell him to fuck off.
Oh, I love that. You know, it's funny because last week I actually was in a hangout with Arn, his wife, and a guy named Phil Session, who is one of the guys from Atheist Experience. He actually is a host on there, and we had a really good talk and stuff like that. And I really like Arn a lot. And Arn's one of those guys, and I'm sure DPR could probably back this up, that he doesn't suffer fools well, right? And Arn thinks G-Man is just a bad.
I would back that up entirely.
Yeah.
And also I would add a little as well. As you're probably aware, because he's not made it any secret, and I'm not breaching confidences here. He's standing for the Texas Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to go through a nomination. Apparently there were initially 5 people and two people, so it's him and some other person. The one thing that worries me is exactly what you just said. It's not that he doesn't suffer fools, because I think that he considers himself to be an educator, so that's not a problem. What he doesn't at all is people who tell lies.
Yes.
And he's gonna make you pay.
Me about
he's gonna make you pay for every inch.
Hang on, XX.
Anything you disagree with, he's gonna make you pay for every inch.
Yeah, hang on, XX.
Of that.
DPR has a really kind of a tumultuous connection right now. So I'm going to wait to DPR actually mute so I know he's done, because he's kind of breaking up just a little bit. So I want DPR to actually finish his train of thought on that if possible.
I'm done unless you didn't hear me and you want me to repeat myself.
Just the last part, I think it cut you off. He's ready
okay.
for
What I was saying is the problem with Aaron is that he doesn't suffer people who tell falsehoods. And I think that he does, and has shown to have done, get very emotional when people lie. And as we all know, he's going to be a Democrat and Republicans lie. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I think at least he will be a recognizable person. If a Democrat wants to vote for a Democrat, they're going to recognize him.
No, I think you're right, and I know you're exactly spot on about that. I'm in the same position. I can suffer somebody who's ignorant a lot easier than somebody who outright deliberately lies. And I see that quite a bit with some of the what we call the clown car posse, is basically a group of individuals that think they know shit when they don't, and say the dumbest things, and we mock them for it. We actually have something called the Dumb Fuck of the Year that Red's Rhetoric has every year, and I'm pretty sure you remember Red's. And it's a tongue-in-cheek mockery kind of stuff, but it's funny because they say some really stupid shit. So I don't have a problem with them saying stupid shit that we can mock. It's when they outright lie, then it's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, JD's like, oh crap! I just realized I've been here the whole time. JD is so drunk he doesn't know anything. Lay off the scotch, JD. Lay off the scotch, JD.
Did I miss anything?
I invoked your name a few times, but you ignored me, so I just figured you were asleep.
Right, that's what I was gonna say.
Whatever.
What do you think of this? Apparently nothing. Yeah. So how did the conversation go?
Well, BibleBlitz TV unfortunately had some internet issues. He messaged me on his phone saying that it's thunderstorming.
Well, yeah, I mean, but with BibleBlitz,
BibleBlitz, and he said,
well, we learned how babies are made.
But I think we got out of that conversation. He's a nice guy, but I think what got out of the conversation is that he admitted he doesn't know the science. He doesn't know.
Yeah, I was going. I picked up my car. My car was in an accident and finally got fixed.
Okay, well, welcome back. Yeah, I think we realized that he realized that there's no such thing as creation science. It's a complete misnomer, and even he said he doesn't know any evidence for a young Earth. He was trying to promote it from a more of a biblical epistemological point of view. That's completely different. That's a whole different topic, which is easily debunked as well. But I was hoping that he would come on here like he said he would and give us his version of what he thinks science promotes younger creationism, because. Sure, the shit, I've been doing this a very long time. I have yet to have anybody do that. It's just, they all suck at it so bad. Oh, God. Anyways, that's what you missed, JD, so welcome. But I promoted your channel for a second there, JD. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Testing.
Oh, he'd be awesome, and he's so articulate.
I don't think they can hear me.
He's not afraid. He will never back down.
Okay, I just realized I don't think you guys could hear me in the last 5 minutes. Could you?
No.
Where's the last thing you heard me said? Because I was having a long conversation with JD until I realized he wasn't responding to me.
We didn't hear you say anything to JD. That's why I popped in and said something.
Wow, I was telling JD about BibleBlitz. He had to go because of his internet connection, and that I put a shout out to TSD for him. Go back and watch the video. When we have these phone quakes, it fucks up my end too. I don't know why. I'm not even on a phone.
But DPR was talking about Aaron Rod running for Senate.
Yes,
how
I got that
great
part.
It's going to be.
Yeah, no, and I agree with Aaron. Did you guys hear me talk about not suffering liars well?
No.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because that's a critical point. I agree with Aaron on that. I am much more willing to listen to, or at least entertain, a dumb fuck or somebody who's ignorant and suffer them than I am somebody who's outright a liar. It drives me fucking crazy. It does, and the Conqueror Posse is both. They're both ignorant, and the
problem then is, are these people genuinely being dishonest?
Yes.
Or are they so stupid?
Both.
And I think it's at times a very difficult line to draw.
DPR, I can tell you right now.
Follow
outright,
what I'm saying.
I can tell you outright right now. I have evidence, outright evidence, of people like True Empiricism outright lying, just flat out lying. We have documentation going back years of him flat out bullshit lying directly to your face. There is no question about it. So it's a combination of both in this particular case. It's just the way it is. I mean, he outright has lied. He has changed history. We call it True Empiricism's revisionism, because he tries to change history. That's lying in my book.
Yeah, I was just gonna go back to the comment about satire real quick. I just wanted to go back to the comment about satire real quick. I remember when Ronnie basically he had that site up, right? That True Talk TZ or whatever the hell it was, free creationist site. It had all those scientific inaccuracies and grammatical errors. I remember Scientist and Sam and I on our respective channels criticized it and mocked it just because of this. And he actually tried to save face by taking a clip out of context on my channel and trying to say that we hacked his site or something like that.
Oh yeah, he does that all the time on my channel. By the way, I was actually on Wolf's thing with that. Me and Sam the Scientist and Drag were doing it on his channel, and then me and Wolf actually were trying to dissect it a little bit too. Yeah, he does that. He'll take snippets and he'll do a Frankenstein cut kind of shit. We'll do the old Ray Comfort type of thing. It's so obvious. It's so obvious though.
And the stupid thing is he was trying to take it and try to say that he had grounds to sue. Like if he had the money, he would file a lawsuit, or in this case a lull suit, against the person responsible for his quote unquote hacking.
Nobody
claim.
hacked his fucking site. And by the way, if they did, it was only to correct his fucking spelling. But yeah, nobody hacked his site. What happened was a guy named Kaiser Cube had made an off the wall comment that, you know, that he could hack his site and something like that. And of course, that translated into his little brain. Oh, look, he hacked my site. Kaiser Cube doesn't fucking know how to hack anyways. And nobody hacked his site.
Whatever. As soon as you become an atheist, you know you become an expert hacker.
Yeah, I mean, like he was trying to blame someone for the fact that it was poorly designed by him. He was the owner of the site. And the ridiculous thing is this, like, never mind the fact that we gave criticism, never mind the fact that we gave him potential ideas to make the site better if he was actually serious about it. It was just a safe space to basically, I don't know, purport his propaganda and creationist dogma and not actually learn anything about it. And when he got criticized, he just took it down.
Yeah.
See, all he would have had to do to prove that is like instantly, here, look, guys, here's the actual site. Right, here's the site before they hacked it.
No,
we never saw any kind of
his mistakes. His mistakes were his mistakes. You know, you can tell they're his mistakes because he's promoted the same shit that he tried to promote on his fucking website. Stupid shit he doesn't understand.
Yep.
So yeah,
I think that's worthy of ridicule and
yeah, because he could have gone to anybody. He could have gone to anybody on our side and said, "Hey, look it. I may not disagree with you or agree with you on this shit, but will you at least help me with the site to get the science right?" You know?
Right.
But he of course, being the arrogant fuck that he is not ever going to do something like that. If I thought one of them was an expert in something, I would go to them, right? I wouldn't mind, even if they disagree with me philosophically speaking or theologically speaking, whatever. If I think they know what they're talking about in a certain field, I'm willing to put my humility, have some humility and put my disagreements with him aside. But they can't do that.
Right. It seems only dishonest people want to put straw men out there in such a way, because any respectable person is gonna, if they put the science out on something and they get feedback from scientists saying that, look, you're mistaken here. Here's why. Yeah. Take a look at this. They're going to correct it themselves, or they're going to remove the whole comment completely.
Yeah, some people actually have the ability to say, you know what, maybe you should be better off asking somebody else. I think it was actually Eulogy. Didn't I ask you on one of my videos about the proper thing for hydroxyl and hydroxide and hydroxyl ions? Was that you I talked to first? Eulogy? I know I did with CRISPR.
I don't think it was me. Yeah, I actually joined rather late in the community, so I don't think it was me
Well, this was actually pretty recently. But somebody, I remember, I was asking them some very kind of a little bit technical stuff about the difference between hydroxide and hydroxyl functional groups and free radicals. And I finally cleared it up with CRISPR. CRISPR actually like made a lot of sense, and it wasn't a misunderstanding that I had at all. It was a misunderstanding that Sean had on water chemistry, and I just wanted to make sure that I was legit on this before I actually put the video out. If I thought Sean was an expert on water chemistry because he claims to be somebody who taught the subject, you know, I would have been like, okay, maybe Sean has a point here. He taught this subject. He's an expert on this. But after I listened to him, I'm like, fuck no. But I wanted to make sure that I was right in what I knew because I'd taken, you know, water chemistry in nuke school, and I actually went to people like CRISPR and said, dude, you know, it's just, you know, it just makes sense, blah blah blah. And I think I brought up to Fiona too, and they're like, they said exactly kind of what I was saying, so I felt confident enough to put something out on it, right? Yeah, maybe it wasn't eulogy, but I mean, I've gone to eulogy. I've gone to you for other things, eulogy though. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, and I think your point was clear. I think.
Good.
I was just want to ask real quick. I was talking about a true site. Of course, I came in too late. Sorry.
No worries, man.
Did anybody ever see his site any different than supposedly after it got hacked?
No, that's what my contention was. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no difference.
Yeah, did anyone ever see it in all of its glory?
No.
Let's put it that way.
No, it was
always the same.
The very first thing that did when it came out, it was already fucked up. You know. And by the way, I'm so wired on coffee right now.
Yeah, that was my contention. Is that's all it would have taken him is to repost, you know, almost immediately, same day, next day, the actual version that wasn't hacked that he was claiming was there. That's and still to this day, a corrected version has never been seen.
Well,
there's no drama in that.
You're dealing with somebody who literally is inept in the field. I mean, when somebody says something stupid like, "Oh, I put DNA in water and it falls apart to its constituent parts, so its nucleotide sequences breaks apart, or it breaks the sugar phosphate backbone," or whatever the 12 different iterations of what he said was, you know you're dealing with somebody who's never been in a lab. You never said he has never taken a course in biology or genetics, because that's just, excuse my French, but fucking retarded.
He was in a Wikipedia lab. He's a PhD Wikipedia lab.
Wikipedia lab. Well, you're right. You know, that's where he gets most of his information from. And look, I'm cool with Wikipedia, but if you don't back it with other shit like read an actual book, then you're probably going to make those kind of mistakes because he doesn't know how to interpret some of the things Wikipedia says. Because Wikipedia, I'm sorry, is pretty vague on a lot of shit. Let's be realistic. You're not going to learn a lot of stuff in Wikipedia. It gives you a very basal, rudimentary understanding of a lot of stuff, or it's way too technical. If you look into Wikipedia's mathematics or some of the advanced sciences, it's beyond the layman's person's ability to understand. Even says this needs a cleanup because most people aren't going to understand this. So.
Right, Wikipedia can be a good jumping off point.
Yeah, it's just a quick reference, right? Yeah.
Right.
But unless you read a book.
Right, it's not the same as talking with an expert or someone that is.
Exactly. I sometimes use Wikipedia in order to refresh myself up on some distribution formulas. That's about all I really use it for. I mean, if I didn't actually study this stuff before, I can look at those formulas on Wikipedia and I have absolutely no fucking idea what the hell I'm looking at. It's because I actually had previous study. I had previous studies that I knew what I'm looking for and how I'm going to use it eventually.
Yeah, same thing with philosophy. When someone mentions some philosophical term that I've never heard of or position, because I know some basics in philosophy, when I go look at a Wikipedia page, I can kind of get an outline of what's going on or what's being said.
Yeah, for quick reference, like you said, it's a jumping off
point. The
best
use you can get out of Wiki.
Yeah. Like, for example, if I'm having a casual conversation with somebody online, like through a comment type thing, and I throw out a Wikipedia link, that's usually adequate to make my point. But if they want anything more specific, then I can go to like Google Books, Google Scholar, and get something a little more technical. But it's a jumping off point, right? So.
Right.
But anyways, guys, we've been going after this for a while. It's completely up to you. I don't mind leaving this open for a while. We've got like 60 plus people watching. I don't mind leaving it open. I think we've long since passed the point of BibleBlitz TV, obviously, and I don't want to change the name of the Hangout just yet. But it's up to you guys. You want to keep this open, or do you want to like call it a day? Because we are like
Up to you.
reaching the 3 hour mark. Actually, we're past the 3 hour mark. Wow. But and by the way, I'm gonna throw this out there. Super chat is like available if you want to like toss in a buck or two. I'm cool with that. So,
How much did you make last night? Jeez.
$200.
Nice.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
give
but
a
you know what?
dollar
Those are
to
rare.
somebody.
And, you know, I'm not going to bullshit you guys. I'm not advocating people toss in 50 to $100 here and there. I mean, yes, I know people are well off in this community. I get that. But you know what? For somebody who's going to donate $2,
Crazy from Sarah. That was super crazy from Sarah the other day.
That's not the first time she's done that. But I'm happy when people donate $2. I am very grateful. I have so much humility with this people in the community that we're able to get together and people like watching and people want to donate and help the channel. My words cannot express it, right? So
Yeah, no amount's too small.
No
There
amount's
is
too
no
small.
insignificant amount.
And even people that say, look, I can't give a buck or two or whatever, the fact they watch, I'm humbled. You know?
Yep.
So
Click that thumbs up.
yeah, at least do that. Yeah, click the thumbs up. There you go. And promote the channels, you know, on other forums. Like, for example, I'm happy to promote JD's show, Talking Shit Tuesday. I'm happy to promote Magic Sandwich Show. If you haven't seen that, go watch it. It's starting to come back around again. And by the way, when Magic Sandwich Show is on, I end my hangout. And I'm like, send everybody over to DPR and Hogtie and watch that. I don't like to step on any other channel. Because, I mean, if I got 100 people watching, I will shut down that hangout just so somebody else can have theirs. Because I'd rather send people over there than step on them. So
Yeah, and there used to be a nice chain because there used to be a show called the Supernatural Side Salad Show that would come on opposite weeks of Magic Sandwich Show.
yeah, mine's
pretty nice show as
basically
well.
it's just Sunday mornings 9 a.m. I want that allocated time to myself, so hopefully nobody will take that billet. But any of the people I know, they have scheduled shows like Talking Shit Tuesday is 4 o'clock on Tuesdays, my time, 7 o'clock Eastern. And if some people have random events, I understand that. But yeah, I don't want to interrupt other people's programs. I just don't. And Magic Sandwich Show, I like. It's not on often enough for obvious reasons. But of course, I would rather send people over there than have it on my program because I can do mine anytime, right? I'm pretty flexible. I just want that Sunday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. because I find that to be a very good demographic group. I give the best of all possible worlds there. I get the Pacific, I get the Eastern, and I get the European. Right?
Yeah, that's a sweet spot.
Yeah, it's a sweet spot. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And it's Sunday. Now, the downside, oh, by the way, good night, Fiona, in the live feed. The downside is that I know people go to church.
You don't get the Australians, unfortunately.
We don't give a shit about Australians.
Oh, fuck you, Steve.
My girl and I were talking about moving to Australia, actually.
Sundays and Thursdays we found to be the best times, or best days to have hangouts to get them to reach the broadest audience.
Yeah, there's no one perfect time. I mean, come on, we live in a big world, right? There's no one perfect time, so I got to make the best. But I usually get well over 100 on Sunday mornings, so.
Yep.
But you're right, the Australians.
So you get how many?
On a Sunday morning.
It's like 4 o'clock Monday. 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'll get about 105 on a okay Sunday. Watching.
Wow,
yeah.
That's incredible.
My channel's popular, DPR. Not gonna lie, it's
anything over
popular.
20 or 30.
I don't have a lot. Well, here's the funniest part. I don't have a lot of subs compared to the bigger channels. I mean, I only have 1.2K subs. That's not a lot. That's pretty insignificant in the big picture. But all the different bigger players know my channel, and they matter of fact, King Crocodile will have a video coming out soon, hopefully, where he's promoting some of the lesser known channels. But everybody knows by now the Great Debate Community. If you say the Great Debate Community, they know who we are, and people listen when they're at work. They listen on the road. It's pretty popular as a radio type program at this point.
Right.
And I'm hoping that now that we started breaking into and it's taken 3 years to get here, that the other channels, like maybe Magic Sandwich Show, promotes the Great Debate after DPR gets to know my channel a bit better. I don't mind doing a kind of a group thing where I'm like, look, I will promote JD's channel. He promotes Magic Sandwich. Magic Sandwich promotes this. It's all. I believe in the model that a rising tide lifts all ships, right? All boats. So, but I don't have the
Oh,
numbers.
and you think you're a boat, do you?
Yeah, I'm a boat. I'm an Apache TAC helicopter. But I mean, like, look at G-Man. G-Man has 9,000.
He's Boaty McBoatface. Boaty McBoatface.
There is somebody naming the community that. G-Man has 9,000 subscribers. On a good day, he'll hit 40 people watching.
That's a good day.
That's a good day.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
To over
I have
20 or
an
30
eighth. I have an eighth in his subs. An eighth. And so if you look, I mean,
you get into the hundreds.
Yeah, I mean, if you have 1,000 subs and you have 100 people watching, that's 10% of your subs watching. Excuse me, that's a huge amount proportionally speaking. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is, because if you got 9,000 subs and you only have 40 people watching, yeah, that's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, same with Antonio's too. I mean, who wants to see a bunch of grown adult virgins bloviated? Not me.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say this. Magic Sandwich at DPR used to have a much bigger audience, but he's been away for a while. I'm hoping now that he's back, he can build that up again, and I'm happy to help him any way to do that. So please watch Magic Sandwich Show. It's really entertaining. I know Rumpus can bloviate for a little while, but other than that, it's really good. I love Rumpus.
Yeah,
I love Rumpus.
That's very, very kind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what time I'm going to have to be able to commit to it. But it's very kind of her. Thank you.
You're welcome. And well, at least go sub to his channel, for goodness sake. All right. Anyways, I have to take off for like 5 minutes, guys. I'm going to turn over to Xbox, and you guys can continue about anything you want. Sound good?
What you might do is,
cool.
Unless anybody wants to stay on live, because I don't really have any topics to bring up, is kill the live feed, but put the join link out in the chat.
Oh, I can put the join link out anyways. I'm not stifleable, but we have 60 people paying attention, so let's give them something to listen to. So whatever you guys want to talk about, I'll just convert it to a more of an open topic hangout. I'm going to put the link in the live feed. Anybody's welcome to come in, but what I'm going to do is, because it is open, I'm actually going to reduce the size of the video on the OBS. So if anybody tried to like come in and show something inappropriate, it won't matter, right? So I am putting the link out.
Yeah. Can you turn cameraman on?
I don't have cameraman in this type of moderated hangout, which really sucks.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't think it's on the regular hangouts anymore either.
It is.
That's what I was asking, because it
is actually.
Okay.
You know what,
the other
Steve,
day I didn't have the option.
Your room is kind of like the friend's house that everyone goes and parties at, brings their girl to, and then leaves, and then you got to clean up the mess.
Yeah, exactly.
Here you go, Steve. If someone does come in and do something like that, I'll snipe everybody out of the room so it'll kill the feed.
You can't snipe anybody.
And then we can go back and cut.
No, this is non-snipeable. You cannot snipe this.
Well, I meant too. Like if you give me mods.
Well, I can't give mods either. It doesn't work that way in a moderated thing. I can't. There's no control panel.
Okay.
But I just found out that I just realized that the link doesn't go in the live chat. So shit. How am I gonna do this?
You sure you can't share mods?
I can't pass that mods. It doesn't work that way in this kind of chat.
Yes, I have access to the controller.
You want the link sent out in the outside chat?
Yeah, if you can, but I don't know how to. It doesn't do it. It gives me an error.
I thought you would be able to do that.
You would think so, but it doesn't do that. I don't know why. It just says error. Try again. So maybe I can
give me a shot at it.
Yeah.
One of the people with Spanner could post it.
I'm the owner. I should be able to do it.
I just tried it. It didn't work.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me try a different way without
only for the
actually putting
business
the whole.
accounts. But anyways, I do got to take off for 5 minutes, so I do want to keep this open because with 60 plus people watching, it gives them something to listen to. Even though I think the main topics are kind of over. If I get a super chat for $2, it's worth keeping open, right? But yeah, let me. Can
I have an opinion about pretty much any topic that anyone wants to introduce. So I'm happy to stick around for a short while.
All right. You know what? How about this? It's Ask DPR hour. So come on in, ask DPR, whatever you want, I guess. So, but I do got to be back in 5 minutes. Okay. Hey, DPR, the show is yours.
Okay.
There we go.
That's killed the conversation.
Hold on.
did.
There. I was able to at least halfway give the link out if someone's smart enough to know how to piece it together.
Like, it sees the .com and just kills everything.
Yeah, that's what I took out and just put 4 X's in there. So replace the 4 X's with the .com. Copy the 2 links that I give there, and you can jump in.
We have our first question there, I guess.
DPR. Do you spit or swallow? Is the first question for DPR for the night.
Oh, no. I can't see that question.
It's out in the it's in the live chat outside.
Oh, okay. Swallow.
That's a good man.
There was a question though. Someone was asking about when is the Magic Sandwich Show? What time does it come on?
It comes on at 8 o'clock in the UK time. It runs for about 2 hours. Change because time things change. So we've got the town in British summertime.
I'm gonna
nice a little done one for part of about 10. So the last
you're chopping out DPR.
What last
Yeah,
Sunday,
DPR,
first
you're
110 days.
You're breaking up, DPR.
Sorry, what?
You're breaking up. Hit F5 and refresh, and come back in because you're breaking up way worse than before.
Hey, Xbox, could you post this out there? Here's the link to Magic Sandwich Show.
Awesome.
That should fit.
Here's the link, but well, that's not going to work either. Shit. I don't know.
I got the link out for the Hangout for the join on there, Steve.
All right.
I just had to replace the .com with 4 X's.
All right, so replace the .com with 4 X's, and I guess that's going to fix that. So DPR, do a mic check if you can, please.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah.
I did an
I
F5.
I think it's better. Oh, that works really well.
Good.
Yeah, so what you're going to do is, by the way, if you want to join, the link is in the outside. What you're going to do is you're going to copy and paste it, take the XXX and change that to com. That's the link to get in. Perfect. Thank you, Xbox. That's a brilliant workaround. See, you're smart. But come on in.
I've had to do it before.
Yeah, usually we'll have like 20 people in here, so it's okay. We can fit 25 in there.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought I thought Hangouts were limited, or
this is a business
last
account.
time I did a Hangout, it was limited to 10.
This is a business account.
Yeah, paid accounts allow up to like 20
yeah.
people or something like that.
Yeah. This is a Shatter.
wow.
You know Shatter Heathens or 13 Heathens.
The name rings a bell. Yes.
Yeah, he used to have.
You know him, DPR.
Yeah, you know him. He used to have a show called, and he still runs it every so often, called was it Shuffle?
Midnight Shuffle.
Midnight Shuffle. Yeah. No.
I always forget it
It's
too.
Insomnia.
Insomnia Shuffle.
Insomnia.
Yeah. Midnight is actually Gus's channel.
Yeah, I mixed them. Midnight Salon.
Yeah, this is actually Shadow's business account that he has on loan to us because he loves my channel. Everybody loves my channel except for the Clown Car Posse. But anyways, hey, is that Leighton? Leighton.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought someone had joined us.
Yeah, there's Leighton Bacon. He very rarely comes in anymore. But his mic's still.
I've never actually seen him come in one.
Oh, he has. He has.
I've seen him talking on like Skylers and things like that in the live chat.
Does he have children's toys?
I don't know what that is.
Is he just angry
it's a sport water gun.
or what?
Or something.
I don't know. I've seen that. I've seen his avatar before. It's something we referenced to like some weird anime, but I don't remember what it was. No, Leighton's cool. He just comes in very rarely. He's back. He's been around my channel.
He looks like a well-built. He looks like a well-built person. It's not someone I'd like to meet in a dark alley. on a cold night.
Leighton,
Those
do you
biceps
know how much
and
the
forearms
business
are pretty
accounts are?
impressive, aren't they?
Sure.
I mean, if it's taking that out on a small child, on a small child toy, God knows what it'd do to my neck. Are you talking
Leighton,
to us?
can you hear us, Leighton? Leighton, you can unmute. Leighton's been around my channel for a long time.
Hey, Steve, do you know how much
Yes.
a business account costs?
Yeah, it's
per
$5 a month.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I put out there. Last time I checked, but it was like 3 years ago. the
Yeah,
last
but
time I checked.
like I said, you've got to do the whole OBS split or XSplit or OBS. You got to stream it, and it's a little work, but it's not too bad. But I like the fact you can't snipe people. That's the biggest thing.
Well, and that you've updated your computer too is how it kind of the stream actually runs through you and then comes out.
Ruhif was kind enough to donate the computer, and it has made the world of difference. I can't thank Ruhif enough. I mean, you guys could see the difference in the Hangouts and the videos I put out since I've got the new computer, correct?
Ask that again.
I can't see your bushy beard anymore.
Well, tomorrow maybe. But I mean, since I got the new computer, have you seen a dramatic improvement in the quality of the videos I put out and the type of Hangouts? Because I don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, if like DPR what looks at the actual video, you can see that I'm doing the OBS split in the whole 9 yards. So there's been a dramatic improvement because before I was on a computer that I swear to God, it was like I opened three tabs, and it went to shit. So yeah, not much you can do on that. This one has 16 megs of RAM. And Richard Range was kind enough to donate a GeForce card, and this card has made a huge difference. So, anyways. So what could be the next topic?
Yeah, I upgraded to 14 is it megabytes of RAM.
I hope it's gigabytes.
Yeah, I hope it's gigabytes too.
Yeah, gigabytes.
Yeah, I don't know.
But at the end of the day, doesn't it all boil down to how good your broadband connection is?
It's a variety of factors, and by the way,
Shit, broadband. You're not going to be able to broadcast good quality.
Right, you can have a badass computer, but shit broadband, and that's going to bottleneck you.
Yeah, Urology, you have a lot of static on your mic, by the way, Urology. But yeah, the limiting factors are
just my mic.
That's better. Your broadband connection you have to have, but you also need a decent video card, but you need a decent CPU as well, because when you're rendering, it's rendering in real time and then uploading it to your to the stream through XSplit or through OBS. If you got a shit computer, that is not going to work. You have what's called drop frames, and that's when you see things start buffering and being staggered. You can't have that in a live feed. So this computer is actually an AMD. It doesn't have hyper-threading, but it works for that.
As I said, for the best time in a year, I did the show last Sunday, and it was an absolute nightmare because I had to. XSplit said update, so I updated, and of course had to reset everything and whatever. But my computer's got the most powerful processor that it can possibly have, and 14 gigabytes of RAM. And I had to drop it down to, I think, 1,000 to broadcast without getting dropped frames.
Yeah, you have to adjust your bit rate and your how fast it actually renders. I have it for very fast right now, and I find it to be the best because what that's doing is it's trying to get the information out rather than having the quality. And I'd rather have the information out than have a high res, right? So if I'm at 480 or 360, what I think I'm at right now, at least it's putting the information out there. And if it has to like have a little pixelization, I don't care, right? So if you put on very fast for your,
you're using I can't remember. I'm using XSplit.
Yeah,
you're using
OBS.
OBS, that's it.
Yeah.
I looked into OBS and
very
it
simple
just
to use.
got me so
Really?
Oh, really?
I
Because I got so confused.
When you have fun, whenever you ever want to find time, I'll sit down and off-air hang out and explain to you OBS. It's not complicated. I think it's a hell of a lot easier than XSplit. It really is actually. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. You could probably learn it in about 15 minutes.
As I said, humble in these things. And if OBS works better than XSplit, so be it.
It's simpler. It's a watered down version, but it gets the job done. You know.
I'll tell you what confused me is because I was talking to people in America who used various machines that sort of like, I think relied on OBS. So like brought all the audio into coordination, which I don't see that we have a problem because just do a screen cap of a Skype call and do it on XSplit, and it doesn't seem to be any lag. But they said, oh, no, you need to do OBS, and this machine costs $60, and it gets all the audio synced perfectly and whatever. Well,
yeah, it's amazing that you got it going.
I did. So we never got around to doing that.
Yeah, no, there's different ways of doing it. Sure.
Yeah,
there's different ways of doing it. I noticed on the last show you had there was a little problem initially with the audio, but then it got resolved. So yeah, there's no one size fits all.
I suspect that's probably internet connection rather than
possibly
the system I'm using. I don't know, but you may well be right.
Yeah, it's possible.
It would be arrogant of me to say that you're wrong. So yeah, you know.
Well, I gotta tell you, I played with all kinds of. I played with all kinds of different settings. I played with all kinds of different software. This right now works, and it's one of those things. Don't fuck with the working thing, right? If it works for me, I'm gonna leave it as is. I don't want to dick around with XSplit anymore because after the last update, it went to shit. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with it on my computer. It's not the computer, it's the XSplit, and I don't want to sit there and try to figure it out because it's just not worth the time. So, but whatever they did on that patch, it was.
Don't fix something that isn't broken.
Right, exactly. Because I don't know what they did with XSplit, but that last update really changed a lot of shit.
No shit, and I had about 2 hours to sort it all out before we went live.
Oh God!
I'm actually amazed that I got it all sorted, and it actually worked. So if there were a few minor hiccups, hey,
yeah, exactly.
That was a blessing because with 10 minutes to go before we were going live, I was thinking, shit, this is not going to happen.
Well, DPR, do you want to see what the outside feed looks like here? That's the actual link to the video that's playing right now on YouTube. So you can see the format that I use. Like on your MSS, you're in the corner, then you got like Skype calls where Rumpus comes in or HDC. This is how I set up mine most of the time, is just like this, where I have the Great Debate Community header. I have my icon, which you may recognize by now. I don't know, my host, live, and I got the title of the thing. Then I have the live chat that I keep a record of, and then I've got the people who's talking on the left-hand side. So if you check that link out, this is actually what the live feed shows.
I will check it out, but that was another thing that was troublesome because when I updated XSplit, and it's very difficult to unupdate without doing a system restore and whatever. Then I found out that you couldn't do Hangouts anymore, and the way you had to do YouTube shows had changed, so I had to look into that, and it was all a nightmare.
Oh, I'm with you on that one. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Mike, welcome back.
When we went live, was I not so calm and collected? Despite the panic attacks that I've had for the last 2 hours.
You handle it very well. Yeah, you did okay. I think Arn was getting a little frustrated, but whatever. But anyways, hey Mike.
Thanks to all that nonsense, I'm glad I joined on mobile.
Frustrated.
Mike. Yeah, no, I mean, I know what it's like to have technical difficulties, so I think you handled it very well. I'm not so kind. I'm like, fuck! I'm like, when I'm doing a monologue for 5 minutes and I realize that nobody can hear me, it's like, oh,
Right.
God! No!
You can hear,
I
we
have
can
a
hear you
cough.
outside, but from the inside, it's like it goes dark for a sec, and you just keep talking. Then everybody else starts to
Yeah.
come back, and
I
that's when
know, I know.
you're just sitting
That's
there
what I
yakking
wondered
away, and
if what
then
happened
everybody else is
earlier.
just talking. And it's like, yeah, they can't hear him again,
I know.
No,
That's
I have
exactly what happened earlier today.
which I might
I have
have
a
to
cough
do more
button
times because I'm on mobile.
on my mic. I have a cough button, and sometimes I'll forget that it's flipped off, and I'll be sitting there talking, and it gets frustrating as shit that nobody's listening. I'm like, what the fuck? You just start talking in the middle. It's like, holy shit! It takes me 10 minutes to realize I had the actual mute button. But
Yeah. I'm surprised there's not more people
Oh,
watching here, but it's okay.
I've done that. I've done that several times before. Starting the
Right.
show with and not unmuted expert. So I've been talking for 2 minutes, and then because there's such a delay, then I get messages. We can't hear you. So it's like 3 minutes into the show before anyone
you
can
know what?
hear anything I'm saying.
We need to get Hogtie in here. Is he just eating poutine or something? Or where is Hogtie? Let's get him in here. I know he's moving, but let me manually invite him.
Oh, he's
Poutine.
He's been in there. He's been in there
OD.
for
Poutine
the best
OD.
part of a week.
I know. But yeah, I know he's been moving, so it's just like, come on, man, because he's always like,
I have to give a huge hands up to Hogtie. I'm terribly sorry to talk over you.
Go ahead.
But on the day we wanted to do the show, he was actually moving house, and he said, "This is going to be an absolute nightmare to sort this out because I'm moving and I've got to get everything sorted and whatever." But he did so. Sorry, I'm a huge fan of his, as I'm sure we all are.
Yeah, he was actually moving that day, wasn't he? He was actually
Yes.
yeah.
He was in the middle of moving. He literally you see him in his new house, I think, and he'd just set things up.
right,
with,
that's how it's
with
been.
minutes to go.
Past week
So-
or two, he's been in. Excuse me. He's been in a couple hangouts, and some of them have been in the car taking stuff from one to the other place and things. So he's been a trooper with it.
He actually said during the course of the show that all he wanted to do now was to go back to the old house and torch it, burn it to the ground.
Well, I sent him the
He'd
link.
had
He
enough
sees
of it.
So if he sees the link, he'll join.
Dude, this last time we paid movers to move, and we were able, to have the funds that last time, and thankful to the community. I'll never move on my own again. I physically can't, but even if I could, I wouldn't ever do it again. I would hire movers.
No, I'm glad that I moved 3 years ago. I sold my house and moved here to be next to my daughter, and it was the best decision I ever made. Even though I gave up like everybody I've ever known in my life, that I've known for like 20 years. I still keep in touch with them, but it is what it is.
I've Ty is live on Skype. Do you want him?
Who?
Say that again.
And what link do I send?
For what?
To join?
The name of the hangout or what?
Yeah, I'll give you the link in Skype.
What is he trying to do?
I think he.
I said. Wait. Oh.
Give the join link out to
The giant link's that. Yeah. If
It comes up as an image.
Yeah, I just
No,
I put it in the group chat there. If you want to send that, it's via Skype.
Yeah.
I send it to him via G+, but yeah.
And if you hit on Skype, if you right click that image and hit copy message, it copies the link.
Okay. I'll send it to him.
I don't know why it pops up.
Yeah, I don't use
It
Skype
started
that
doing
often.
that about 6 months ago.
I have Skype, of course, like anybody else. I don't use it that often. The only time I use Skype is maybe to talk, like Vadim from Creationist Cat. I'll talk his worthless human slave. I'll talk to him via Skype. But most people I know, I don't use Skype with. They just prefer these types of things for Skype. But whatever.
See, I use Skype only because it's the easiest way to get a hold of me at any time, and I don't know how it is on a phone because I'm right beside the computer this whole time, but it's always on my desktop. It's on my taskbar. So if you message me and I miss it, it lights up.
Yeah,
so there's no way of me accidentally missing messages.
I have so many ways for people to get a hold of me that I don't need it. I mean, oh my God, I'm the most easily reached person in the community, obviously, because I have a community to run. So, I mean, people at 4 o'clock in the morning are still messaging me, right? I mean, especially people in Europe, they're wide awake, and it's 4 o'clock over here or something in the morning, and I get messages, which is fine. I don't mind it. But, yeah, they have my Facebook, they have my G+, they have my Twitter. I use my real name, so anybody can get a hold of me.
Yeah, I'm not a socialite in that way. I have a Facebook, and a handful of people here have it. A handful of people know my name. If they have my Skype, they have my real name.
Right.
I don't mind it being out there. It's just I don't go around needlessly publishing it. Just own personal preference. But really, Skype.
Does it worry you?
I can get the other connections, but Skype I use 24/7.
Worry that people know your real name?
Me, or are you asking Xbox, DPR?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, no, not at all. There's some people in the community that we know their real names, but they don't promote it, like Xbox, like Dragnot, right? I know his real name, of course. He's not against people knowing it, but if they don't advertise it, I don't use people's real name because they just prefer not to. Me, I have nothing to hide. My life is an open book. I do not mind. People can know my address. I've had people from the Great Debate community come visit me last month, right? I'm not worried about it at all. There's nothing they can do to me.
I'm not too bothered, partly because my name has been dropped by the likes of James Randi and Eugenie Scott. But it's such a common name, and it's not my full name that I don't. They called me Richard. And everyone obviously knows my surname is Jones. Good luck.
DPR, you may not.
Searching for that. I was talking to if I just
type that part
very quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was talking to 54 via email a couple of weeks because he wanted to set up a debate with Louder Crowder or someone like that.
Yeah.
And this is the email that I'm going to in the video, and it actually said Richard Jones. And for a moment I got a message back saying, how about DPR Jones? And then sent him another one very quickly afterwards saying, hold on, it's too much, because I've just done a search for Richard Jones, 200 million responses on Google for Richard Jones. And given that that's not actually I don't think anyone's going to find me. And even if they do, fuck. What are they going to do?
Here's DPR.
What are they going to do?
You're not going to remember this.
The video. Go on. I'm terribly sorry.
You're breaking up a little bit. Sorry. You're not going to remember this, but a while back, a year or two ago, you had asked me to do a search on your real name and Nadia's channel, and I came up with somebody who was like born in like 1875. And I was like, "Here you go, DPR, I found you."
That's just proves that he's a vampire. That's all.
What's really wild about mine is an odd name. My last name is an odd last name to have, and be white on top of that. And if you look at mine, there's actually 3 people in the United States that happen to live pretty near within 100 miles, 60 miles that have that same
honestly,
name. Outside of that,
I honestly I've got no interest whatsoever in whatever anyone else's name is. If they publish it, that's fine. Right. I don't want to know it.
I bet you can't guess mine.
And even if I do, I think I could probably find out. Well, I think he's probably told me what his name is. I could find out what Hogtie's name is.
Right.
I don't want to. I don't want to know it. Obviously, everyone now knows what Thunderfoot's name is. Concordance, I think I know what name he gives out. It's a lie,
Hey,
so that doesn't count.
DPR, call Hawk.
But
Call,
I really don't want to know what anyone's name is. If they want to keep it private,
Right.
out.
Yeah.
I
You
don't
should tell
want them
Concordance to
turning
come
around
around
to
more.
me and saying you were the one that let it out.
Right, exactly. And by the way,
I
DPR,
have a very short-term memory. Things are.
call DPR, call Hogtie. Call him Ronnie Rodriguez. He really likes that. Trust me, just call him
Dragnot G-Man.
Call Dragnot G-Man and call Hogtie Ronnie Rodriguez. Well, the funniest thing is actually DPR did that once. He got G-Man and Dragnot confused, and hilarity. Yeah.
I watched that not too long ago, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Dragnot, I watched that hangout where Dragnot was in with his alt account with Zulu. I was dying laughing.
Oh, when he was on Tasty?
Yeah.
Oh. Watch my
Right, I've got the hold on, everyone, quiet, please. Just a second. Right, so I've got the Skype box open to Hogtie. So, what do you want me to say to him?
Oh, just if he wants to come join us. That's all. That's all. I mean, I talk to I talk to Hogtie every day.
Some way.
Yeah, no, I talk to Hogtie every day. I just told him that you happen to be in here, and so maybe he wants to drop by.
Shall I tell him that G-Man's desperate to talk to him?
Right.
Oh.
Which is unusual, so I'm going to respond to that.
Tell
But...
him Nephilim Free is no, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking. We'll call this. We're gonna change the title. They hang out to fucking.
No, you'll have to remind me because I am dyslexic.
Darwin is in here.
Nephilim free.
Nephilim. Yeah, that's how you spell his name.
Is desperately wanting to talk to you about evolution or something more specific.
That's cool.
We could talk about translocation
Evolution?
species or...
No, just put it about how you're wrong.
And retroviruses.
No. You know what's even better? Tell him Nephilim Free. Yeah, I swear to God, trust me. Tell him Nephilim Free wants to tell him that Poontine sucks. Yeah, he will be in here in a heartbeat.
Free. Hang on, I've had to once tell you that. Go on.
Poontine, Poutine, Poontine.
Poutine
sucks.
Are we baiting Hogtie?
Oh yes, we're baiting him usually.
That'll work.
I know it'll work. I know Hogtie.
And I'm right by the Canadian border right now too, so that makes it even funnier for me. I'm right outside of Buffalo.
It's sent. We'll see what happens.
Can anybody do a Nephilim Free accent? Can we have any impersonation people? No. Bummer.
No, and to be honest, you know what? I wouldn't want to.
No, I know. Well, he gave up on. I mean, he gave up coming in here about a year.
Can you? Can you do one?
No.
What accent does he even have?
Dumbass accent? I don't know.
It's definitely. I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination between New York and Deep South.
Really?
Which is an odd one.
There is definitely South. There's Southern.
Because he worked, so far as he says, he worked as a photographer, and I think he said he worked as a photographer in New York, but he quite clearly either came from or now lives in the Deep South.
Yeah, I definitely hear the Deep South.
He's got that deep South
normal
accent,
to me.
but
sadly.
But he has that droning voice that puts you to sleep.
I've told you. I think I've told you before, Steve. I used to. I have insomnia.
Xbox doing an imitation his voice.
I don't think
I can't do. I've told people have told me that I can sound like Brett Keane at times.
Okay, you know
Which
what?
is just
You know what? You know who do we need to
I can't do
invite?
nothing.
Hang on, Xbox. Do you know who we need to invite? Truth Surge. Do you guys remember Truth Surge? He had this video out called Behind Lying Eyes. It was when he was like in the shower singing, pretending to be Nephilim free. It's a brilliant video if you haven't seen it.
Check that out.
Oh, go look at Truth Surge.
I have never ever seen that.
Oh, let me expose you to this. This is brilliant by Truth Surge. It's a video he made on Nephilim free. It's a masterpiece. So let me find it for you. It was by a guy named Truth Surge. And I think it was called Behind Lying Eyes or something. So let me find this real quick.
I think I've been watching you guys for like about a year or so, and just obviously just recently started joining Hangouts just to try to learn. But we'll see how far that gets me.
That's kind of what I'm hoping for my channel. It's entertainment, but I hope people do glean something out of it. It's really weird though when Mike, you've been around for a little while though now, but I mean it's really weird when somebody says I've listened to you guys for like years, and they finally drop in, and it's just to think that people we don't even know are paying attention to us. It's weird, but it's great. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's just awesome, but it is kind of strange in a way, Well,
the main thing that kept me from joining Hangouts was just like, because I knew so little, I felt like I wouldn't be able to contribute a damn thing to the conversation. So I just sat back and just listened and try to learn that way through osmosis, essentially.
Same as me too. And then I was like, okay, maybe I have enough where I can at least go in and pretend I know something, but that didn't work either.
I've just clicked on that link that you posted in, and I realized the third video down, Nephilim Free is Insane by one DPR Jones.
Who's that guy?
1,000 views. And I can't remember what I fucking said in it.
Oh, that video. Oh, okay. Well, I can tell you what it was. That video. It's so funny. I got to tell DPR about his own video. That video is. This is a classic DPR. That video was about Nephilim Free explaining the story of how the prophet of God was mocked, and that they sent bears to go kill the kids.
Oh yes. The bear one.
Yes.
I remember that. That was ridiculous.
What about the video where he had a debate with himself?
I remember it. And they were brown bears.
Yes. Well,
and he got the numbers wrong because it was 4 and 60 or whatever, and he said that was 32 or something. And
yeah, that was exactly what that was about. By the way, Truth Search has a lot of videos. I'm still trying to find the right one. But somebody had mentioned there's a video with Nephilim Free having a debate with himself. There was actually a video called "If I Debated Hugh Ross," and on the Nephilim Free channel there was a version of that's even better, and because it has the commentary on what's going on with Nephilim Free in his brain having a debate with a very well-known astrophysicist, right? Because Nephilim Free is insane. I actually brought that up to Hugh Ross. I was like, have you seen that video? He's like, no. I did.
I think I watched like 5 minutes of that, and I'm just like, there's something seriously wrong with him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Mine was the craters on the moon one, where he said it was the ejection from the water from Noah's flood. It turned viscous, he said. He said the water turned viscous.
Okay. Look at
the atmosphere.
True.
My response video to that was the Lunar Bukkake principle.
Right. I remember that. That is a classic one. Yeah. That's classic.
DPR Jones, Thunderfoot, and myself have explained to Nephilim Free things like Bernoulli's equation, enthalpy, why he's just completely batshit on this, and yet, of course, he's not going to understand it. But by the way, could somebody help me find this video on TruthSear's page? He's got so many goddamn videos. Help me find the video on TruthSear's page. His video
I did.
on
The behind crude
behind crude
lies.
Yeah, can you find it? Do you found it?
I posted it out in the live chat too.
Oh, you've already got it. Okay, well, you post in the internal chat for DPR.
Yeah, it is. It's there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's on the side there.
Yeah, well worth watching later on.
If you were to ask Nephilim,
it is
where the best quality of Asian hookers are, you would get a good answer then. I'd go to him for that. If I had questions like that.
He is an expert on Asian hookers. Yes.
It's funny that we're even talking about Nephilim, given that he's been out of the picture for so long. He still has a channel, but he gets like 40 viewers, and he gets on there usually with like one or two people watching and just rambles for 4 hours to himself.
Well, he's lucky he has 12.
Yeah, let me tell you about the stuff I've been doing for the last 10, 15 years. Evolution is an atheist lie, and here's all these things I've been shown were false that I'm going to repeat anyway. I'm going to do that for 4 hours, rambling on and drinking.
And his extra large headphones.
Yeah, well, the only reason we're talking about Nephilim now is because we're kind of going through down memory lane with DPR here, so that's the only reason.
Yeah, well, that and he's an eternal lulz cow. He's the gift that keeps on giving.
His udders are worn out.
Yeah, well, we milked that lulz cow dry a long time ago. I haven't talked about Nephilim, I think, about this year. Yeah, but because Nephilim won't even come into my room anymore because every time he did, he got ran the fuck out because not on purpose. I mean, I like when Nephi came in. Well, if he got feedback, but I mean, he'd run his stupid arguments and he would get his ass handed to him, and then he would go run away.
No, I have a video where him and Ozzy debate in my hangout. And he just gets torn. And then I think like a week or two later, Mowdy goes into Neff's channel and tears him apart with the debate too.
Oh, Nephi got his ass handed to him so many times. But yeah, I like that video called Behind Crude Lies. I think Truth Search did a brilliant job on that.
But it just it makes him fucking amazing that even after all these years and all the destroying he's taken, he's still
that's an epic
still at it.
Cal. But anyways, I was going to mention real quick, if we could ever get Pothole at 54 to even respond to me, I've actually reached out to him before. I'd be in ecstasy because Pothole at 54 is one of my icons.
That's a lot harder than you think. He's an active journalist.
I know he's so busy. I know. But hey, but you know what? I got big names in here before. So it's not against the reality, but I know he's.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you the history that I've had with him. I wanted to get him onto the Médecins Sans Frontières shows, and he turned me down.
The Doctors Without Borders?
For 3 or 4 years. And eventually he accepted on the base. His computer had been put into I hate to use the phrase I use the phrase his study room, and his children had grown up a little, so he could actually do that, and he did then appear. There is absolutely no doubt that what he has said in his latest videos, particularly in relation to the louder crowder or whatever, he is. He has asked me to be the moderator in a Crowder.
Yeah.
I personally don't think that debate will ever take place, but if it does, it will not be before September. So I can assure you there is absolutely no hope of you getting him on your show before September.
Oh yeah, no,
but,
just to even say hi to the guy. He's one of my heroes. He's such a brilliant guy.
Oh yeah, a few people I still follow on YouTube, and I know that sounds awful, but he's one of my heroes. I think he's absolutely brilliant. I think his quality of videos and the English sarcasm and humor that he uses tickles me probably more than else, because it's just humor. He's an absolutely lovely person, and I'm quite sure that if he show, but he has an incredibly busy schedule, and you will certainly, as I say, before September.
Yeah, no, I know, I do know his background a little bit, and I know how busy he is. I know his journalism and stuff like that. But like you said, the quality of his videos are just beyond superb. I mean, we're talking A+++, right? I mean, but yeah.
I think I would have him down, and this goes along with, you know, Thunderfoot, who I know is not everyone's favorite at the moment. The likes of Aaron and other great contributors. If I see a pothole video being posted on YouTube, it's the first thing I watch, without doubt.
Who is it you're talking about?
He is
again?
undoubtedly my favorite. I don't want to big him up too much.
No, I
my
agree with you. The Pothole 54. I mean, but here's the thing. Like, I know what to do to talk to people about certain things without going into like realms of, I think there'd be controversy. Like, for example, like PZ Myers, when he comes in, he's been in a few times. We'll talk about biology or evolution or something like that. I'm not going to talk to him about SJW or Atheism Plus or any of that bullshit, because then I know contention is going to be across the board, right? So you got to kind of know.
That's tempting, though, isn't it? Isn't it a little tempting?
Oh, it's so JD. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, it's tempting, but I have a good rapport with PZ. I don't want to fuck that up because I disagree with him on some other shit, right? But like Thunderfoot, I like.
Just like,
yeah, I mean,
what was the shit he got into with?
The free thought.
So you're admitting, Steve, you're a puss.
Yeah.
What's the guy with the Skeptics magazine?
Oh,
I remember his name.
Shit. I do.
Shermer. Yeah, he tried to stick with Shermer.
Michael Shermer.
Michael
Shermer.
Yeah.
That'd be a fun one to bring up and watch and be like,
oh, God.
I have things to do.
Dude, I'm not going to bring up even Hogtie, because I know Hogtie had some issues with PZ at one time. But yeah, I kind of like limit that kind of shit. I've never talked to Thunderfoot. He doesn't know who I am, I don't think. But like I've heard Thunderfoot came in, even though I agree with Thunderfoot on a lot of shit, I'm going to stick to the sciences. Right, I'd rather have him discuss like his paper.
Oh, I give you a little bit of advice. If you do have the opportunity to get Pothole on, I think that you ought to ask him a little bit about his background, because it's not as you would expect it to be. And although it might be repetitive, I very much doubt people will remember the MSF. Where we had him on, but I asked him his upbringing, and I said, I imagine you the smartest guy in the school, and he said, you've got to be kidding me. The worst I scraped through, deliberately troublesome. One story he said was that decided that he wanted a day off school. He put on and wore a pair of pink trousers, that he would be sent home for uniform. This is...
He was a bit of a rebel?
This is brilliant. Oh, a total rebel. Right through university and not disclosing anything that he has not disclosed himself. He scraped through university with a 3rd degree, spending too much time having fun about that. But yeah, I think some of the illusions that you may have are probably not accurate.
That might be true. No, that might be true.
School child, a very diligent student. But what happened was that he then got into journalism, and then pretty much like I was, I think, in that I was not a diligent student at university, because it was the first time that I'd experienced from parents and obligations and whatever. I didn't study very hard, but that doesn't mean, apologize if this sounds somewhat arrogant, it doesn't mean that I'm not intelligent. In the same way that Potholder is, I'd put Potholder much higher than myself, obviously. But yeah, he he has had an interesting school ground, and career, and one of his videos that he put up, it was some years ago now, was okay. I can't remember the title, but it was effectively okay who I am, and he explained career, and it's incredibly entertaining. He wrote for magazines for a while. He did various bits and pieces. He was then asked, you know, have you got any experience in television work? And he just said yes, and he had none whatsoever, and just completely bluffed it. All of this is on his channel. I am not breaching confidence.
No, I've seen some of it. Yeah.
Very, very interesting character, and as I say, his sense of humor and my sense of humor tied so closely that I just love to see him, and every single video he does is just wonderful for me.
And me too. I mean, you got to remember, I've only been on the scene for about 3 years, and now I'm just starting to get some name recognition. These guys are the giants that we build up our channels on. People like Pothole or people like Don Exodus. I mean, I can't tell you how much they've meant to my education on certain things and people in the YouTube community. I mean, these guys were the godfathers, basically, when YouTube first started, or at least got popular around the 2009, 2010, I guess. And you know, they're basically how I learned a lot about this stuff. You know, I was against younger creations years ago. I mean, I was on AOL back in the mid 90s, you know, refuting younger creationism. But listening to them talk about these things, I'm like, wow, this is like a brilliant way to do this argument. This is a brilliant way to refute this. And I've just learned so much by watching them.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I just say that you mentioned someone else there that I thought was absolutely wonderful and inspirational for me, which is Don Exodus.
Wasn't he? Oh, amazing.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant videos. And I have to say, I got a Skype message. I think he's on LinkedIn. So again, I'm not doing things that are confidential. He's I mean, there's something about Don Exodus. You knew he was always going to. He was incredibly good looking, incredibly charming, very, very intelligent. He studied dentistry, did that and succeeded in that some years ago, and now has become a partner St. Georgia. And the last time I spoke to him on Skype, he turned his camera on, tilted it to show the view to me from, and it was just looking out over the ocean. His house, huge balcony, less than that, on the beach, and whatever. I mean, it was just, I don't know, there was just something about, you just knew that he was do well, and certainly he has. And then he started sending me pictures of his girlfriend.
Yeah, and you're like, yeah,
very well.
He's done well for himself.
He's doing very, very well.
Well, I mean, yeah, again,
but
I mean, I would expect that.
Then,
yeah.
But sorry to finish off this story. I'll do it very, very, very quickly.
No, go ahead.
it was just before we were doing another one of the Doctors Without Borders show. I got a call coming in from Eugenie Scott. Now, Don was there. And I said, well, Don, I've got Eugenie Scott calling in. She wants to do a test run before we do the Doctors Without Borders show. So he had to run off and get a t-shirt. So he made himself look decent. I joined Eugenie to the call. I noticed that G-Man has just come online. I'm not saying anything.
G-Man won't come in here. He's a pussy.
Just
G-Man.
Yeah,
he'll come in.
No, he
Does
won't.
he need an invite?
Oh, he's invited.
Yes,
okay.
he will. G-Man's cool now.
No,
we hung out in New York, dude. He'll come in. He's cool.
JD, let me explain this to you. I used to get along with G-Man just fine. I used to hang out in his hangouts, right? For some reason, I don't know why. I do not fucking know why. But he has just alienated me in the last month or two. I don't know the story. I threw him a bone the other day. I was like, G-Man, I have a guy that's right up your alley. He's an Black Hebrew Israelite. He wants to tell a story, and G-Man blocked me again on his live feed. It's like I don't know what his issue is. I don't care. But G-Man hasn't been in here since that video that I made about him about not understanding that dogs don't live millions of years.
I'll get him in here.
Be my guest. But he won't. He'll be like, fuck Steve's channel. Whatever.
Well, he's got you blocked anyway, doesn't he? Oh wait, never mind. There's a moderator account.
He's got 12 different accounts, anyways. But no, I don't give a shit if G-Man comes in.
He's got you blocked on all of them.
But yeah, for some reason he just won't have anything to do with me. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, right now he's discussing stuff that we're kind of on the same side on, which is like flat Earth is nonsense. So,
well, he was pissed off that I said he did shit in that hangout, though, and he did. He got his ass handed to him.
Well, he was also ganged up on, but yeah, he could. He didn't really have a lot of preparation.
Whatever.
So hopefully we could give him some better stuff to work with. Not that there's anything you can do.
You got a lot of background
do
noise,
against flat Earth.
You got to turn that TV off, dude. It's so loud, it's burning my ears off.
Yeah, it's the wife.
Okay. Yeah, I can't piss off the wife. But yeah, but my approval with my approval with G-Man, not really necessary. But yeah, he's welcome to come. Anybody come in here. Anybody. So whatever. Yeah, see, X-rated user on the live feed says G-Man is getting shit from Christians for associating with you. And Rand Campbell is playing that up. He's making it divisive.
Well, yeah, it's Rand Campbell.
Right.
It's Rand Camp. That's his shit stirring is his thing.
Right, and G-Man
he actually does not care. If G-Man were to become an atheist because of this, Rand would be happy. He wants shit stir. He doesn't really care about the community. He's a troll.
Right, I totally
and
agree.
Also an atheist. So
I think well, again, I know Rand Campbell. I don't believe he believes in flat Earth. I think he's bullshitting 100% on that. Whether he's
not even a Christian. He said so.
I've heard him say that, or heard people say that. I don't know one way or another. I think his entire shtick is bullshit, but whatever. I think he isn't probably an atheist or agnostic at best. But I know that he likes fucking with people. So whatever. But I get along with Rand. On the back channel.
I don't know what to make about him. I don't know what to make about him because I think someone just mentioned this. He met many people in fairly recently, and he kind of comes across as this person, but that doesn't affect the basic views he has. So I'm not sure how I take him at all. I think he's probably a decent person, but at the same time, he's got some very, very weird views.
Well,
when I say religious views.
Yeah, I can tell you this. I mean, back channel wise, I actually get along with Rand. We actually can sit and talk, off air or whatever, and have communication. Matter of fact, he was going to make me a mod.
Yeah, he's a used car salesman. Of course, he does that. Yeah, he can turn on and go, "Hi, how are you? I'm a sweet guy. You want to buy this Lexus?" No.
Yeah, he was going to make me a mod.
You don't get along with it.
Right. So.
Well, which is but I mean, he does that because why not? Getting good with you and use you if he can.
Yeah, no, and I get
that's what he does. He's a schmoozer.
I get that. I'm not ignorant of that. But anyways, he doesn't treat me like a shit right? He doesn't like come down on me. I don't come down on him, even though I will be flat out to say he's full of shit. His flat Earth is bullshit. But he plays upon that. He wants that kind of attention, just like G-Man plays to the audience and tries to placate these people by trying to build up this weird dynamic that he thinks people want to listen to. But the reality is, I don't think they really give a shit about what G-Man has to say. They just don't. Go ahead.
I would echo those sentiments. I think that G-Man actually wants to be liked by people, but he's caught with this dichotomy where he thinks he has to be hostile to the atheists, has to, on the other hand, to his Christian views. And I think that's one of the as I say, I don't see him person. I just see him as being deeply troubled with these two aspects of his personality.
There might be a conflict there, yeah. I think he wants to be liked too. I mean, he demonstrated with that, with going to New York and visiting with Fiona and JD and MP and all these other guys. The fact that I wasn't able to make it to that reunion, well, not really reunion, but whatever it was, union. I think that kind of like put me on the outskirts because he didn't get to know me for who I am. Other people in the community have met me. Jackie has met me. Kevin has met me. I mean, so I'm a real person. But G-Man hasn't put that together yet. He's met JD, so he knows JD is a legit person. G-Man's never met me, so to him, I'm just a person on the internet. Even though we go back a long time, but whatever. There's no familiarity there like he had with the people that he ran into in New York, But X-Rated User says, I thank G-Man and DP for helping me find this channel. If not for Drunken Peasants podcast, I would not have found you guys. And, Drunken Peasants put G-Man on the map. No question about it. If it wasn't for Drunken Peasants, nobody would fuck know who G-Man is. And because G-Man hates me so much for some odd reason, people have come over here and subbed to me. And G-Man uses that, well, it wasn't for me, Steve wouldn't have built his channel. Well, you know what, that's kind of bullshit in some ways, but in a little bit, there might be some truth to that, but I don't care. People listen to me and the Great Big Community because they're interested and they want to learn something. I don't care how they got here. I don't care. So does that make sense? But Drunken Peasants, like I've talked to Paul's Ego before. Matter of fact, Paul's Ego and I, one of the first hangouts I ever had was on G-Man's channel with Paul's Ego from the Drunken Peasants. But, yeah, the Drunken Peasants would never feature like my channel on their show. Never, it just wouldn't happen because they're way the fuck up there, right? And I get that. TJ Kirk has put a lot of effort into the Drunken Peasants, and he got in the ground floor. So, and I don't expect to ever reach that kind of reach, but whatever.
Just stick a banana up your ass, and it'll
that might do it. Yeah, that might do it.
Start cam whoring yourself.
And then dip your balls in hot oil.
Well, I do that regularly anyways, but for different reasons.
Oh.
Keep some soft and
No,
smooth.
I don't expect to make any kind of like big waves, like I said, with like Don Exodus and Prod 54. Those guys are in league of their own. So is Drunken Peasants. So is Armor Skeptic. So is Logic. They kind of know who I am. But all I want, my goal is only to have a channel of the Great Debate Community where you have a free flow of conversation. You have an open forum to kind of tear apart and to rip into arguments and see if they're valid and just have free discussion. That's it. That's my goal. And if I can reach that, I'm happy.
Ugh, what do you want that for?
I can confirm from my personal experience that pushing a banana up your ass in no way changes your mental view of the world or your attitude towards the world.
I'm not going to do a theory to practice on that. I'm not going to test that out. I can safely say it. I'm just not going to do that.
Just a kink.
You like to rattle people's cages like that. I do apologize.
Whatever floats your boat, man. I don't judge. But
to each their own.
So X-rated.
I apologize though that I'm really sorry I interrupted
I can imagine.
It's all good.
I can imagine Ray Comfort and that Kirk Cameron sharing a banana together.
So, X-rated user, by the way, a lot of feedback. I don't know who says. I think it's Wolf. X-rated user says, "I've been watching DP for years, Steve. This is the only channel on my sub list out of all the crazy people."
Wait, DP?
Drunken Peasants.
I'm glad. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like, there's another thing DP stands for.
Yeah, Drunken Peasants. Of all the crazy people and links that I've found, your channel has views because of the collection of awesome. Thank you, X-rated user. You know what? Those are things that mean so much to me because I get a lot of shit from people like G-Man and Ronnie and Nephilim Free and all these other idiots. I don't take it personally because I have a very thick skin. But it means a lot to me when somebody recognizes that they're a bunch of idiots and that we have a collection of smart people over here and great conversation. You can't go to many channels and have good conversation. There are a handful. I got to admit, I like Xbox's, when he has hangouts. Hana has good hangouts. But for the most part, you don't find the collection of people that we get in here and the amount of openness we can have a discussion. In fact, like Sunday, the next topic we're having is a discussion on, is circumcision barbaric or is it something medically justified? That's a pretty tough topic to tackle. But we're going to do something like that on Sunday. Yeah. And by the way, Myth, you're definitely invited to that. If you can make it on
I'll
Sunday
try to make
morning,
it for that, yeah.
please show up if you can make it to that. Because that is a topic that I want people that do know medicine to show up. And, of course, not to well, everybody knows you're a general practitioner. I want somebody with qualified information to come in because I only have my opinion. I have no medical basis to even base if circumcision is good or not. If it should be continued. So I
do circumcision all the time.
Let me ask you, have you ever done it on an adult?
No.
Okay, because I had a friend back in high school. He actually got circumcised in high school, and he said it was the most excruciatingly painful, horrible experience of his life.
Yeah, people do sometimes. Yeah. And there's a story in the Bible about the Israelites getting a group to accept adult circumcision, and they just used their weakness to attack them and kill them when they were recovering.
Mm. Well, like I said, on Sunday morning, 9 o'clock
I'm sure
a.m.
it's not a good thing. The babies, actually, the babies don't even scream the whole time. Some of them don't. But they just can't remember as a baby, pretty much.
Well, I want both sides. I want people to advocate that there's some medical reasons for it.
I can only imagine how badly that must hurt the older you get, though.
Yeah, you would think so.
Oh yeah, I couldn't imagine it. But I'm glad that I am. I'm glad that I am circumcised. But I want people on both sides. I want to hear the arguments. I want to see who has a better argument. Is it medically justified? Is there a reason for it? Is it some kind of religious custom we have? These are the type of discussions that we have on my channel. And you like, for example, like Mithridates, when people like Antonio Fletcher has a hangout on abortion, it's just a clusterfuck. He doesn't invite anybody that has any kind of knowledge on the topic to even get any point of view, right? Because he's blocked 80 people on his live feed, blocks everybody. And so you can't have a conversation on these kinds of discussions of that level on their hangouts. When you remember a couple weeks ago when I said, fuck it, let's have a discussion about abortion, that was one of my most popular videos. It instantly got popular because we had an open and honest dialogue about it. He just can't, and that's his big shtick is, let's argue pro-choice against pro-life or whatever, but he doesn't do it openly and fairly. That's the problem. Boy, did that just kill the room. Hello? Is this thing on? Anybody? Say hi. Is it working? My mic? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Okay, I'm getting concerned here. I'm going to refresh.
To be repetitive, but that's the way I see it.
So have I been talking to myself the last 10 minutes?
Of course.
So the outside chat heard everything I said for the last 10 minutes, but you guys didn't hear jack shit, did you?
No, what happened?
Oh.
Well, Mithridates, did you hear anything I had to do about the Sunday thing? Okay, we were talking about the the circumcision thing, and then all of a sudden I was getting into like
Right.
how Tonio Fletcher has the things about abortion, and yet he blocks.
No, I didn't hear any of that.
Okay, well, long story short, he blocks everybody that has any kind of actual expertise in the area, and so his hangouts go to shit because he's not open and honest. When he had a hangout about abortion a couple weeks ago, it was so bad, and he blocked everybody. I opened up a room and said, look, let's have a fair and open conversation about abortion. It was one of my most popular videos or hangouts because we were able to have a conversation about it on the adult level. So...
Yeah, I have to go back and watch that. I caught a little bit of his. It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking, I know one relatively large person that nobody's mentioned yet is Dark Matter 2525.
I love Dark Matter 2525. You know what's funny is when I had Vadim on a couple weeks ago, Creationist Cat's Worthless Human Slave, Dark Matter 2525 actually came up, and he is one of the most brilliant creators of videos out there. Him and Sci-10 Atheist. That's why he has 500,000 subscribers, right? So, yeah, I love his videos.
Yeah,
The
his
whole
animation.
conversation about circumcision made me think about that one video he made a few months ago about that.
But see, I don't have that skill set. Ouch. I can make okay videos, but I'm not anywhere near on that level, right? So that's not going to be my niche. My niche is if you want to talk about those videos and you want to talk about the topics, this is the room to go to. And I want to cross the internet, I want to cross YouTube, that everybody will ever see us go, you know what, if you want to have a discussion about a topic, go to the Great Debate community and talk about it. Because I can't make that quality of video. I know my limitations, but I sure the hell knows how to facilitate a good communication on them. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
And if you want to talk shit,
Yours is more designed for.
If you wait, hey, one sec. If you want
you're
to talk,
more the social aspect of everything.
Yeah, yeah.
More so than like.
But if you
like
want to do like
making-
straight talking shit, where do you want to go? Come on, what show? It's on every Tuesday.
Gee, could it be on Tuesdays? Well, except for that 1 week.
Roseanne?
That was on Thursday. Then another week it was on Friday. Another week it was on Monday.
Yeah, we call
in New York. There was a whole thing. We want to get G-Men on there.
We call it talking shit whenever show now.
No, it's Talking Stuff Tuesdays, isn't it? It's the on
Oh yeah, Talking Stuff
G-Men-
Tuesday.
Yeah, G-Men's channel there.
Talking Stupidity Tuesday.
Massengill open mic.
Yeah, I really whoever mentioned Dark Matter though, I like his videos, yes, and I like Sci-10 Atheist. When his channel went down, I had actually messaged. Well, actually, when it came back up, I had messaged him, and I was like, you know, I'm so glad that your channel's back because that was just complete bullshit, and you know he was appreciative of that. I'm hoping he makes a Street Fighter 2 or Cunt Fighter 2 one of these days, because I swear to God, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna orgasm.
He did make a cunt. No, he did make a cunt fighter too.
Well, it was not officially Cunt Fighter 2. It was a version of it. But I mean, if he made a thing of me like he did like with Dragnot and JD and Fiona, I would spooge. I would spooge all over the place. It would be like I made it. You know.
I'm gonna have to look up this video later.
Yeah. But these guys are big.
Like I've heard
channels.
him mention before. I've seen some of his videos. I'm like, I get the humor, but it's not really my style, you know.
Yeah, the stuff on the Muslim thing may be a little bit over the top, although I appreciate his satire and his sophistry. I do appreciate that kind of stuff, but it's an eclectic thing and it's acquired taste. But like King Crocoduck, he has a very big channel too, and the fact that he wants to make a video promoting some of the lesser known channels, including myself, I'm honored because again, I'm not going to make it big by doing the type of videos that Dark Matter does or that Sci-10 does. I'm only going to try to make it big by the fact we have good communication and we have good hangouts and good topics. I have 400 videos on my channel, for God's sake. You know?
Really?
Yeah, I have over 400 videos on my channel. Yeah. A lot of footage, yeah.
Well, a lot of them are also 8-hour hangouts too.
No, not so much anymore. I've tried to eliminate it by 3 or 4 hour. The only
I'm saying
reason
like the older content.
The older content was old, yeah, long. The only reason this one's running a little extended is because, you know, people are watching, DPR wanted to stick around, so I figured why not.
Well, Steve, I got something unique for you. Let me see if
I
can,
bet you do, big boy.
Yeah, let me turn my
Don't
camera
be starting to
on.
throw out links like you guys did to that poor kid the other day.
Let me see if I can do my camera without show you what I'm looking at here. Hang on.
Surprised you guys didn't kill that poor ginger kid, making him laugh so much.
Oh god, that was funny. That was funny. Poor kid.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so check this out. So this is where we put the baby. Strap him down, right? The head's up here. We try to pacify him with sugar water, etc. We numb him up. We use this little contraption here that covers the head of the penis so we can cut around it. Then use a little knife like this to cut around the exposed part of the penis that's not covered by the bell, so we don't cut off the head.
It's like a box cutter.
Yeah, it really is, basically.
Like all that stuff that you have there probably was stocked at the company I used to work for.
Looks like you got it from Staples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I bet
It's
that was
sterilized?
unique for your channel, Steve. I bet no other channel has had that going on.
Oh yeah, well I tell you what, like I said, I hope that you can make it Sunday morning, because as a medical professional, your insight is crucial to this kind of discussion.
Yeah, I'll try to. I'll be working Saturday night, so I finish like 6:30 Eastern time. I gotta grab this page. I'll be back.
Yeah,
in a
go
minute.
ahead. Yeah, of course. But yeah, most people might know by now, of course, Myth is obviously a medical professional, medical doctor. And so when we have these things about cancer, we have things like, related to medical things, I like to have Myth with its and some other people involved because they're the go-to people. They're the people that actually went to school to learn this shit, right? Because who the fuck are we to like talk about something when we don't have experts around to try to at least learn something? Because if not, you end up being Mr. Grimm, if you guys know who he is. Do you guys know who Mr. Grimm is?
No.
Really?
Oh, you mean Grimby?
Grim V, yeah. Mr. Grimm or Grim V.
Oh,
Yes.
fuck.
He has multiple names. I know him as Mr. Grimm because that's how he started. And I actually I have a video called Steve McRae versus Mr. Grimm on cancer. And I literally went off on him. I was fucking pissed. And
What's his views on cancer? Like specifically, is it like Tommy Hall like or
worse? It's, you know what? You have cancer. Suck on some or eat some baking soda. You'll be fine.
You're fucking kidding
One of
me.
those types of guys that like the pH diet kind of thing.
Yes.
Like, what's
Worse.
his name, David Wolf?
Yeah.
Is he getting all his stupid information from that guy?
Yep. Exactly.
Whenever I see that guy on Facebook or like Natural News, I'm like, no, get this away. This stuff is cancer.
Natural News got actually. There was something I read the other day about how they ranked news sites and web things, and Natural News was on the very bottom. And yet, that's the source.
Oh
Of
yeah,
like
sites
Tommy
that are
Hubbard.
most likely to have fake information. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like, they're the number one site for the worst news you can get.
It's basically The Onion, only they don't really say that they're like satire, because The Onion or Daily News World Report, we know are satire. They actually say they are. But Natural News is pretty much right up there with the bullshit that's on there. Hey, Reds is in the live feed. Let's get his ass in here.
They're probably saying that like they're being oppressed by the man or whatever, the corporate giants that are controlling everything. It's like, shut up.
Yeah, everything's a conspiracy of these fuckers, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Reds, I'm sending you the link, instant message. Come on in. Hey, Red, TPR, you remember Ed's Rhetoric, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Red's Rhetoric is he has a channel that debunks flat Earth. Not that I really think you need a whole channel dedicated to debunking flat
It's not the only thing he does. He's actually, that's actually that's his current focus right now because he's into astronomy and stuff like that. So. And rockets. So every time a rocket goes up there, he's like, guess what?
Oh yeah.
Hey, flat Earth fuckers! Look, the rocket's going to space.
Reds actually has.
Can you put a link in the chat?
Yeah, Red's videos are so good on rocket launches that I think he actually had an offer. Did somebody want to use your footage, like some news source or NASA or something?
Oh God! Don't remind me of that.
Yeah,
cluster.
Jeez. Yeah, it wasn't a news source.
No, it wasn't a news source. It was like legit. It was like a legit TV channel. Have you guys ever heard of something called WAG TV? Apparently, they provide content to like the History Channel, Science Channel, Discovery, shit like that. and they got in contact with me and wanted to use one of my videos. And I basically, once I understood the context of how they wanted to use my videos, I told them to suck a fat one.
Oh, I know the story now. You're right. They were actually doing a thing on flat Earth or something, weren't they?
No, they weren't doing a thing on flat Earth. Okay, get this. If I could, like take control of your hangover for just a second and tell this bullshit story.
Go nuts. Oh.
So they give me a shout, and he's like, "Hey, we want to use your rocket launch called a housewares launch video." And I'm like, "Okay, sure, why not? What is this for?" "This is for an educational program on the Science Channel." I go, "Really? Educational program? That sounds great. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to let you use my footage." So they get in contact with me. We get back and forth and in the emails and stuff like that. And then they send me the contract that I need to sign on the dotted line, and then they'll send me my money, which was a undisclosed amount. But they'll send me my money for rights to use my footage. But the moment I start reading the contract, I start noticing something. The title of the program that my video is going to be used in, NASA's Unexplained Files. And I'm like, wait a minute. The thing I recorded is not unexplained. I know exactly what was launching, why they were launching it, and where they were fucking launching it. So, what the fuck? So I asked them for a clip of how my video was going to be used in their show. And essentially, what they ended up doing was editing my video and modifying it in such a way as to make it fit a bullshit story. Apparently, there have been launched around Area 51 that leave behind a pink glowing cloud in the sky, and people are wondering, what the fuck is this stuff? And first of all, this has never been confirmed, this pink glowing cloud. So what they, yeah, so it was kind of like a chemtrail conspiracy, exactly. So what they did was they used my footage, and my footage shows the rocket going from the shadow of the Earth into the sunlight while it's still dark for us humans here on Earth. So the cloud or the exhaust trail gets illuminated by the sun, and it's a very spectacular sight. So what they did was they waited for the glowing cloud to start because it was being illuminated by the sun. They changed the color of that cloud from its white color, which it was, to pink, along with other people's footage of the same event, that same rocket launch going off in Cape Canaveral, Florida, and changing its color to pink, as if it was actual footage of the shit going off in Area 51, that this what was causing the pink glowing cloud bullshit. So I basically said that's not what my footage is of, and you can suck a fat one if that's the context in which you're going to be using it. So I still have the video that they sent me showing this context, and I think enough time has passed where I'm not going to be breaking any copyright laws or whatever the case may be. So Steve, one of these days I'm going to give you that footage, and then you can do with it as you wish. But cool. When you watch the video and you see, and then you know where the footage comes from, it's clear that they're being incredibly dishonest when actually using this footage. No, my video is not of something unexplained. My video is not of something that was launched in Area 51, and the cloud that it produced was not pink.
Yeah, I remember.
You fucking liars.
I remember. Now it comes back to me because I remember looking into this when it happened.
Yeah.
And yeah, I totally understand now what the story was on that.
Now, can you imagine what that would do for my credibility if I actually let that shit slide?
Oh, you
because
did right.
It's clear that was my. So keep in mind that this amount of money that they were giving me is an undisclosed amount, because I don't want people to know exactly how much money I told them to ram right back up their ass.
No, you have principles, and I applaud you for that. I am the same way. I don't think I could be bought. If somebody wants to say, "Oh, I'm going to use your video for this." Now I'm not going to lie.
I can be bought.
Well,
don't listen to these guys. I can totally be bought.
You have no morals. You're an atheist. You have no morals. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no. I mean, if somebody says, "Hey, Steve, I have $1 million," I'm going to use your video to promote flat Earth. I'm not going to lie to you. For $1 million, I'll probably sell out. Fuck you all. But I mean, come on. I mean, what are you going to do?
$1 million, $1 million.
$1 million, $1 million.
Can I just say something very quickly?
Of course you can.
I've not posted a video for, as I say, the best part of 10 years. If you wanted to post a video on my channel exposing what you to save your channel or whatever, my channel is open to you, and we can sort it. And you can post it on my channel if you want to.
Well, that's
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, you know what? Like I said, I'll get a hold of DPR later, because I mean, if DPR wants to put a shout out to us like on MSS, or if he wants to like host a video or something, because I think he has a pretty wide audience and he hasn't posted for a while, we might make a video of a collective thing for the Great Debate community. Matter of fact, not a big secret, Darwin's Greatest Hits, I reached out to the other day to try to make a newer video about the Great Debate community, and I need to find some raw footage for him to use. But do you guys remember the Darwin's Greatest Hits video on the Walking Dead parody?
There's a Walking Dead parody.
It was fucking brilliant. And so I was asking if you could do something like that again with some of the newer people, and maybe we might make that happen. But if DPR hasn't seen that video yet, I'm going to send it to him real quick. It's 41 seconds long, so take us 41 seconds to watch this video about the Great Debate community, because I think that you'll actually like this. So. Maybe if we make something like this and we can post it on his channel, that would be amazing. But hang on, talk amongst yourselves while I get this.
All right. Yeah. My question is, do you guys just want to see like a quick overview? I mean, I'm not going to show the whole thing.
No, I'll tell you what concerns me, and I don't know whether I've slightly misunderstood what you were saying.
Yeah.
And if I have, I apologize. What I seriously dislike is who, in my opinion, trying to put forward truths, scientific evidence, truths, whatever you want to call them, and are being prevented from doing so by institutions of nature. So I have to say that I'm this sounds profound, I know, but it really doesn't bother me. I'm prepared to post videos that may attractive to your channel or may be banned from your channel. My channel to post them, and if my channel goes down as a result, so be it.
I do appreciate it like immensely. That does mean a lot to me, and it's not necessarily that I was worried about posting this little snippet that they sent me, because to their credit, they were at least nice enough to show me the context of how they were going to use my video before actually, going through with the deal. And so even though I didn't really like them for wanting to utilize my footage in that way, I still had to give them credit. And I guess, fine, if you're going to sell a BS story, I'm not going to help you in it. But at the same time, I guess, it's your BS story. You go ahead and try and sell it if you want. But now enough time has passed where I can actually show this to you and show you just an example of what's been given to me.
You know what's funny, Reds? It's sad. It really is sad. But there's so much more profitability in bullshit than there is actual science.
And this is why I didn't want to contribute to it. And I'm screen sharing right now, so you let me know if you can see this shit.
Oh, I've seen that guy in that show so many times.
I can see this shit.
All right, good. So I'm not going to play the audio because I can't pipe it through my system, but let me just explain.
Well,
so they're explaining about this glowing...
Hang on, don't play the video because of the copyright problems. I can't.
Yeah, I'd say maybe do it off air.
Yeah, I'm very wary of that because of copyright strikes. Because I literally had 3 seconds played of one video from NASA, and it flagged me. So, because you got to remember.
Well, I guess even though it's well, keep in mind this is something that was never made live.
Yeah, I don't want.
This isn't copyright. It was never on the story because I told them take the fucking shit down. This is actually my video, and I give you permission to show my shit.
Oh, okay. Do what you got to do.
That's the point. Who owns the copyright?
Reds.
Yeah, there is no copyright on. Yeah, this is my video.
Okay.
Because since
if it's his video, he owns the copyright.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just because.
Unless he has assigned that or whatever, this video, his copyright.
Right.
And if anyone tries to take it down, I swear by God, I will put it up on.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
And if
that's awesome.
Takes my channel down.
Yeah, I mean, DPR...
this is not their copyrighted material.
Correct.
Yeah.
And this is something that you utilize my footage, and I'm sorry, but just changing the color of the footage from white to pink does not make it yours. Just saying. you'll even see in the bottom right hand corner my logo, because I put that watercolor on there for a fucking reason. It's because I knew this shit was going to happen, and this prevents it from happening. That way, when I sue your ass, I can just point to the bottom right-hand corner of the video and say, "Yep, mine." So, let me just show you this.
Sure.
So, they had these people see glowing pink cloud. There is no cloud there. They just changed the color and made a bright spot in the middle of an image. Okay. And so then they go scientist historian, really. That's what they're going to go with. Fine, whatever works for them. And so then they bring up chemtrails and shit like this. And this is the part where my footage comes in. See, right there, that is the launch of the Atlas V 551 in Cape Canaveral, Florida. Notice how the sky is kind of like a really dark blue here, and then the rocket hasn't even made it to this part of the sky yet, and yet they're highlighting it pink. Again, they're trying to sell a bullshit story. Not only that, I don't think these buildings would be in Area 51, just saying. And there is my footage. Oh, look at that logo in the bottom corner. Is that mine? Holy shit, I believe it is. Was my video this weird, retarded pink color? Oh, no, it wasn't? Well, gee, I wonder why it is. Maybe because they're trying to sell a bullshit story? Yeah, just maybe they're trying to sell.
Is that one? Anyway, is that one Jeremy?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's
Ron
doesn't
Jeremy.
matter. Doesn't matter.
Ron Jeremy.
Yeah.
You know, Ron Jeremy has a master's degree in health sciences, or what is it? Physical education.
Something like that.
Yeah, he's got a master's fucking degree.
But check this out. That's the Atlas V rocket. There's my logo in the bottom corner. This is my footage right here. So, again, still my footage. This is camera number 2 at Cape Canaveral. Still my footage. And as they're talking, they're saying that this is actually a pink. And here's where they change the color. In fact, the white part of the Red's Rhetoric logo right here has also been changed to pink. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
I noticed that in the first image too. I'm like, who's paying attention while these are being edited?
Yeah, exactly. And so there, they changed the color of the cloud that comes into frame on this static camera shot to pink again. And then after a while, here it is, pink, pink, and more pink.
Well, Reds,
shit's still pink.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
Exactly. This is the type of ancient alien bullshit that I'm hearing. And again, you know, stock footage of the International Space Station. So enough with that. So now you know what they were trying to do. They were trying to make my footage fit a bullshit story about pink clouds over Area 51.
What my only consideration is, and it's this. if you take on a large organization that is determined to take copyright action, you're going to need funding. And the negotiations ought to be handled, and so far as it seems, you're handling them very well. But it's really odd. As a lawyer, I advise people not to take court action because it's going to cost them a fortune. So avoid it if you possibly can, but say that
Halo.
You are in the right. I, so far as I can, will assist you as far as I possibly can, but countries, different states, different laws.
Yeah.
There is a limited amount that I can do for you.
Well,
but
they haven't.
I think legally you are in the right.
Yeah, I haven't actually gotten contacted back from them after I told them to kind of, fuck off a bit. And when I still have the email that they sent me where they were sending me the contract, and then they have my reply to that email still in my Gmail saying I do not want you to use my footage, and I have them agreeing to not use my footage. As far as open and shut cases go, this seems, one of the best examples of an open and shut case, if it actually were to go that far. I don't see it actually going that far because it would be absolutely, stupid to let it go that far. But I will say this, I do have some family members that...
Some of these organizations can be that stupid.
Yeah, I know.
I agree with you. In principle, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, DPR, let me ask you a quick question. It's not a legal thing per se, but I mean, just have you ever heard of anybody saying it's perfectly fine to take a video from somebody else off YouTube and upload the entire thing in its entirety to their own channel?
Oh, geez, Ronnie.
Exactly.
I don't, and it's partly because most of the are asking me advice about fair use and whether they can use bits of other people's videos.
The entire video. Take a video, just entirety, download it from somebody's channel, and then upload it to theirs with no permission, no nothing.
I'm really sorry. Now you're breaking up.
Oh.
I can't hear you properly.
What he's saying is that somebody downloaded an entire video from somebody else's channel, re-uploaded it onto their own channel without express permission from the original person.
And even more, there was no editing whatsoever. There was no edition. There was no editing.
This happens all the time, and it also happens with pornographic video, where people are told that they will have a private session with the model and whatever, and they record it. Not permissible, and then the recording is posted. This happens. The interesting question is, what can you do about it? The easiest thing is to try and use the DMCA.
Right, and I did do that, by the way. But I'm just saying, what would you say to somebody who says it's perfectly fine to download a video from somebody else's channel and completely upload it to their own, saying, you know what?
That they're completely wrong.
Right.
Yes, they're completely wrong.
Okay. I wanted to get that on air because we had somebody do that, and they're just saying, oh, it's perfectly fine to do that. I'm like, no. And I DMCA'd them, and they got it removed. But it shouldn't have gone that far. A person should be kind of common sense and say, look, I'm stealing somebody else's copyright or intellectual property. and you cannot upload it in its entirety to your channel. Now, again, I don't care if people mirror. If I give it permission, not a problem. If they want to use fair use and cut my shit up and use it, God bless you. Do what you got to do. But to take an entire video off my channel that I had and put it to their channel, that to me is way past the line of fair use. And for the worst, part of the business, it's perfectly legal.
I could not possibly see any defense whatsoever for a copyright claim.
Is being stupid a defense?
None. None
The best part about that whole thing was that. Go ahead.
The law is very simple, and it's and the same in the United States as it is in the United Kingdom. If you take the entirety of someone's material, repost it as your own, that's copyright infringement.
Mm-hmm.
You do this sort of thing is by fair comment and such like. But no, of course, you cannot take someone's original material and post it as your own. Now, to various other questions as to, I'm not entirely sure I would go into this in too much detail because it may encourage other people to do so. But the DMCA will help you. But, for example, seeking damages that you sustained as a result of this breach of copyright, you're in big difficulties.
Yeah, well, I didn't sustain any.
How do you prove?
Yeah, I didn't sustain any financial damages. What it was though is just the person was so arrogant to say, "Oh, that's perfectly fine for you to do that. I can take your entire video, Stephen, upload to my channel. That's fair use." I'm like, "You're out of your fucking mind if you think that's fair use." And what happened was he actually DMCA'd one of my videos that was fair use. I fought it. I put a copyright notification, refutation, whatever the hell it was. I did a big long form and I sent it to their copyright department. My video's reinstated now. It was a strike there for a while. It's back. Ronnie lost on that. And that was my Hovind video, my video of me talking to Ken Hovind. And Ronnie didn't like that because some of it came from his channel. Well, I'm like, tough shit. And YouTube sided on me, whatever. He didn't. The reality was he didn't pursue it any further. That's how it actually works. But
the deal is that if you want to use someone else's content, you got to make it a transformative piece. And Ronnie's whole deal with taking your video and also taking my video was not to, add commentary or make it a transformative piece. It was simply because they were suffering from a case of the butthurt.
Yeah.
And when you told them that, listen, simply being butthurt does not give you the right to break copyright or YouTube TOS, they got even more butthurt and decided to have a pissing contest about it. This is the same shit that he decided to do with me 3 years ago. And guess what? In true Ronnie fashion, he decided to do it again with you.
Yep, exactly. And he got his ass handed to him.
It's also
G-Man had a meltdown saying that Steve almost lost his channel over it.
What's that, DPR?
People have lost their channel, but it's exactly what Venom Fang X did to me.
Mm-hmm.
I posted a couple of videos that were contrary to his views, served DMCA notices. Now, as a result of that, in order to maintain my channel, I had to serve counter notices. Notices had to include my personal name, address, and those details.
It's a real pain in the ass. Yeah, he did it to you, and he did it to Thunderfoot too.
What did he do? Is he got the counter notices? did 5, 6, 7 or more channels in which he publicized personal details and also of the exposure of a pair of breasts on a Doctors Without Border charity show, claimed that I was a paedophile, so claimed that, well, this was my name, this was my address, and brought this person to the authorities. Now, we see, don't we, how the DMCA is slightly tilted, is that want to protect themselves.
Yeah. And
none of you did anything wrong. Using information and commenting on them, and I'll tell you what. Oh, I wish I could remember the name of the channel. Extinct Dodo was a channel in this
DPR.
You broke up.
DPR.
5 years.
Do me a favor, DPR. Do me a favor, DPR. If you can turn off your camera,
yeah, you're breaking up.
It might increase the bandwidth on your end because your voice is breaking up every now and then.
I didn't on.
Yeah, it's on. There you go. Yeah. Now, what channel were you talking about again?
Extant Dodo.
Oh, Extant Dodo. Yeah, okay. I know that channel.
They were taken out by organization 6, 7, 8 times by DMCA notices because they had used information in his videos and criticized it. Them, so it took them. YouTube was absolutely crap at this, so it took them about 6 months before they got back online. Then they would do another video, excuse me, legitimately material. Oh, this is wrong. Fair use. See, a notice would be served. Would go by before Extant Dodo got back. This is what happened with me. What possible morality claim, or let's say the creationists can claim, when they do this time and time and time again?
Kind of shows them to be kind of hypocrites.
Okay.
I mean, remember, Steve. Remember the first time this happened?
Yeah, DPR broke up pretty bad toward the end there, but I got the gist of it. But real quick before I say,
I got the gist of it too.
Yeah, why I can say it real quick. 2 things. One, DPR, did you ever watch Venom X apologize to the internet's video?
I think he was one of the main people that was behind that video. Honestly.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that
DPR was. DPR was one of the main people. DPR was one of the main people behind it, if I remember the history correct.
And the second thing, Mike had actually said something earlier, and a lot of people were talking, but G-Man actually said that because of all this, my channel was almost taken down. Bullshit. My channel was never in jeopardy. Yes, I got a copyright strike, but I knew how to fight it with the copyright notification. I knew what I was doing. I got a notification back from YouTube saying that my video would be restated on August 24th, which it was literally on the morning of August 24th. No chance of my thing being taken down. These guys are just pulling the same thing that creationists do when they get butthurt. It's ridiculous. I mean, this is what I'm saying. They don't want free communication. They don't want honest dialogue. I'm not scared of anybody. Come on in. Take me on. Be my guest. But they are scared to death of people that can actually give them a refutation to their bullshit.
Well,
as I say, excuse me, do not forget this. When I served the counter notices, I gave my address, my full name and my address. And what did Venom Fang X do with it?
He publicized
He
it.
posted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
and not only publicized it, he encouraged people to tell the authorities to report me as a pedophile.
Dude,
Yep,
DPR, this is back channel stuff,
Now,
so I'm not going to give it
where is the morality in that?
I'm telling you, DPR, I can't say who said this, but I'll tell you this right here and now. G-Man, who's always complaining about doxing. He's always bitching about people doxing him. You know, his name's everywhere, right? He even said when he first got to the community, he called him Gary. Not doxing him. It's his fucking name. He's used it a million times. It's on his PayPal, his full name. He's Gary. Okay, but here's the thing. When I had to do the counter notification, I had to give all my information as well. And I had found out that G-Man was trying to get a hold of that so he can publicize it. The guy that is bitching about doxing the most was going to dox me, even though I use my fucking real name, and if anybody asks me for my address, they can have it. And yet he was going to make that a big deal. I was like, you hypocritical piece of shit.
You know what? You know what the interesting thing is? I did not know that his name was Gary until you just told me.
Yeah. And that's
because
I'm not doxing
I do
you.
not
Can't dox
have
somebody.
any interest. Have any interest? Why are these people? Why are these people who purport to be so moral and so? Why are they so fucking dishonest?
I have no idea.
That brings me to my point, honestly, because I think this happened with me and to a lesser extent to Steve. Now, winding the clocks back 3 years to when Ronnie first pulled this shit with me, he took my video in its entirety and uploaded it on his channel. And he gave it a new title, he gave it a new description, and he was actively censoring comments like he likes to do on his videos that he uploads today. So nothing has changed in the 3 years. He's still the incredibly dishonest prick that we all know and love. So back in the day, I actually gave him the option of keeping that video on his channel. The only thing he had to do was return the title back to its original, put a link in the description to the original, and to stop censoring comments, because on the original, the comments were not censored, which is why you can go to that video to this very day and see his bullshit comments still posted there from 4 years ago. So I thought those were all reasonable requests. So essentially what he decided to do with that request was essentially tell me to go fuck myself. And then I said, okay, you've taken my video without my permission, changed all of these things about it, the title, the description, left no links to the original, and you're actively censor comments. And now you're also telling me to go fuck myself. You're going to do what you want with my material. That's not how this works, motherfucker. So I actually was nice again. I let him know that, hey, you should totally take this down then if you're not going to play ball with me on this. And he again told me to go fuck myself. So what I said then, okay, then I'm going to give you a warning. Again, being nice to him. I am going to file the DMCA in this amount of time. If you do not remove the video in this amount of time, which I think I gave him like, I don't know, 24 hours or something like that. I gave him an absurd amount of time to click delete. If you remove the video in this amount of time, you have nothing to worry about. If you do not, then the DMCA is going to be filed, again, giving him fair warning. He again told me to go fuck myself. So the DMCA was filed. He got Brett Keane, a whole bunch of shit, fell. He eventually lost. His channel was kind of fucked for 6 months, and then his channel was back in good standing finally, and he learned the hard way not to kind of do that with me ever again. Yeah, but otherwise, I will be putting my boot to his ass.
But he didn't learn his lesson, though.
But I know he did. I know he didn't learn his lesson, but that's the point. The point is that even though he is the one in the wrong, even though he is the one claiming to have the moral high ground here, because he has God on his side or wherever the fuck his argument is, which side has been giving the most charity in this clusterfuck? You come into my house, you shit on my carpet, and I ask you nicely multiple times to clean up your shit and leave. I ask you nicely. A normal person would have taken the baseball bat from the closet and whacked you right across your fucking head. But no, I'm being the nice guy here and telling you to pick up your shit and leave. And if you're not going to pick up your shit, still just leave. Because the video is still going to be on your channel, and I didn't want to be there to begin with. But I'm nice enough to let you have it, so long as you do this stuff, as in just spray some Febreze on your way out. Yeah, but no, they won't even do that. They wouldn't even do that.
Do you know what, that's Rick James with dirty boots rubbing it on the couch right there.
Do you know what Ronnie did to try to get it avoided having the strike and everything? He actually deleted a video. Okay, you know this, Rez, but the people that don't know, when he took my video and I DMCA'd it, I was nice enough to give him fair warning. Okay. I was nice enough to tell him ahead of time so he didn't get a strike. Because if I hadn't have told him, it would have been a strike against him, and that's not my goal. Bad mistake on my part. I guess I should have been so nice. But I gave him advance warning.
Ronnie's not an expert in law or any kind of authority in law whatsoever. We kind of know that.
Yeah, let me get this out real quick. Because, look at, I was nice, and like you said, I took the moral high ground. And I was not wanting some people to say, okay, well, Steve's trying to fuck over somebody else's channel. So I told him ahead of time. Because of that, he took the video down. After I put well, he did take it down right away. And I was like, fine, you know what? I'll give you 24 hours, whatever. He said he wasn't going to take it down. I filed the DMCA. As soon as I told him I filed it, he took the video down. And what did he do? He reloaded it up again on a new URL. I DMCA'd that one, I told him. He took it down again and re-uploaded it again. He uploaded it 3 motherfucking times so he could avoid having the DMCA. Even though I told him each time I was DMCAing him. And I knew that he would probably do this, but I didn't want him to get a strike because he's a lulz cow to me. Why would I want his thing shut down? Right? So we have a much higher level of morality than that motherfucker ever does. Let me tell you this right here and now.
I totally agree. And I cannot understand how these people claim to have a higher moral standard than we do. Utterly dishonest.
Not only that, too, but the arrogance these people have.
The only they have is that they consider it appropriate to lie in the name of God. Can anyone explain this to me? Because I genuinely bullshit. I genuinely do not understand how these lying motherfuckers can actually sleep with themselves and at the same time be morally more justified than we are.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. There's no answer to that question. I mean, these guys are so bad at it anymore that they don't even try to hide their dishonesty. I swear to God, it used to be, you know what, I had to put a little bit of effort to show people why these people were lying. Okay, I'm cool with that. I don't mind. I could do that. Now it's like I don't even have to bother. I mean, it's so blatant that they're fucking lying. It's ridiculous because they don't even try to hide it any longer. I'm not even exaggerating. Do you guys think Ronnie puts any effort anymore to hide its duplicity? Or is it so out there it doesn't matter?
Nah.
None.
Nah.
He has 12
Ronnie's
people
rather quiet these last couple of weeks, though.
Well, I can tell you why.
Has he actually done anything of note?
No, I can tell you why. First of all, there's only 12 people in the entire world that agree with Ronnie on anything. These are his sycophants. But the thing is, he actually had a problem on one of his channels. Somebody had actually porn bombed him, which, again, if I find out who did that, I will ban them. Because that's
a second channel.
Yeah, but they did that on. They didn't do it on his primary. They did it on True Talk TV. But the thing is that it does produce a problem with True Talk TV. You can't. Well, they did it on his main channel. That was on his main. So he went to True Talk, I believe. But either way, I think he's being really weary now. And the fact that when he does have Hangouts now, he gets about, 20 people watching. And 12 of them are his sycophants. And basically a couple people in the Hangout. Nobody pays attention to him anymore. There's good reason for that.
What a crowd.
Yeah, so, I mean, he just doesn't bother.
He's the new Nephilim Free.
Pretty much. He's going to obscurity just like Nephilim Free. Exactly. And I predicted
a lot
this.
Quicker though too.
Dude, go back in my history. Go watch a video that I say, and I have a very short video that I titled something like "A Moment of Silence for Ronnie" or something, and it's basically a minute of silence. It's just basically the death of his channel, because I knew it was going to happen. I predicted it. He used to have some I have to say, on a gradient scale, okay Hangouts. I would go in there. JDI would go in there. We never left on our own accord. We always got ejected, but at least we can go in there. He's banned 80 people. 80 fucking people in our community he's banned. And I can guarantee you that 60 of those people probably had enough education to blast him on the water or just about anything. So who the hell wants
81. I'm probably the 81st there.
I'm one of them.
Yeah. Who here? Okay, let me ask. Who is in here that isn't banned from his channel?
Me.
I mean, it's like 1-2 people.
Probably only
Tony's
one.
not bad. Tony's not bad, but he got kicked out the other day.
Yes, I did.
Okay, how about a better question? Who has never been kicked out? Well, there you go. I think it's been everybody.
Me.
Shut up, Mike.
I haven't been in this room yet.
Traitor, Mike.
God,
Traitor. No.
God damn it, Mike.
Hey, I'm just getting used to all this.
There's always
I've
one.
out because I've never ever been there.
You ain't missing anything.
Yeah, DPR just doesn't give a shit, which is awesome.
But I'm sure I would had I been there.
You would have lost your mind.
It's like well, as of right now, Ronnie cannot possibly fathom the immensity of the fuck you do not give, and I recommend you keep it that way, because
Amen.
the moment you actually watch this shit is the moment you will be tossing and turning at night wanting to punch something.
The amount of sheer.
You say one thing. You say one thing.
Okay.
And he'll notice. You say one thing that disagrees with him, he'll notice you. You said the second thing that disagrees with him, you're out.
Yep.
Yes.
And let me tell you, the sheer concentration of stupidity in those guys' hangouts, I am surprised have not collapsed or put on its own weight in the form of black hole. I mean, it's just raw stupidity. And you're listening to this going, oh my fucking God, they're so wrong on epic levels, wrongness. And yet they never want to be corrected on anything.
They're
I mean,
getting there.
the guy
They're
didn't know what
Neutron Star
pi
right
was.
now. Give him a little bit more time.
He thought he didn't
The
know what pi
ratio of the
was.
circumference of pi. If I remember.
DPR, you don't have to know a lot about math, but the guy said that the value of pi depends on the type of system of measurement you use.
Excuse me. I got an A at A-level mathematics, and I then went on to do mechanical engineering.
That's
where
true. I know you do. I'm being hyperbolic.
Higher level mathematics.
DPR.
How
DPR.
dare you say that I do not know what pi is?
DPR, I have a question for you. I have a math question for you. Hang on. All of y'all, including you, Steve. I understand.
No, Rex, there's a misunderstanding. You didn't know what pi was, DPR. Ronnie did not know what pi was. He had no clue what pi was. He actually said that the value of pi changes depending on the system of measurement you use. And so what I'm saying is nobody has to know that much about math to know simple things about like that. Yeah, no, I swear to God. Yeah, I know.
Well, this is why I made this little animation. Then this is why I made this little animation to him, and I sent it to him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. DPR has a background in mechanical engineering. I'm well aware of that. He knows math exceptionally well. But Ronnie, when Ronnie says something as stupid as that, well, the pi depends on what system of measurement you use. Where do you go from that? It's
where you go.
Solipsism.
Yeah. Where you go from there is you ask the question. DPR, I have a math question for you, and this is a.
Well, hang on. Just 1 second. I will answer it if I can answer it.
Sure, go ahead.
But who's Ronnie again?
Oh, true empiricism.
True empiricism. He had a few talks with her before.
You use the name interchangeably.
DPR.
I'm going to be asked a question that I'm going to be embarrassed about. Go on.
Go ahead.
Well, you might be embarrassed because only Ronnie knows the answer to this question. Do you know the ratio of the circumference of pi?
I'm not entirely sure the question makes sense.
Nobody else is either.
You answered correctly. There you go. The ratio of the circumference of pi.
That's the level. That's the level of the true empiricism of understanding of mathematics. It's just
okay. I mean, if you ask me about the relationship between the radius or diameter of a circle and pi, then yes, I'm sure I'd answer. But as I said, your question didn't make much sense.
Yeah, that came from the CCP camp, and when they were trying to act like they're math geniuses, when in reality they just demonstrated that they didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah,
it was the funniest shit I have ever seen in my life. I gotta find that, and I gotta make it my ringtone.
True empiricism asked that question, DPR, as a legit question, and everybody in the listening was like, "What the fuck did he just say?
What did he say?"
Sorry, the both of you.
Hang on a second. No, that's not right. This is in his own hangout. So everybody who is actually in that particular hangout agreed with him, except for Brenda, who was the one who was going, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
That's a good point, Eulogy, that all the sycophants in his room thought Ronnie was right. They all like, oh yeah, you know what? If I use like metric system, pi's this. If I use standard, it's this. It's like, dude, do you not understand pi is a ratio? I mean, it's a fixed fucking number. 3.14159, transcendental, irrational, whatever. It's all these things, but it's fucking doesn't matter. The units of measurement fall off, and nobody corrected him in there.
Oh yeah, of course, pi is a number, but I'm sorry. I go back to saying, after asking, answering the question, I didn't hear what people were saying because people were breaking up.
Oh, we were just saying that when when True Empiricism had said this, nobody in his hangout besides Brenda corrected him. They're all like, "Oh, he's absolutely right. You know, True Empiricism is right." And we're like, so he says something incredibly stupid, and other people in this hangout just naturally agree with him because they don't know freaking either. That's the level of incompetency that we see over there.
So they didn't realize that pi was a relation, a relationship between two distinct entities.
The thing is, Ronnie it's a mass illiterate, and the people that listen to him on his channel, they're even dumber than he is.
That's about what it boils down to. You have the dumb and then the dumber.
Steve, can I just...
Yeah, you're kind of expecting too much from that crowd.
I did expect to be dealing with dumb people when I was talking to young Earth creationists, but I really didn't expect that level of...
Yeah.
No, they get even basic things wrong. I mean, pi, fine if you don't have a year 3 education, you might not understand what pi is, but like some of these people are saying water is liquid at 2,000 degrees.
Oh god, that was fucking hilarious. Yeah, wrap your head around that, DPR. I mean, because like I said, DPR...
Centigrade, Kelvin, or Fahrenheit?
I think he was talking about Celsius, but it doesn't matter.
I would have to confess. No, seriously, I would have to confess that I don't know, because I've grown up throughout my entire life studying science using centigrade. That Fahrenheit is completely different. But I would have thought even at 200 Fahrenheit, it would be boiling.
Try 2,000. No,
not 200.
He said 2,000.
Not 200. 2,000.
He said 2,000
2,000.
And he didn't understand.
Shitting me.
Yeah.
No, Eulogy.
Oh my god.
Eulogy did the calculation. DPR. It came out to like 27 gigapascals of pressure to keep that in liquid form. And he didn't understand that. He thought water could be at 2,000 degrees temperature, whether the fuck you want to use Celsius or Fahrenheit, it makes no difference at that point. It's not going to be a liquid form in atmospheric pressure. He couldn't grasp that. It was way beyond his ability to grasp that.
Yeah.
At 2,000 degrees, you're getting pretty close to plasma state.
Oh, it was hilarious. I was like, oh my fucking god, this is just absurdly stupid. 27 gigapascals. You make synthetic diamond for that.
This is similar to conversation that I was drawn into. voluntarily, but by I can't remember. It'll come to me, and it was along these lines, NA and true empiricism, mantra, A which equals thing and T which equals something joins with equals something, and on about this. I said this is a language, isn't it? No. And drawn in the conversation, and I was, I think, the only atheist there. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know whether this actually constitutes a language. Repeat this time and time again, and it was so. And it's like, well, even if you are correct, and he wouldn't say, no, do you accept that attaches to D and to whatever? I can't remember. And I said, again, I don't know. Based in evolution, I do not know. To accept it's a language. And I said, no, accept that. Well, Darwin accepted it. I said, well, I doubt that he did. He might have.
What?
Oh, well, Dawkins does. No, I doubt that he does that. He might draw an analogy. No, D, so it went on and on and on and on. Eventually, it's wonderful for Fiona to do this. Fiona joined the Hangout, and she said, "Hey, DPR, if you're in a court of law, what happens? Expert witnesses. Do you first ask them what their qualifications are?" And I said, yes. What happens? And a few more further questions. We got to asking whatever his name is, I can't remember. Oh, this is an appeal to an authority. This is ridiculous. This is outrageous. This is whatever. And no, I'm sorry, it's not. Ignorant fuckwit with no qualifications whatsoever is going to try and claim, even though he knows the names of the molecules better than I do, it doesn't mean that he is a specialist in this subject. I want to know what his qualifications are. And so I repeated my question, what are your qualifications? None were forthcoming. Any other for his opinion? And I will justify that.
But you don't remember who that was?
To him, but to him,
oops.
Was name before. It's a bloke that keeps on going on incessantly about, manages to name of the ADT and M or whatever it is.
It sounds like true empiricism, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the man.
Oh, okay, that's the guy. That's the same thing with the pie guy. That's him. We're talking about the same person.
Right, listen. Yes. Yeah. And why the fuck should I listen to him?
No.
When
he has no education in these topics.
Yeah,
he has no education in it whatsoever.
Steve, can I jump in here for a second?
No.
Yeah, if DPR is done, it's hard to tell.
Sure.
Because he's
done.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to. It's funny, that story, because there's a famous estimate of pi in the Bible, the ratio of a bucket circumference to its diameter.
It was a bowl.
And
it was a bowl.
Yeah. So the standard Christian apologetics is just to say, well, they didn't have precise measurements. But what happened there was Ronnie didn't know about this contradiction, and he was trying to think on his feet, and he failed miserably. So it gets back to what DPR was saying. An honest person just says, hey, I don't know, let me look at this. But he couldn't do that, and so that's why he started saying those silly things like pi depends on the units you use. And that's when the nonsense came about. And it gets back to what DPR said about a couple hours ago now. If you don't know something, just say I don't know. But he refused to do that.
Well, but I got to tell you, the whole Bible and the pi thing is not a good argument for an atheist. I don't recommend using it. Matter of fact, don't use it. It's a bad argument. There are ways that a biblical person could get around that. I think they understood what pi was. But needless to say, Ronnie didn't even know that was in the Bible. He didn't know how to address it, and that led to the dumb fuckery because he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. So that was the basis behind that. Yes.
You won the dumb fuck of the year, Ronnie. Congrats.
He did win the dumb fuck of the year. Yep.
No, hold on, Steve. So no, I agree with you. But what an honest apologist will say was they didn't have precise measurements. But just so you know, it wasn't actually until Archimedes about 300 BC who gave the first real good approximation to pi at 3.14. So no, they didn't know in Bible times a good approximation for pi. So they were using the best they had. I agree with your larger point.
Yeah.
But an honest person
you.
again will say. So an honest person would say, and this is the problem with the Christian apologetics and biblical inerrantists, instead of just admitting, hey, it was a primitive culture, he couldn't do that. He wasn't even aware of it. And so that it actually magnifies, I think, his error.
Well, and the other thing is, though, also, if you look in the story, if you measured from the outside diameter, the inside diameter of the bowl, it gave a little bit better approximation. But you're right. Either way, it's an approximation. And that where you're going to go from there. That's why it's not a great argument. Sure, they approximated. You're right. How many millions of decimal places do we have to pi now? I mean, do you think they knew what a Taylor series was back then to even figure out approximation, or a Newton series? No, of course not. So yeah, they didn't have the knowledge we have, but I think they understood the basic concept of pi, right? I mean, they knew it was a ratio, but Rodney didn't even fucking know that. True empiricism. So I'm just going to true empiricism so DPR knows what we're talking about, because it's the same person. DPR, Ronnie had no experience in genetics, just nothing. And he's just bullshitting his way through people until, basically our community and everything kind of discovered him, and Fiona basically shat all over his parade. And, he went to shit after that, because he realized that he's not going to be able to argue against people that know what the fuck they're talking about.
But I mean, this is something I've been sort of like saying, perhaps repetitively and boringly, but all of the major sort of, Christian apologetics, Fackel, Ronnie, if that's the same person, all. Now, I'm prepared to admit I know fuck all. Actually know something. Many of the people in this chat know about science and whatever. I'm going to take someone's advice about who knows what they're fucking talking about. Fuckwits know anything. A little bit far-mouthed. Getting late. It's for that. But I hope that the point is made.
It is.
Why should I listen? Why should I listen to the likes of G-Man? Seriously, what qualifications do you think this fuckwit has?
No, your point is well taken. And I'm going to start wrapping this up. I know it's getting late for you, probably, DPR. We're already at a 6-hour mark. But I do want to wrap it up. But I want to like leave it on a good note. I appreciate everybody like coming out and watching this. Thank you, DPR, very much for joining us. I hope you drop by more often, like you did, with Nadia's room. But this is such an upgrade.
Edgar to come in.
Edgar's not coming in. Not today. Sorry, man. But yeah, I mean, DPR, you're so right. I've always kind of agreed with you on most things, even though you don't remember back in the days in audios. I get that. But I've always found that your insight on these types of things with creationism, I'm right there with you. And so, hopefully you'll come by more often. But you're right. There's no reason to listen to G-Man or...
I'd love to. And also, I would extend this offer as well. If somebody does have a disagreement with me, let me know.
Well, there you go.
I do not fall away from disagreements. I enjoy them. I can potentially learn something from them. If you think that I am wrong in something, love to hear from you.
Perfect.
I just want to know what kind of scotch you like.
And with that, I'm gone. Peace out, guys.
All right, thanks, Reds. What kind?
Oh, Red, you like the scotch, didn't you?
It tasted like I licked a burnt log. Go fuck yourself.
I like scotch, but I only drink Buchanan's 12-year scotch. I'm sure it's not the best, but it's okay for me. But anyways, I have to end this. I do got other things to do.
Yeah. So
anyways, the next hangout is going to be Sunday morning, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and it's going to be on that whole circumcision thing. Oh, Aaron Featherfoot in the live chat put one of my favorite expressions. Actually, Euler's identity, one of the best mathematical things of all time. I just noticed that. I love Euler's identity and Euler's formula. It's just the most mathematically beautiful thing I've ever seen, which is e to the pi I plus 1 equals 0. But for another day. But anyways, I'm going to end it with a hangout with that. Thank you guys for joining. DPR, just stick around for a few seconds afterwards if you can. And I'm going to end this. Good night, everybody, and thank you for watching.